to the second day of the Sibiu Innovation Days. Only few or a brief introduction of the schedule of the day, and then I will present the keynote speaker, and also I invite you to be quite, let's say, ask question and to don't be shy, because this is the moment of connecting each other. As a matter of fact, I said that a recommendation for my colleagues at the social networking, don't stay only with your colleagues. We need to create bridges with the people who don't know. This is important to meet each other and find possible opportunities. So, the schedule of today will continue. We'll start with the keynote speaker, Professor Iran Chen from Duke University, but only to know the rest. And we'll continue with four important panels, in my opinion. We will start with Smart Governance and Industry 5.0, where we have a guest from European Commission, from Mines de Saint-Étienne, and also from University of Southeastern of Norway. People who I met for a long time, and we work together, and they have important things to transmit us. Also representative from Cluj IT cluster or other company from Cluj IT clusters. Then we will have a coffee break and continue with the startup entrepreneurship and personal development panel. This, as I said also yesterday, this is a hot problem of, at least in Sibiu, to increase this, let's say, mindset of young generation. And we will enjoy to the lunch in the same place as yesterday, but a little bit later than yesterday. And afternoon, also two important sessions. And the last will be also very important, because we are an academic environment, and even not, the education should be also the driver for society. So will be a full day, and finally, because the final of this event is also awaited from our students who participate to the hackathon. As I understood from from colleagues that met or visited the hackathon session, it was a tense, lot of pressure on the participants, that they were very keen, and it feel a difference between online hackathon versus staying together and see that a team, it works, in mine doesn't work, and everybody became a little bit of competition that we want. So in the end, we will announce the winners of the hackathon. But don't forget that in this afternoon, between 5 and 7 afternoon, we'll have also the second workshop developed by Marquardt company in the Transylvania Hall. So this is the schedule. Now let me introduce Professor Iran Chen, who is the first time in Romania, as I understood. And thank you very much that you travel a lot, quite a distance from Durham and until Sibiu. He is a professor and also director of Industry and University Cooperative Research Center for Alternative, Sustainable and Intelligent Computing, and also a lot of activities. And we met actually because I'm a member of ACM, and I read about his person, and in a short paper I learned a lot. So Professor Chen, please come to join us. there, or you can stay here.
I don't want to stay there.
Okay,
The sun here, that'd be great. Yeah.
in case it's something to.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I think Andrea just introduced me. So my name is Yan Chen from Duke University. For people who may not be familiar with Duke, Duke is a private school. We have a relatively small body of undergraduate program. Every year we admit like 1,700 undergraduate students, but we have a larger graduate program, so we have more than 10,000 graduate students. I think this year ranked number 10, in US. But usually the bump between 7, 10, every year. So yeah, Andrea also mentioned, this is the first time for me to come to Romania. It's actually the first international trip after pandemic for me. So not just a trip to Romania. So I was very excited, to take the trip. Okay. When Andrea, asked me to give a talk, I was thinking about what should I give. Relatively speaking, I have a large research group, working on very different things. But I check, the topic of this SID. I found majority of this program is about cybersecurity, about the data analytics or something first. So I decided to choose this topic, the scalable heterogeneity aware and policy enhancing federated learning, which talk about the security and also the privacy and the robustness of data in the federated learning setup. So this is going to include something. I'll turn it off. No? Maybe click. Yeah. That's okay. I can use the mouse. I think that's also work because anyway I'm not going to be able to use. Oh, no worry. Yeah. Okay. So this will be today's outline. We'll talk about the privacy-preserving representation learning on the graph. It's basically the application of a social network on the for the mutual information perspective. That's the paper we published last year in KDD. And then we talk about two different topics. The first one is efficient and heterogeneity-aware federated learning, including two topics. One is what we call the lottery federated learning, and the one is called the Fed mask. Those are the two tasks which we have done regarding how we're going to improve the communication efficiency between the clients and also the server in the federated learning. Each of them published in the different conference, like ICC or Census. Those are, the conference in edge computing and also the system conference. And then we'll talk about the privacy preserving and robust federated learning. The first one is about the privacy leakage. We'll show people how, we're able to leak the privacy information during the federated learning, particularly when we are transferring the gradients between the cloud and also the clumps. And then talk about the poison attack, which is another new attack against the federated learning setup. Okay. Sure. It works now? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so the first topic is about the privacy preserving representation learning on the graph. If we talk about the graph, graph has been widely used in the internet application, particularly in the social network. We basically try to represent every single one as a nodes, and we actually also describe their relations using the connections between different nodes or with a link. So we can describe the input graph, which has a vertex and also the link, and this would be some node embeddings, which are going to do the clustering between different nodes, to denote their relationship. which can be either using the graph or convolutional neural network or the graph or attention network. And then we have the 3 different tasks. The first one will be the link prediction. You basically have all the peoples on Facebook. For example, you try to figure out, what are the relationship between the different peoples. And then talk about the node classification. You have this relationship between different people. You want to identify who they are, what they're doing, and so on first. The third one is a graph classification, basically trying to, do the classification on the whole graph. Okay. So in general, we have 2 tasks in the social network. The first one is the nodes classification. We try to infer the user's private attribute, for example, regarding their age, their gender, the sexual orientation, or so on first. You try to identify, those information by using the social network. And also do the link prediction. Try to predict, the relationship between different users. For example, whether the 2 users have the same hobbies, if they're the relatives in the same family, or so on first. And we can have either the positive link or negative link. Positive link generally defines the relationship between different nodes. And negative links say they have no relations. Okay, they're very common for, the 2 strangers. Okay. But there is, significant privacy issue here. The first one is one can accurately infer the link, which is the node identity from a node classifier, which is the link predictor by training on the learned, node embedding. It's going to raise a very severe privacy issue. For example, in the social network, the celebrities, just want to make their identities known to the public, but they don't want to expose their private social relationship, like family members on the first, because they want to protect their own privacy. They don't want people to know too much about themselves. But the malicious user are doing something totally oppositely. The malicious user do want to expose their social relationship with normal users. I'm not sure how many people are using the LinkedIn. I think recently you're constantly receiving some strangers, were trying to add you as a friend, that also to sell you something or, just cheat you money, something like this. So they can make them look like normal, and they do not want to reveal their identity because they are fake one or they have some, bad ways of doing this. So adversary can infer the celebrity's private social relationship or malicious users' identities based on user identity classification or the social relationship prediction system. So that is the task we're trying to prevent people from doing this, because we want people going to use this social network safely without releasing too much private information. So, okay, so now we have 2 different combinations. The first one we call the primary learning task. The second one is the privacy protection task. It could be, the learning task like a link prediction. We're trying to find out the relationship between different nodes, but we try to protect the node's privacy. We don't want people to know who they are first. Another one just doing the opposite. They could have node classification, but we try to protect the link privacy. Okay, so they basically are 2 interchangeable tasks people trying to perform. So how we're going to solve the problem? The problem now becomes the following. We have 2 different problems we're trying to solve. The first one is we try to perform the link prediction. Then we try to also perform the node privacy protection. And the second one is doing opposite. We're trying to do the node classification with the link privacy protection. So if we still have our graph, which can describe the relationship between different people in the social network, and then we can do the node embedding so that we can find out their relations on the front and represent those relationships. Now we have 2 tasks we need to perform simultaneously. The first one is the link predictor, and the second one is the node classifier. Remember, one will be our primary learning task. Another one will be our primary privacy protection task. The first one, we will have the accuracy as high as possible. The second one, we want to have the accuracy as low as possible. So that's the two different goals we're trying to perform. Okay, so if we have such a formulation of the problems, the next one will be how we are able to formulate, the optimization target, for our task. So we'll give one example. Let's say, if we have the mutual information objective, which can be used to represent our task, we basically can have a maximum, basically trying to achieve the maximum link prediction, which is illustrated as the first line, and also trying to minimize the node privacy protection, make sure this privacy leakage will be zero. In such a case, remember, we're not trying to minimize the accuracy as zero, rather than we're trying to achieve the accuracy as the same or as close as the random guess. For example, let's say we try to dig out the gender information for one user. We're not trying to push the people saying the accuracy will be zero for the men, women, men. No, we're not. We're actually trying to make sure the accuracy will be a random guess. You have a 50% chance, to make a math guess. That's our goal. So that's a little bit different from the privacy, the privacy. The requirement which we want to make sure we have the accuracy as high as we want. So okay, so and of course, we can do the oppositely, by have a nodes classification which can maximize the classification accuracy of the nodes and minimize the link privacy protection accuracy. Make sure this the mutual information objective will be zero here. And I'm not going through all the detail. You can roughly guess here. But let's look at the result, because this is very simple. The min-max game we play during the neural network training, and you can easily use a constructive learning method to train the neural networks. I don't need to go through all the details, But if you look at the experimental setup for our evaluation, we have three different data sets. The first one is a Cora, the second one is a CSIR, the third one is a PubMed, and they all have different numbers of the nodes and different numbers of the edges with, of course, different features. And they have different classes of the nodes that are going to represent, different classifications of the nodes. And they have the link classes equal to 2, which means negative and positive. It just shows if they're related. We don't have any attributes on top of this. So during the training, we have 20 examples per class, or the validation will be 500, and the testing example will be 1,000. And we try to have different combinations of for the link prediction. For example, the training will have 85% positive, the example, and a 50% negative one. We have a 5% pros, positive one, and equal negative one, or so on first. This basically gives a different combination how you train the model. And we're going to evaluate our method using two metrics. The first one is a node classification, or the basic accuracy. And the second one is area under the curve for the link prediction, or the AOC. So the result basically show that, if our primary task is a link prediction, without the node privacy protection, we can achieve very high link prediction AOC, like 89% or even 91% in the different tasks. But if you look at the node accuracy, which we're trying to classify the nodes, which actually we don't want, the malicious user to do this, or actually the node accuracy is also very high. Like you have almost 2/3 or more than 70% chance you're able to dig out, who is the nodes. Okay, so that's the bad example. But if we have this node privacy protection, which means, when during the training of the neural network, try to balance, the accuracy of the link prediction and also minimize the accuracy of the nodes, then we have some drop in the link prediction, in general about 5%, but we actually knock down the node accuracy to 20%, or if we have 7 classes, it's a size 17 per person, so on and so forth. The basic idea is we successfully achieve, the accuracy in the node accuracy classification, which is close to the random guessing. So basically, you have no idea about what they are. You can only make a random guess. Okay. Similarly, if we do the node classification as a primary task, then we can achieve very high node accuracy if we don't have any link privacy protection, but with a very high, more than 80% link prediction AUC. But if we apply, the link privacy protection, we may observe 2% accuracy loss in the node accuracy, but we successfully protect, the link prediction, which is about 50% accuracy. That is basically the random guess, and you can make the random guess about if those 2 nodes are related or not. So this is the first example we're trying to show. Yeah. So this framework can be used, for all kind of a graph-based relationship, and we can apply this the mutual information perspective on those different designs. No matter how many classes you're going to use or so on and so forth. So this paper will publish on KDD. But now let's move to something different. Let's say if you have a graph, but now let's say if we have the federated learning setup, which means for every single class, so you don't have enough data, what should we do? The federated learning is actually a very popular framework for us to take advantage of a large number of the clients, each of which can collect a different data. Now we're trying to combine all this collected data and train a model, and then deploy this model to the different clients. So one example is we have a lot of IoT devices. Yesterday, I remember there was one panelist about the industrial 4.0. So it's a perfect example saying you have a lot of IoT devices, but each device may face very different environment, but they collect the data. When you're training the model, you're not going to train the model rely on only one device. You actually rely on the millions of such devices and the data they're going to collect. And then you train a model and deploy this model back to the different IoT device. This is basically called the federated learning because we're actually trying to design some federated forms that can take advantage of this larger number of the device with totally different data. I also know this afternoon someone talking about the fairness and the bias of the data. That's also a very hot topic in federated learning because all the data you're going to collect will be highly biased. How you're able to handle this fairness and also bias of the data. Okay, but original motivation for the federated learning besides collecting all this data is also about the privacy because when you are sending the data from each client to the cloud, you want to make sure the data will be able to well protected. And they're not going to share all this data with any other client, rather than only share the gradients of the neural network to the cloud, rather than they going to share the raw data. That's the basic idea. So federated learning has been widely used in the financing, in the IoT application. Those are some examples. You can find out that Google uses this one to the text generation for the search engine. And also some, the smaller internet bank, you also use this one, to collect the different information. Okay, so, but the issue is if we're really trying to train a model on this federated learning setup, it can be very, very costly. So one significant cost is the communication efficiency because the communication cost is a product between the communication round, how many rounds you're going to send the data between the clients and also the cloud, and also the number of the parameters you're going to send each round, and also the average of code words length, for each parameters. For example, if you send out the floating point value, you can easily, use 32 bits, for one data. And if we're going to train the VGG16, it's not very big, the network on the image night. You probably need to have about 9,000 rounds, until the model going to converge. And it's going to, and you're going to send, I don't know how many you have. It's a 138 million parameters per round, and then you have a 32 bits per parameter, and then after you finish the whole training, you basically need to send 500 terabytes. Okay, it's a large number you need to impose on the networks. You're not able to do this, so what you can do is you have to somehow find the better way to do this, such as quantization, pruning, and so on and so forth. We'll show you later. Another one is about statistical heterogeneity, because in the original federated learning setup, people assume all the data collected by the different device are following the same distributions, which is not true, because each device will actually collect the data with totally different properties. And this is called the non-ID, or the non-identically distributed manner. So all the data collected by the different device was following totally different statistical distributions. And if we still apply, the conventional federated learning on this setup, then if in ID setup we can achieve very high accuracy, like 90 per person. But if we consider all these heterogeneities with the different data, so for the accuracy will quickly drop to below 50%. That's because it's totally useless. So what should we do? The pre-art, they try the different methodologies. If, for example, you can immediately realize you can do, the reducing the communication frequency. You don't want to send so many data there, but you pay the penalty on the accuracy. Or you can compress the local updates, we call the sparsity on first. And you can also do some efficient encoding, like a quantization or any other things, to make sure you can transfer the less number of the bits. And for the statistical heterogeneity, you can mitigate the divergence between the local model and the global model, or make the activation vectors across multiple devices more similar. In such a case, you're basically very similar as the transfer learning or domain adaptation. You're just trying to adapt to the different distribution of the data at different clients. Or you can do the personalization. You train a model, and then when you deploy the model, you make a little bit of adjustment, on this device, make sure this can adapt to the different environment, for the different device. But they all have a limitation. Number one, there's no such a model can handle both this communication cost and heterogeneity simultaneously. It's only one exception, which we'll show later on, but this actually follow very unrealistic, federated learning setup. One example is they assume, each client have a sufficient data to train, which is not true, because if one client has sufficient data to train, there's no point for us to use the federated learning. The federated learning, the motivation is we're not able to find the sufficient data to train our model. That's why we need to have the data from all different clients and then train the model. So that's, all this unrealistic setup. So what we propose, in ICEC last year at the Symposium on Edge Computing, which is a flagship, conference in edge computing, is called the lottery federated learning. It's basically use one concept called the lottery neural network, which called a lottery ticket network, LTN. So LTN is a subset of the network, which can also represent the personalization of each client. So we still have the original very large neural network, but instead of deploying this large neural network to every single device, we actually only have the subset of the neural network, which we call LTN network, which to apply to different clients. Of course, so different devices have different LTNs. And this color base can show, they have a different color, the red, yellow, and blue. They all train with the different values, even they share the same topologies, but only have different subset of this model to train. So since we don't need to train, so we don't need to translate the whole model from the client to the server, we basically can reduce the communication cost. And since we have a different LTN on the devices, then we can perform the personalization on the different devices very easily. Okay, this is how we can achieve, both communication cost reduction and also personalization simultaneously. But the question becomes how we are able to consider the contributions from different clients, because different clients send me totally different set of the parameters we need to consider. We call the consolidation of these parameters as aggregation. So in the local lottery ticket, it's very simple. We have the subset in the network from the server, and we're trying to prune our models, basically make it smaller and smaller, and still be able to give us the good accuracy. If that accuracy is higher than the threshold, we know we can continue shrink the size of this subnet neural network to make sure they can achieve the accuracy. But if we send these gradients to the cloud, we want to make sure we can do the aggregation on only the overlapped parameters between the different clients. And we're not going to worry about the parameters which do not show up on multiple devices. So the hypothesis here is those parameters are purely local, which means so these devices are only contributing to the personalization on each client, so we don't worry about them. We only worry about the overlapping parameters, which is the consolidation from all the contributions of the different clients. Okay. So we evaluate this method on realistic, non-IID setting, which have a limited training data. We have only 10 to 40 samples on each device. There's no way for you to train your neural network, with only such a few number of the data. And also we can assume the IID. So each device, they have only 2 classes on each example, but we have many, many classes, okay? In other words, there's no way for you to train your model with also 2 classes, but cover 100 other classes. And also the data unbalance, because those 2 classes may even unbalance. You have maybe 10% from this class and 90% from that class. That would be very common. People don't give you the very balanced data, like each of class will be 50%. No, that's not the reality. We have the baseline, which goes down along, which train everything the local, the fed average. This is the vanilla federal learning setup, and also the LG fed average to have global model and do local fine tune. We try to use the inference accuracy and the combination cost as the 2 matrix, to handle those things. Okay, we trained the CFAR10 on 2,000 communication rounds. And we have 5 examples per class, 10 examples per class, or 20 examples per class. And we have a different accuracy for the different benchmark and the different methods here. And also we list the communication cost between the clients and also the server, and we'll see how things goes. So you can find out the accuracy generally increased by 13 to 15% compared with LG Fed average, while the communication cost reduced by 1/3 to more than 50% compared with the state-of-the-art baseline. And you can also find out if we have more examples per class, we actually can reduce the communication cost, because each time we actually send the smaller number of the parameters. So this actually give us, we basically will converge our model faster, than if we have a smaller number of the samples per class, right? Okay, and if we have unbalanced data, which means which means we have with 0.5 means we have one class have a 20, another one have 10 samples, or 0.25 means one class have a 20 sample, another one has 5 samples. The very unbalanced number, you will find out it's going to reduce the accuracy and increase the communication cost. But no matter what, the lottery federal learning still give us the best result in terms of accuracy, the communication cost, and such. Okay, so after we have done this, we found out it may not be enough, because we actually handle the communication efficiency, we handle the heterogeneity, But one thing we did not handle in the lottery ticket, the network is actually it's a computational cost on each device, because each device we train the model, we do the pruning, which costs very costly. Can we also reduce the communication cost? So we found out there is another methodology. It's not invented by us, but actually it's a very interesting idea called the binary mask. So idea is we actually train the model, very generic model, very large. And then we also train the binary mask as 0 and 1 on each element of the neural network. And only we filter out, the parameter corresponding to an element in the binary mask, which is 1. So by doing this, we only expose a part of this neural network to the cloud, and that's still going to work. So since we have if we have n such parameters, we have a 2 to n, the different combination of this mask with a large number, so we can always find out, some combination which will give us the good result just to perform the neural network task on this device. In other words, we have a frozen weights. We're not going to train that one because after we initialize, we just fix that one. We're going to train the binary mask so that we have a different set of the mask, apply on the different climbs, and that will give us, the task we're trying to perform the different climbs. So this is called the fat mask. So we try to learn the heterogeneous and structural sparse and binary mask on each climbs, and we only communicate the binary mask 0 and 1 between the client and also the server. We don't really communicate anything about the neural network. So then we don't need to transfer any floating point value, just transfer 0 and 1 between the client and also the cloud. It's going to dramatically reduce the computation cost and also reduce the computational cost because you only need to compute 0 and 1 in the different device. But again, the challenges is how we are able to do the aggregation in the cloud to make sure we are taking into account, the contribution from the different clients. So the idea is, again, we only do the aggregation on the overlap, the binary mask element. For example, in this case, we have a different device I and J. They have 3 different channels. And for the channel 1, both device and J have the different binary masks, and we do the aggregation between different elements. So we have yellow and blue. So after aggregation, we go generate the green one, which is the end value, the end result of those 2 masks. But for the channel 3, device J, they don't have the maps for the channel 3 because they already pruned the whole channel out. There's no channel 3 in the device J, but we still have the mask for the channel 3 in device I. In such a case, we don't do any aggregation. We just directly copy the mask of channel 3 on the device I to the bottom one, and also device I to the bottom one, and also remove the channel 3 in the device J. Okay, so and then we can also visualize, the aggregation, and we show here. I'm not going to show all the details. We start with the frozen local model. We have a heterogeneous binary mask for the different devices, and then we have a personalized model because we have a personalized binary mask on each device. So eventually, after you combine the mask with versus the local the unified model, you have a very different local model going to be performing on the different clients. And that's how you perform the personalization. Okay, and we run everything on the real test bed in our lab. We have a federated learning test bed. The devices are connected by using the Wi-Fi, the 5G network, and also the Ethernet or such and such, they all have a large variety of the different devices. The Raspberry Pi, the embedded GPU, mobile phone, laptops, and first. They also represent the different heterogeneity in terms of the devices and also the data. So let's look at the result. We try 4 different data sets here: the EM NIST and the CIFAR 10, the HARP, and also stage spear. we have how many? 6, baselines, are compared from a very simple along the feather average to a very complex one like LG feather average. And also I want to pay attention to the BNN feather average, the binary neural network. It's basically use the binary neural network, to perform the task. So this also gives us 0 and 1 rather than any others. So in short, the binary feather average gives us a very similar communication cost, but much lower accuracy because it doesn't really give us a good accuracy since it's used the binary neural network. But for us, we have very good results. So that's why if you look at horizontally the inference accuracy and the vertically is communication time. So you want to find out the right star is on the far right side and also the bottom one. That basically means we have a very high accuracy with a very low communication time. For any others, they actually be good there's a bad trade-off between the accuracy and the communication time on the first. And also for runtime wise, the binary neural network gave us a very good runtime performance, with a very low memory usage, but again, the accuracy is very bad. But for us, we actually can improve the inference speed up and also energy saving by 1.5 or 2 times. And we also reduce the memory usage by about 1/3. So that's how we show the good combination between the accuracy, the communication cost, and also computational cost, and probably the memory usage for this particular design. Okay, so about 20 minutes, let's talk about the privacy preserving again on the federated learning. The first one I want to give is regarding the privacy leakage in the federated learning for the representation perspective. A lot of people believe the motivation of the federated learning came from the privacy preserving because we don't send any raw data between the clients and also the cloud. We only send the gradients between the client and the cloud. However, even when we send the gradients, we'll show you later on that the privacy preserving is still going to be the concern in the federated learning because it's actually the shared model updates with the gradients can be also make the federated learning vulnerable to the inference attack because federated learning has some unique properties make it easier to expose this representation information to the attackers. So the existing defensive approach incur either significant computational cost or the accuracy loss. So we're trying to design the defense approach against this model inversion attack in the federated learning by observing this data representation leakage. And our contribution, again, trying to design this, which first show is still going to be the concern if we don't handle this privacy leakage properly, and how we're going to handle this by using our method. Let's give one example. Let's say the data representation leakage in the federated learning. So data representation are less entangled in federated learning because in federated learning, you usually have a much smaller number of the batches, okay, because you have a smaller number of the training data in the different columns. So the features of the different training examples are less entangled with each other, basically make the representation of these gradients more, how can I say, it's representative, so that you are able to recover the original information of the training data. So this is what I want to show the ground truth. You can see the car, the frog, and so on and first. If we are able to expose the whole gradients of the neural network, then we can easily recover the original features. But if you only give the convolutional layer gradients, but without giving the fully connected layer gradients, you basically you are not able to recover those things because those features are entangled to each other. But for the representation leakage, because we're able to represent, some leakage from federated learning, so you can see we can roughly do the reverse engineering on this original training data in the right column to show. So this actually become the easier for us to to have this representation attack. That's for if we are able to expose the gradients of the different layers. So how we're able to solve this problem? It's actually not hard, to formulate, the objective function if we want to protect, such a reverse engineering. Because it basically becomes, two goals we want to achieve simultaneously if we consider the original functions of the federated learning. The first one is we're trying to reduce the privacy information leakage. That's something which will prevent the reconstructed input S prime through the perturbed data representation and the raw data input actually should be dissimilar. Here we assume we are able to add some noises on top of the original input so that you are not be able to do the reverse engineering for all the data. But if you want to maintain the federated learning performance, then the perturbed data representation R prime and the true data representation R without a perturbation should be similar, because that is the original function you're trying to perform on the federated learning. In short, there's one goal for the attacker trying to restore the information, another goal of the federated learning framework in trying to do the classification on the data, and you try to balance those two performance simultaneously. So you have two goals. One, you're trying to maximize the dissimilarity between this reconstructed input and the original input, and you're trying to achieve the goal for the classification output. Make sure this number should be smaller than some threshold, or you can control the performance degradation within some threshold. And then you, again, put this one into the min-masking framework or the constructed learning framework. You are able to handle this. I'm not going through all the details. So we are able to formulate the whole thing in one equation here, which is if we have the difference between the original performance, basically the reconstruction of the original input. Then we're trying to maximize, this dissimilarity with a condition that, our goal or the performance of this federated learning framework must be, give us a good result, or the difference between this perturbed data and also written data must be smaller than some threshold. Here we actually can apply the different, L nor, to measure the difference between the restored input and the original input, or the target, the function of the federated learning. We use, the P and the Q as the different NOR, and the P equal to 2 for the reconstructed input and the raw input, and the Q equal to 0, because this basically shows that it can give us an analytical solution. And the Q equal to 0 means L0 NOR is basically count how many parameters we need to transfer between the client and also the cloud. It's actually the communication cost. So we can have a certified robustness guarantee, which is the bound we derive. But I'm not going through all the mathematical detail, which can give us the guarantee, the bound, in terms of this degradation of the performance, or the dissimilarity must be larger than some threshold. So this be the evaluation. So you'll find out, for the non-IID CFR10 or non-MNIST, so we have two different attack methods. One is the DLG, deep leakage from the gradients. It's actually the attack. You give all the gradients, to the attacker. Or the gradient similarity, attack is basically trying to check out, what's be the difference. And also two defense. One, the gradient compression is we're not trying to expose all the gradients or the differential privacy. So the idea is we're trying to make sure we have a very large, dissimilarity of IMSE with a very low accuracy, the degradation of the original performance. As a black line show here, we can have a very large IMSE with still be very high accuracy. But for any other, baseline, like a green line, blue line, or the red line, you start to see the quick, drop on the accuracy, just to increase the similarity between this input data and also reconstructed, input data. So that's basically show we have a good trade-off between the original performance of the federated learning and also the protection of this privacy leakage. So the last one I want to show is the FLWBC that was published in last year in Europe. Talk about, it's actually white blood cell. It's called a WBC, method for the robusting against the model poison attack in the federal learning. So the motivation is like this, people are actually going to perform the poison attack in the federal learning. The basic idea is they actually inject some malicious training data, try to mislead, the training of this model, make sure the accuracy will drop to some level. And the issue is, we found out if we are able to successfully perform such a poison attack, especially the strength of the poison attack is higher than some threshold. Like let's say 50% of the clients are hacked, and so they're able to send out the poison attack. So not just the accuracy of the federal learning framework on this particular training round is actually can be dropped. It's going to affect this accuracy for the following rounds until the accuracy can reverse back to the regional level. So we call this one as the long-lasting effect. It's actually become the issue because we try to make sure we're able to defend this one. Otherwise, if people can succeed once, they are actually able to affect the performance of the federal learning for a very long time until it's naturally bounce back. Now the question becomes what we should do. So we found out that this is basically one virtualized result to show if we have the successful attack on the round 20. And it take about 20 communication rounds to basically, recover the confidence of our model back to the regional level. So we call this one long-lasting model poison attack. And we are able to measure this attack effect on the parameter like AEP, which can be represented using the kernels in the Hansen matrix during the local training. So if we are able to do this, so we can also design the FLWBC, the client-based defense, so that we can maintain the beneath task performance and the loss of the local beneath task should be minimized. Again, this will also be the goal one. And also prevent AEP, which is a quantitative measurement of the long-lasting effect, from being hidden in the kernels of the Hansen matrix on the beneath device. So the rank of the Hansen matrix should be maximized so that we can actually squeeze out, this impact on this the poison attack, and we show here on the goal 2. So this will become, again, the min-max gain we are very familiar with, right? We try to minimize one thing and maximize another one during the trainings, as long as we can quantitatively measure, how we can achieve those two goals, and then we can perform the defense. So we have two evaluations. Number one is the fashion MNIST, the second one is the CFR10. And we have an important hyperparameter, like 10 clients participate in the training for each round, but 5 of them are malicious attackers. It's a very significant number because we want to make sure you have very strong attack there. So the defense baseline will be coordinate median aggregation, or coordinate training mean aggregation of differential privacy, including local and central. You will find out if we have this misclassification and confidence of the global model and the malicious data point, if we apply our task with the FL-WBC for the different design, we can quickly, reverse back to the original confidence level. Otherwise, it will take much longer time. So that's how we want to make sure we don't give them much wrong, for this poison attack, so that the long-lasting effect can be significantly reduced. And also, we try the different standard deviation of the noise, so that we only inject the interpolation to the parameter space while the long-lasting AEP residing in the stat instead of perturb all the parameters like the differential privacy method. And we are able to find out the good combination between the beneath accuracy and attack mitigation round. So basic idea is You try to minimize this wrong numbers and also quickly bounce back to the accuracy, for the different design. So I'm not going through all the details. So to recap, we have to talk about, the privacy preserving graph, learning. The reason we introduced this one because later on you will see how this constructive learning method can be reused again and again for the different privacy preserving tasks and also for the different goals achieving simultaneously. And you have two ways, to perform the efficient and heterogeneity aware federated learning, including lottery ticket network and also the binary mask. So they can basically achieve the accuracy and also heterogeneity and the communication cost and the computational cost, reduction simultaneously. And then we give the sortia and also the FLWBC. Each of them, handle the representation leakage and also the poison attack, respectively. Okay, so a little bit more about the center I'm leading at Duke. Starting from I think 2 years ago, 2020, in the United States, we started the National AI Institute program to launch multiple national AI institute in the different domains. For example, we have a national AI institute for the agriculture, for the environment, for the optimization, for the foundation of AI, so on and forth. Each of these AI institutes receive a little bit more than $20 million for 5 years. So at Duke, I'm leading the National AI Institute for the Edge Computing. That is a flagship National AI Institute in this particular area, including 7 universities: Duke, Yale, Wisconsin, Michigan, Princeton, MIT, and NCNT, and also some other industrial collaborators. So I'm the PI and the director. We have about 30 PIs from the different campuses. We're working on the networking, the computer system, AI, and the service, and also application. That's the information. So if you're interested in what we're working on, we're working on very, very diverse things. So from very low level to networking, the optical network, to very high level, like AR, VR, all kind of stuff. Yeah, so you can check this webpage. I think that's all I have. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Chen. It was quite a journey, starting from the AI applied in cybersecurity, as you said, computing system, and also with impact on energy consumption or communication. Quite interesting for me at least, but I think for everybody. Please address some questions.
Yeah, please.
Very interesting parts. Of course, this is aggregation, because this is what I like to ask you of all your work. I'm interested because I was also working on large machine learning networks based on imaging, especially medical imaging.
Yeah.
So how did you manage to do the aggregation at the end? Because you're breaking out in subtasks, because you are learning parts for each client, and then you are doing the aggregation. Which method did you use there?
Yeah, so we also have some framework, for especially the medical imaging application, because all the hospitals, they don't want to share their data with any other hospitals. So we need to do the pre-processing and send out only, some features and ingredients, to the cloud, and we do the aggregation. But currently, we still have only one type of the application, which is develop one neural network running on those stuff. We're not trying to design the one neural network which can adapt to the different medical applications. The one particular example is we have the infant brain medical imaging working with our medical school. We only have this set of high resolution images we need to process. So that's pretty much what we have done. But we only to handle, the only thing we need to handle is the personalization at the different hospitals, especially we have positive and negative examples how we can do this. That's something we are trying to do, but we don't really try to design something we're going to adapt to different domains, simultaneously. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Other question from AI side or from energy efficiency or from? Please, Xavier.
Yeah.
Yes, yesterday we had a big keynote also on sustainability of information systems.
Yeah.
To address those cost and emission issues.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that every day we manipulate larger amounts of data and we spread digitalization in every area of our life, etc.? So do you think there is enough awareness on this question of sustainability? You have a personal vision of how to try to address these questions.
Okay, I try to answer your question because it can be very broad, so if you ask different companies, they actually have different visions, okay? So for example, even for the federated learning, if you ask the NVIDIA, they believe everything needs to be consolidated in the data center because they have to sell their GPUs, right? So they believe you need to send out all the gradients into the data center. But if you ask the Qualcomm, they actually developing the federated learning in a totally decentralized way. Don't have any central server. So all this, aggregation, this personalization, or need to be done in this decentralized way, so that they don't have any server or the hierarchy there. In some other company, like a cloud company, they have like a local edge data center. They have clouds. They try to finish everything in the edge data center. If they cannot, they will expose this one to the cloud. So they have a multiple hierarchies. I will say it really depends on who you're asking and what kind of application you're trying to perform. People are really aware of this, but they always choose a solution which will actually not technically benefit, but more commercially benefit them. So which, actually there's a stronger, inference, for those development. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Chen. Thank you very much for the question. But also I encourage you in the coffee breaks and in other social networking related to this day to continue join the discussion. And thank you very much again. Just to introduce, Andrei Nistor will moderate the next session. Yesterday, he also presented a project from cybersecurity perspective, but today will be the moderator of the Smart Governance and Industry 5.0 session. Please, Andrei.
Hello, everybody. We move forward to our Smart Governance and Industry 5.0 panel. And without further introductions, I invite on stage Ramona Samson, please. You already met her yesterday, so please, stage is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Andrei, I'm very happy to be able to join you today at the Sibiu Innovation Days. This conference, I think, is coming at quite an exciting moment in our Industry 5.0 journey. as we move from developing the concept to beginning the rollout and implementation. So where are we coming from? Yes. Industry 5.0 concept, it's very much linked to the priorities of the ongoing College of Commissioners. In particular, the first three are the most important. So the Green Deal, an economy that works for people, and Europe fit for the digital age. So what we've done was we applied these priorities to industrial policy, and we came up with the concept of Industry 5.0. We are coming to industry, we're coming from Industry 4.0, which is mainly based on digitalization, which is transforming the European industry, accelerating the production processes as well, changing the role of workers. So for us, we see Industry 5.0 mainly about increasing the efficiency and the productivity. So there are, in our view, there are some flaws in Industry 5.0, and we had feedback from industry saying that something was missing. In particular, there was place for reconsideration between how we feel in relation between human workers and technology. We have consulted with stakeholders. We put together a high-level group on the economic and societal impact of research innovation, and they came up with this definition of Industry 5.0. I can forward the link to this very short report, which guides our concept. What is important to highlight is the fact that we're not talking about the fifth industrial revolution here. From the technological point of view, there's not much difference between Industry 4.0 and Industry 5.0. What is different is the focus. Industry 5.0, there are three main pillars. It's more human-centric. What does it mean? It means that it promotes talent, diversity, and empowers the workers. Second, it aimed at making the industry more resilient, more flexible, rethink their supply chains, and also it puts the industry at the front of leading the action on sustainability and respecting the planetary boundaries. So what do we mean by this? Well, it's an industry that works for people. For us, it was going to come sooner or later, you know, this focus that we also needed to think about the benefits for the workers. We wouldn't like an industry or factories where, you know, humans are only doing the maintenance for the robots, right? So it's a concept where workers are more empowered and they are in charge of the changes and transitions that are taking place in the industry. As well, they are accompanied in terms of the skills needed for the industry as well. It's contributing to the competitiveness, of course, of the industry in the new markets, but also the existing ones. It also leads to the reduction of costs due to resource and energy efficiency. And finally, and I'll come back to that later, it helps industry to attract the best talents. So what do we mean by human-centric? Well, it's about, as I said, safe, qualitative jobs, focus on the well-being of the worker, empowered and engaged workers, technologies to enhance workers' capacity and foster creativity. Attracting the best talents, where we can already see now that some skills are not only digital skills, but also soft skills. These are ranking quite high in what the employers are expecting, employees are expecting from the future workplace. We had a study showing that by 2025, it's expected that 75% of the workforce will be millennials. Now, millennials, they prefer, you know, in terms of, you know, labor market, what they prefer is quite different from previous generations. And there's a growing number of research showing that they very often, those younger people, are choosing employers that are sharing their values. So this may be complementary as a motivation for the industry to do this shift and adapt to a more value-oriented approach. It's also about sustainable industrial production, of course, and what we mean by this. For us, it's about resource and energy efficiency, it's about circular economy and technology that supports in order to improve the environmental outcome of the industry. We see industry as you know, an important share of polluters. At the same time, we also see that since the 90s, they have been improving both in terms of energy efficiency and also carbon emissions. How to make it happen? Well, for this, we need to look across the policies, and the policies that we need on board are, of course, environmental policies, research, innovation, education, employment, regional, but also taxation. Here you can see 3 examples of EU-funded research that contributes to 5.0. We have a project called Beyond 4.0, which examined this future impact of new technologies. We had another one on human manufacturing and one about cyber physical systems. So what are the latest on this? Well, yesterday in Brussels, we had our European Research Innovation Days, and our commissioner awarded Industry 5.0 to funded projects. Those results contribute to this, to a European industry that is more human-centric, sustainable, and resilient. I've talked about this report of the high-level group on the economic and societal impact of research innovation. And for those interested, we have put together a venture capital fund called Momenta on Industry 5.0. Okay, if you want to find out more, well, you have our pages, internet pages, which describe a bit the concept and also what are the funding opportunities. We have, of course, Horizon Europe with the cluster on digital industrial industry and space program, work programs. But you also have this Industry 5.0 concept will be mainstreamed also in the other programs, Digital Europe and cohesion funds, resilience and recovery plans, and so on. So I think I'm happy to answer your questions, but the way we see it, there is really not a way backwards, right, to something that is not sustainable, not human-centric, also in terms of what we can see in terms of workforce trends and priorities at EU level. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramona. Okay, if you have questions for Ramona, please.
Yes.
I think that initially the concept of 5.0 came from Japan, but perhaps with somehow a broader vision in 5.0 society. And here you focus nearly only on industry for 5.0. So can you just comment? Also in Europe, a larger vision?
Yes, I think, yes, thanks a lot. This is a very good question. Indeed, it, well, depends how you look at it. For us, really, the concept Industry 5.0, the way we see it, it complements and extends on the Industry 4.0 with a focus on society and sustainability, right? Perhaps we use different words than in Japan, but at the end of the day, sustainability is about society and also human-centric. You know, it's also about people and how they, you know, how they see the future. I think that if you look at the evolution of European societies, is accelerated by this digital and green transition, which means that we have, and we've seen the challenges, you know, well induced by the COVID pandemic, by the war in Ukraine, that climate change, global health, and the impact of digitalization on future work, we cannot do the things, you know, the same way. So we have to shift this focus. And Industry 5.0, it simply positions, I think, industry, and you're right that we focus more maybe on the industry, but we position industry as the, if you want, the solution provider to the challenges, right? And by putting this wider stakeholder concerns and societal impact and benefits ahead of more, you know, mere than stakeholder value. So perhaps this is a bit a more nuanced difference, I would say. But I wouldn't say that our concept in Europe does not focus on society. While it is true, of course, that we had this, you know, consultation on the vision for the industry, Vision 2030 for the Industry 4.0. And in this stakeholder consultation, it became very clear that we need to target sustainability, we need to target societal aspects, while at the same time increasing the productivity and efficiency, which is brought about by technologies in the industry. So yes, to sum up, I think the concept itself and the focus is indeed on industry, but taking the societal concerns and sustainability concerns into account.
Thank you. Any other questions, please?
Actually, I think it's a very interesting concept. I was wondering if it's shared, for instance, in the US, is there a similar approach, like a human-centric industry approach to the future, you would say?
I must say we have not developed a comparative analysis of Industry 5.0 in Europe and then in Japan and then in the US, in the sense that we are at the beginning of developing this concept. As you probably know, the way Horizon Europe works is that you develop, well, the strategy, the priorities, you look at the objectives, and then you translate that in the work programs, right? But I must say this is a very interesting question. I mean, I'll have a look at how they, but it's not been done yet. So this comparison to the US and how they look at also, I think it doesn't really matter so much to compare yourself with US or Japan. The most important thing is to have the objective in mind, which is we need a competitive European industry. We need sustainability, we need green transition, we need digital transition, and how we get there. So we need to adapt our tools, our instruments, including the funding, and this is why in the slide with the funding, you will find opportunities in the work programs 2023 and 2024, and the subsequent ones, because we have built enough evidence and knowledge about the concept to now launch and you know, show that we are ready to support industry and stakeholders in this transition to Industry 5.0.
Any questions? No? I have one question.
Yes, please.
From the European Commission point of view, in our geopolitical context, should we accelerate or not the transition from Industry 4.0 to 5.0?
I see a lot of benefits in the current political context, geopolitical context. I see a lot of benefits both for the industry, but also for the society at large to accelerate this transition. And we will see with the current measures, I think, on, you know, for the energy crisis that we are currently in and so on, that we need to accelerate. Huh? We are there, of course, with the venture capital fund, with the funding instruments, with, you know, when we sit down and brainstorm about this concept, we also at the same time looking at the taxonomy for sustainable finance, right? And we ask banks not to, you know, not to provide finance which is still using fossil fuels, which is still, you know, funding, financing, you know, unsustainable projects and so on. So if you want, you know, it's a whole package, and the trend now is such that there's no way back in, you know, to unsustainable processes, and there will be so much pressure from society, from all, you know, sides that the industry, you know, cannot but adapt to something which is more sustainable, resilient, and human-centric, as I said. Also because there is, I mean, the labor force and the workforce, right? As we've seen, there will be millennials, right, coming to the workforce in 2025, and they no longer want to work for, you know, polluting industries. They no longer want to work for, you know, employers that do not, you know, share their values. So yes, I think there are many reasons to say that acceleration to Industry 5.0 brings benefits for stakeholders and industry as well.
Thank you. So there is no way back. We go further and we accelerate the process. Thank you, Ramona Samson.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's move forward to Professor Xavier Boucher from Center for Biomedical and Healthcare Engineering. Professor, please. We set up the stage for you. Just a moment. Right. Okay. Please.
Okay. Anyway, thank you very much. I am very happy of your general introduction on Industry 5.0. And what I am going to present now is an initiative which is currently just under evaluation, so we have not started, of a project, a European project, intending to go in that direction of 5.0. Perhaps not only industry, but perhaps also a bit society 5.0. So the project is called CoDemo, Co-Creative Decision Makers. Okay. So just I'm coming from Mines Saint-Étienne, so a so-called Grande École in France. What I can just underline is that I am working in that institute, Fayol Institute, and it is somehow addressing the societal problems with a multidisciplinary vision. So you can see that we have several teams, but in computer science, managerial science, applied mathematics, etc. So what we try to do is also to address sustainability and performance of our enterprises, societies, organizations with a multidisciplinary vision. Okay. So where are we coming from? So for that project, so as underlined previously, well, we are coming also on our side from digitalization world. So I just mentioned some, well, key notions linked to digitalization, which is still included in 5.0. So some drivers that I underline, the massification of available data. We just addressed that question in the previous keynote. The maturity of algorithmic and simulation techniques, the interoperability of communicating tools. So all these dimensions are linked to technology somehow, but also the type of drivers like new economic models. So yesterday, for example, we addressed service orientation, servitization transition, self-use, self-performance. This is part of 4.0 transition. And also the starting to a change of vision on value. So on a larger vision of value on a new modes to create and to distribute value. So all that is already integrated in my point of view in 4.0 dimensions with two major dimensions, perhaps technology and business. So what about 5.0? Well, in 5.0, digitalization remains. So it's somehow perhaps not a change of direction, but somehow an extension of the previous trends of research and innovation. So digitalization remains in place, but as mentioned previously, there is a change of focus, a change of what I call intentionality. So in which direction are we driving digitalization? This is perhaps a key aspect. So I will not come back on the three dimensions because they were explained before, but the key perspectives for the project are perhaps to work on acceptability of digitalization for our society, and perhaps something even further, a new responsibility for digitalization for our society. So it is in this direction we try to work. So how to address this question of transition toward 5.0? Well, two keywords. First, competencies. So what we think is that if we want to change a bit the way the society is functioning, the first thing is to address skills, competencies. And competencies, second keyword, of decision makers. So in our point of view, a very good way to address that kind of drastic changes is really to try to address management and the awareness of our decision makers. So we are starting, in fact, from, we built a project on previous results, notably from a previous project, DigiFof, which was working on Skills 4.0. We try to really enlarge the scope of that competence framework towards 5.0. And also in order to try to be, to address a whole, quite holistic vision of the society, well, we are addressing three domains of application. Of course, industry through the manufacturing area. But we think that in the same direction, we can also address other fields of application, and notably healthcare dimension and the agri-food industry and agri-technologies. Please. And so the objective of the project is, well, try to contribute to the development of new shared capabilities and collaborative value creation, capabilities of value creation for 5.0 organization. So through two main, well, action lines. The first is to implement national network of 5.0 innovation. So networks working on collaborative value creations and linking different kind of socio-economic collaborators. And second point, to develop new knowledge, skills, competencies for decision makers. please. So this is perhaps a global vision of the project, the rationality of the project. On the left side of the figure, you can see that we start from two inputs. The first one at the top, collaborative value creation infrastructure. In fact, we reuse some previous results, and we work on something I will later explain a bit more, an infrastructure making possible really to develop collaborative value creation processes in different application fields. Second point, we start from a specific learning method. We call it contradiction-based learning methods. And the key idea is that when you go towards 5.0 society, you have to solve, when you innovate, strong contradictions, for example, between societal challenges and efficiency of the industry, between green issues and the strong development of digitalization, etc. So what we want to bring is to put the decision makers in situation to use innovative thinking to solve that contradictions. And so based on these two elements, as you can see, we address not only one sector, but we try to work at the crossroad between different application sectors to have a larger societal impact. And for different kind of outputs, education outputs, so I will show it later, we are going to build a certification, a specific certification developed over all Europe. Second type of output, we call them collaborative-oriented outputs. It's to create environment for socio-economic collaborations for 5.0 innovations. And the last type of outputs to bring these outputs together in a community orientation. So we work strongly also on these sharing of practice, knowledge through a community approach. So yes, just a reminder of these key elements. We work at the crossroad of different sectors to develop new skills but new innovation mechanisms. And to address all that, we are going to use 4 key pillars that I'm going to underline a bit now, please. These 4 pillars, you have them here. So on the vertical axis, you have the notion of knowledge processes. So we work on the new learning processes, but also on knowledge sharing processes. So for learning processes, I'm going to underline the fact that we propose to create a European certification implemented in 6 nations, and of course, expected to be developed further after the project. And, but we want, during the project, to go further than this only learning processes and to share all that knowledge largely. So the community sharing support is also another kind of pillar we work on. And then on the horizontal axis, you have the axis of the actors we try to address. So on the left side, we address students through, well, development of academic skills, knowledge, etc., and also development of vocational training issues for professionals. And then on the right side, the socio-economic actors, and we develop infrastructure that we call boosters to bring these actors to create real long-term networks of innovations. So on the left side, catalyzers, infrastructure for education. On the right side, boosters for socioeconomic actors. Yeah. And so if we go a bit inside the project, first I underline the creation of certification, a European certification. So we use the so-called open batch opportunities to develop the quite open certification. It will be implemented in 6 countries as a starting point. You have here the general framework of that certification with 5 modules. In the center, in yellow, you have innovation activities. That means that certification is basically based on putting the decision makers in situation to innovate, concrete situations, and then on these situations they will get access to specific skills oriented on 5.0. So you have 4 areas of these skills. The first area is oriented on digitalization, but addressed through life cycle engineering. So how digitalization can be implemented in all the steps of life cycle of our product services. And in the 3 other areas, we address 5.0, so sustainability, resilience, and human factors. And the certification, we will implement it towards different kind of students, please. On the left side, towards more academic certification. So in parallel to our academic curriculum, the students will get access to additional certification. And toward professional certification, we work with vocational training organizations to use the same certification, but with adaptation to their professional needs, and to implement it in several countries also. So here is just a focus on the infrastructure for value co-creation that I mentioned. To be very quick, you have some illustration on the left, but on the right side, you can see that it is associating different levels of innovation, starting by design thinking. So the infrastructure make possible to put the person in situation, the students or professional staff in situation to co-create through design thinking approaches, but to link also this design thinking step with process design, and then to go from process design to cyber physical implementation, a proof of concept of the innovation. So what we try to do is really in the same infrastructure and very ergonomic and easy to acquire infrastructure to go from design thinking towards cyber physical proof of concepts of the innovation. Yes. So very quickly, it's the structure of the project. You can mainly see on the left side that we have 2 main phases. The first phase to more specify the needs for skill development, and needs also for what we call the infrastructure, the value co-creation laboratories. And in the second phase, we will create all the outputs of the project oriented on skills outputs, on innovation networks and case studies, and community outputs. Also, a very quick look on the consortium to underline that at the bottom of the slide, you can see that we address 3 European areas: South Europe, Central Europe, and Eastern Europe. And in each of these areas, we implement what we call boosters, 2 boosters in each of these areas. And you can see the different type of partners. So we have higher education institutions, and ULBS is part of them. We have labor market partners, notably oriented on vocational training, other oriented on innovations, and other oriented on community development. And with all these consortiums, we try to address the 4 dimensions of 5.0, and also the 3 application fields we want to address. So thank you. This is a quick presentation and introduction to the project. I don't know if we can really achieve in Europe 5.0 in the coming years, but at least we can try to create the vision, and perhaps the vision will create a path towards 5.0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. If there are any questions for Professor, please.
Yeah, about this open batch new certification you're building, it's very interesting. Actually, we're using open badges for the European Alliance, and I wonder how you envisage it, because there is also the verifiable credential, like the Europass system, which is kind of different. And for sure, the open batch standard needs to be improved in many ways. What are the ways in which you envisage this updates?
Yes, for us, there is no position between the Europass and that kind of certification. So we will push all our trainees, and this is part of the project, to be part of Europass initiative. And well, the open batch certification, it is interesting because it's really quite easy to implement and to spread all over Europe. What we work on is to make it a real recognized certification. This is a key point for us. This is why we work on community, and we have included in the partnerships two partners really dedicated to community management. And we are going to work with all the actors and stakeholders of the systems, including the trainings. We have the objective to train around, I think, I don't have the figures, around 450 people during the project. And so all these people will have the mission also to participate to the recognition system. So the recognition system is to build and spread the certification in a real installed community, and to make aware all the actors of the quality of the certification, and to make these actors being companies, training, students, etc. But also the key points are companies demanding 5.0 skills, to make them aware of the quality of the teaching certification, and to create the recognition through that community management systems. And another community actor in the project called Omilab is an actor who already has a strong community, not directly on 5.0, but industrial community. So already quite interested in going in that direction also. So this is a way to enlarge and spread the use of our certification beyond the strengths of the consortium itself. Thank you.
Any other questions, please?
Yes, thanks a lot for this very interesting presentation. You talked about Industry 5.0, Society 5.0, Health 5.0, Skills 5.0. What about Government 5.0?
Yeah. This is a very important issue, I think. Yeah, very important issue, because if we want to go in the direction of more sustainable society, the awareness of the managerial systems and governance is a key aspect. So it should be a key aspect in the awareness of our governing people at every level of institutions and companies also. And in quality management, you really address quality when you apply quality in your own processes. So also in the way to manage these institutions, administrations, and company, this should be implemented. So on our side, on very small scale of the project, we have implemented it in the governance of the project. So this is the first point. And we also think that trying to address decision makers, we are going one path in your direction, and we hope many other projects also will contribute. Thank you.
Any more questions? I do have one question for you. You propose to deploy certification for 5.0 decision makers. throughout Europe, you said. So how do you ensure the attractiveness and recognition of your certification or of this certification?
So, well, currently that recognition is not, well, built. It is to be built. And as I explain a bit later, it is coming to the first question. Well, we work a lot with the notion of community for that. So one of the actors of the project is really a specialist of the recognition mechanism. So that question comes to specific ways to address this recognition. When I say mechanisms, you need to implement on the platform, IT platforms to open the certification, etc., specific functionalities for that, and to activate the community really to be active in these processes, because the recognitions becomes by the awareness of the people, by the quality of the certification, and the certification will be based on, well, major institution to deliver it, both at vocational training level and higher institutions, and with a real quality protocol to certify, to give the certification. But this is not enough. This has to be, yes, addressed, and at the level of the companies really needed the certification. So if we are successful in building something, some skills which are really needed in the industry or in any sectors of activity, we will win the party.
Let's hope so. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there are no more questions, we move to the next guest. Thank you, Professor Boucher. I invite Professor Lasse Berntsen from University of Southeastern Norway. Professor, please. We set up the stage. Just a minute. Yeah. Yeah, right. Right. Yes.
So, could you start?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, hello, I'm Lasse Berntsen from the University of Southeastern Norway, and I will speak about something different. I will speak about safe and secure smart cities. So, oh, it's not... And to move to the next slide.
In case it doesn't work.
Okay, thank you. So at least that was a minor technical problem last year. I was here, the lights went out. So this is better. Okay, so I've been doing research on smart cities, big data and data analytics, IoT for the last years. And today I will speak about safe and secure smart cities. And it's basically some projects that I have done recently that influences this. We had a project with the fire department in my county. about the future of the fire department. That was a quite interesting thing, and we also did some work on drones. I will get back to that next. So the smart city is basically a concept with no clear definition. It's a lot of definitions out there, but sustainability and technology always plays some kind of role there. If you look at the main objectives, it's often to provide better services. It's about improving democracy. It's about improving the quality of life for the citizens. So that is basically the thing about smart cities. So we have been looking into, we see smart cities as some kind of umbrella. It's more a marketing thing. It's not a clear definition. So we put a lot of different applications under this umbrella. And this figure shows some of the things that we have been working on. We have been doing some papers on smart parking, smart waste handling, smart public transport, smart traffic, smart energy. And then I tried to make this really green thing about smart safety and security, because that is what I'm going to talk about today. So the safety and security is often mentioned in context of smart cities, so I will go into a little bit about that. Yes. Next one. So first we have to, I actually have some background in cybersecurity, and I try to see how we can use this, and we have to start with the threat landscape. If you look at the threats, we have threats against individuals, we have threats against the household, workplace, school, we have threats against the city. So what are these threats, and what are the threats against the city? So it's a whole range of different things that can happen, from urban crime to accidents, environmental disaster, pandemics, catastrophes, terror attacks, and even acts of war. So we have to prepare for small incidents to also to major incidents. This is very much about planning and training. We need to be prepared on all levels. The planning must focus on the capacity to handle emergencies, and the organization must be agile enough to handle these different situations. And this is the way to get resilience. So let me give one example. Based on what is happening in the world, we have a training for school shootings in Norway. We have some systems that allow the school administration to alarm the students, and they have procedures to be followed. But of course, school shootings is kind of a thievy thing. The same thing will be used for other incidents. So what you are training for in one situation should also be applicable to other situations, and that is why it's important to do this kind of training from time to time, because it's not about actually someone coming with a gun to the school, but it's about something happening that needs people to follow some procedures, how to evacuate, how to hide, and so on. So that's an important thing. If we look at individuals, we need to create awareness, and we also need to create competence. And of course, we have some technology that helps us to detect and prevent and recover. And of course, it's very much about organizational things like regulations, procedure, guidelines, and planning and training. Let me give you one recent example, because I saw also here in Sibiu that it's a lot of these electrical scooters around. We had this situation in Oslo where suddenly it was several companies deploying this kind of electric scooters, and what happened was that they got very popular. It's high adoption rate, it's easy to use, it's perfect for your urban settings. But then we got the accidents, because a lot of people, they started driving the scooters, especially in the night, maybe after some drinks. So we got into a problem, and then we got the demand for regulations. So we ended up by having some limitations, like limitations on the number of scooters. Driving under influence is now prohibited. We have some speed restrictions, accountable operators, and so on. So actually, it shows how the society is able to actually react to different problems related to safety and security. Yes, next one. If we look at the threats, these cyber attacks can happen everywhere. And if you look at the household, it's I think we actually skipped one because I start with individual. So as an individual, you walk around with your mobile phone, you maybe have a smartwatch, you have personal computers, they can all be hacked. If we go to the household, then we have all these new things like smart energy meters, smart appliances. Last time I counted, I had 34 different internet addresses in my house just to control different things, including my washing machine. It would not be fun if someone took over my washing machine, of course. So we have to really think about this smart things in the household. I will get back to that a little later. And then we have on the city level, it's of course the important thing is the critical infrastructure, but also administrative systems. The city, the information systems are vital for efficient city management, and cyber attacks may disable critical systems. We have seen that in some cyber attacks. So we have to take a look at what are the most critical systems in the city. We have energy, we have communication, we have water, traffic management, sewage and waste, emergency services, medical information systems. All these are critical infrastructure. So what would happen if at some time in a larger city all the traffic lights went to red? It's not a big thing in a way, but it would create chaos. It would not be life-threatening, it's not a bomb, but it would cause the city to stop. If we manage to stop the water to a city, or electricity, it would be chaos. So it's very important to protect the critical infrastructure and have plans for actually handling if the situation happens. So typical examples is energy, communication, water pipelines. And the problem with this infrastructure is that it's long distances in these systems. So we cannot really cover everything by some guards. So we need to find other means. And of course, what we can do, we can monitor and we can surveil and we can do some physical protection of this infrastructure. We also, of course, need to have some remedies. So when we build infrastructure, it's always important to think about how we can handle situations. Yes. Two typical, often overlooked threats is hardware hacking and denial of service. So if you look at the hardware hacking, it's about destroying components by cyber attacks. And examples, we have seen that in Ukraine. You got overheated circuit breakers and destroyed control units. And that is quite serious because it's not like you just reset the computer. It's like you need to actually get replacements for these components. And if it's enough of them, you can actually set back the society for many days. Also, this we can disable sensors, we can jam radio signals, which is causing a lot of problems. Yes. So also denial of service or jamming is also a word that is used. It's not only for computers, but it means that we just overload the reception side of a system. With computers, it means that no one gets access to the service. But we also have, I bought some units from China actually. I have a GPS jammer, so I can jam the GPS in my car. It was only for fun, of course, but it would be critical if in the future, if my car was self-driving and it relied on the GPS and someone turned on this, because then the car would not know what to do. It's actually also, I played a little bit with drones and jamming drones, because they are mostly using quite communication channels that are not very safe. It's not like multi-hop frequency or things like that. It's just a straight channel in an open band. So if you just turn on some signal source close, then you will lose control of the drone. Of course, the more professional drones, they have mechanisms to handle that. They will land when they lose the contact. But still, it's a problem when we have these vulnerable things. Okay. So what we need to do is to think about isolation where it's necessary. We had several speakers talking about this yesterday related to cars, because one of the things they do in cars is to turn off the access when you get over a certain speed limit, because you don't want people to do things when you are driving. So in most situations, it's like it's a 5 km/h. Then they close down the critical systems in the cars from outside intervention. But it's also about having the right protection in place and also have a redundancy. And redundancy is important, especially when talking about infrastructure, because we need to have a couple of water supplies just to make sure. We need to have some redundancy in the electrical grid and so on to handle situations. Emergency services is special because you know, the fire department, ambulance, the police, they have an increased complexities, new challenges. So one of the projects we have been involved in is to see how we can collaborate both within the boundaries of these 3 different emergency services. That is also important, that they learn how to work together, because that is something that most nations are working on. I said that we have done some work on drones, and we have done some work on drones for transport. It means that the drones are getting bigger. I actually wrote a paper with Professor Adrian about this, and a couple of colleagues here in Sibiu. The problem is that when the drones get bigger, they get heavier, and then it can fall down, and then it can destroy something. And it would not be very good to have a drone falling down in your head. We need to have some kind of rules and some kind of organization to actually handle drones, especially in the large cities. We see that we have some very promising things that actually saves lives, like in Sweden they have started with heart starter delivery by drones, and we just actually only last week we started with a pilot with the same in Norway. But it's easy today when we only have a few drones. It's like a car driving alone on the road. But in the future it will be a lot of drones, and then they can crash and everything. So we need to have some regulated airspace for the drones to handle this. They can be used for a lot of different things. Drones got a lot of potential, but also introduce new risks. And they are airborne, and they may fall down. Yes. So we are very concerned about filling the competence gap, and it means training employees about to get awareness, but we also need IT security teams, and it's much more than technology today. We know that social manipulation is probably the easiest way to get into systems because we are improving the technology. So if you do your updates and you do your things, then the technology is there. But the human side is always the weakest link. And then, of course, we need research on this. And that was, I had 18 minutes, and I hope I was just within that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. If there are any questions for Professor.
Yeah, yes, Professor Adrian want me to tell about, we had a summer school this year, and we bought a couple of drones for this purpose to make actually pictures of agricultural areas so we could analyze them. And then suddenly we got a warning message on the phone controlling these drones that we should land the drone because another aircraft was close. So it shows that the system is working. They are improving the technology.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. So we move forward to Professor Paulina Mitrea from Technical University in Cluj. Professor Mitrea is taking the place for Stelian Brad, who was not able to come here today. So Professor Mitrea will take over.
Now I will help my colleague Stelian Brad in order to sustain this presentation, but in the afternoon I have my own presentation, and it's not a problem because we work together. In this context of the Cluj IT cluster, you see there are our roll-up, and this means to have such a kind of synergy in this cluster that I, as a professor at the computer science faculty, the Technical University Cluj-Napoca, I collaborate very, very close with my colleague Stelian Brad from the robotic faculty, and the collaboration is based on teaching. I teach at the robotics faculty C# and connected with the robotic platforms. So this is the idea to put the software, the programming technology at the basis of controlling the robots to have more the best efficiency with working with the robots, and to push the robotic technology toward the industry 5.0 because this is our main topic today. We'll talk about the lean robotics today. And now let's see how smarter deployment of robots in advanced manufacturing is done. I ask to manage myself. No? Oh. Okay, I will. Because okay. So let's start to analyze the ratio of human-machine working hours in several situations of activities. You see here a situation survey made by Future of Job Survey. We show here a situation in 2018 versus a situation in 2022. And we can see that the time which means the involving of the machines is increasing, and is increasing fast. So they are these conclusions that this challenge to help the machines to work in the best manner is our task to do in order to push the things over the Industry 5.0. The next slide, please. The next slide. The signs to consider structural transformation in manufacturing will be shown right now. So here we have this referring all the profits and transition in the super systems, the technological advances at operational level, the constant decline of return of operating assets, and the decline of effectiveness for investors, and the change of the general context caused by the global crisis that require more resilience and adaptation to new rules. We can go. Okay, let's position better here. The Industry 5.0 can follow different patterns. So we can see here on the slide that the reconfiguration leads to enhanced value added. The modernization leads to significantly visible higher performances. Diversification leads to new value added, and radical genesis of the new ecosystems leads to unique value added. This Industry 5.0 goes hand in hand with the innovation 5.0 is obvious. And here we can see the evolution of the innovation from innovation 1.0 to innovation 4.0. And after we'll see what means innovation 5.0. The first level is the first level of innovation 1.0, when the innovation is closed, internal and centralized. In innovation 2.0, we have already the open innovation, cooperation and collaboration. Innovation 3.0 means shared innovation, polycentric. Innovation 4.0 is a networked innovation, open platforms, AI and network ethics, open ecosystems. And thinking, systematically thinking in a manner of top, bottom, and left to right approach, we can see that over time we have in the deep past mass production, in the past flexible production, in the recent past batch production. In the present, we have mass customization. In the future, we have mass personalization. Or the next level, in the case of the mass production, we have rigid production lines. In the flexible production, robotized production lines already. In the batch production, robotized production cells, and this is very important, is a very important step in the technology. And then in the mass customization, we have agile robotized production cells. The mass personalization means reconfigurable robotized production cells. On the next level, we go to left, from left to right, we have in the deep past automatic machines. In the past, traditional industrial robotics is begin. So after the industrial robots and cobots co-works, so these cobots are collaborative robots, yeah, and the cobots and operator in close cooperations are in this situation where the mass customization will be. In the future, we have in our vision reconfigurable cobots, AI operators, and users bound as key characteristics of all these moments in the time. First of all was something very rigid, after flexible, after lean, after agile, and in the future will be reconfigurable, which is very important. The challenges, yeah. The challenges are expressed as complex manufacturing processes with simple tasks versus simple manufacturing processes and complex tasks. In the situation with the complex manufacturing, robots replace humans. In the other hand, human complement robots with the assistance of AI, and is the best solution. And as paradigms, today's mindset, I can see like the Earth is in the center of the universe. Processes are person-centric, designed in such a way, and robots are seen as support for persons. In the future orientation, defined as sun is in the center of the universe, processes are technology-centric, designed, and the persons are seen as support for the robots. As the capability thinking, we have a current paradigm and a future paradigm. The current paradigm refers to have flexible manufacturing, and the future paradigm to adaptive and dynamic manufacturing going. So we will go from the flexible manufacturing to the adaptive one, which is more than the flexible manufacturing. As transition, we have a structural transformation, which enable to translate into a new dimension, and finally to have the digital layers in the cloud robotics. So this means to go from fragile to super agile in this domain. Smart manufacturing value of various robotization strategies are shown here in this slide. So we have to analyze a business model, value chain model, operating model, and after to see how we go toward these levels of industry 2.0, industry 3.0, industry 4.0, and more than that to industry X.0. You can see on the slide is the situation with the maximum utility for products, knowledge network ecosystems, and on the horizontal axis we have the frequency, the diversity, and this these elements are combined such a way that these curves are shown in this manner. The smart manufacturing is not about continuous improvement, but is about disruption. So this is a very important thing that we illustrate right now with these S-curves of progress for various cases of manufacturing paradigms, and this new way of thinking, which means distributed networks. We can go. And as epiphany of industrial robotics, we can see here this dimension. So incremental improvements, radical improvements, and on the horizontal axis consolidation change, and we shown here where we are right now. Here we can see this evolution of things in robotics with the disruption points are shown in this slide, and it's very important to see how these disruption points make to have a better evolution, more rapid and more effective. The concept of value is shown on this slide, is about to manage the waste in order to reduce them, to increase the functional performances, and to highlight here the lean principles, the robot engineering, and the robot deployed in the manufacturing details and characteristics. Here we can see the lean principles complexity. So you see this table on the right side of the slide. This means to show how the targeted core capabilities are connected in the context of digital supply networks, factory, and robots. Which means this lean robot. This lean robot technology is putting together some converging technologies like, you see on the slide, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, augmented human-robots interaction, open platform programming, multimodal HRI, the higher density and collaborative capacity, adaptive control, and finally extended perception. So it's not only about some robots which move just a little, but is about a complexity of the, multiple functionalities for robots, cobots, collaborative robots, which act in a context of a factory or other context, and they act in this interaction, this collaboration between them, like the humans which work together. So this is a future. And if we want to talk about the robotic cells, so we have in the first hand this loop, plan, do, check, act in the flexible manufacturing. After, in the future approach, we have the more extended loop, which means probe, test, evaluate, learn, and refine. So from the continuous improvement to continuous innovation, this is a paradigm which lead this approach. As a part of digital production, as in the approach of hypersystem level, we can see this 4 direction shown on the slide, which show us that we go from the information age to the knowledge age. And the robotics must serve this evolution, and in the knowledge age, also the robotics will be very important and effective. Here we have a very complex architecture. I insisted to have this slide in this context because this shows the complexity of the context where the robots act together in this paradigm of evolution toward robots in Industry 5.0. A strong use case for lean robotics as resilient factor in production is named robot workers. Yeah. And you can see here the details in this approach of lean robotics for this purpose. Toward the rapid changeability and reconfigurability, we have to analyze the changeability, and you see the elements of this approach around the concept, and the reconfigurability, which is the future, and also you have here the concepts which are around this evolved concept of reconfigurability. And finally, you will see here a very short movie which shows what we do in our laboratories in the Faculty of Robotics of the Technical University. Is about collaborative robots which work together in packaging. Is just an example, but one of the easiest examples. But this is spectacular that in our days we can activate this technology, and we can prepare this technology for the so-called brain city context. I was very, very attentive of the presentation of the previous speaker, because I lead the Smart City group in the Cluj-IT cluster, and we try to push this Smart City concept toward the brain city concept, going through the digital city, smart city, intelligent city, and finally brain city. Brain city being in the area of this industry 5.0 and all 5.0 actually, because in the brain city all will be smart, and we must accommodate with the idea to live together with the robots and high technology. Don't forget, but the human values are very important. Our approaches about smart city are human value oriented very, very carefully, because the technology, the IT is nothing if it's not serving the human values and human beings. So we can see a movie. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. And now let's see on the last slide, the last slide, where Stelian Brad, my colleague, is saluting everybody from Warsaw. So is the plane which is was cancelled, and he is not able to be here right now. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor. If there are some questions for Professor Mitra. Anybody? I do have one question.
Thank you.
So, how do you see the role of robots in the future factories?
Okay, so let's be closer to the microphone. In the future factories,
Yes.
the future factories will be only robots and
Only robots?
few humans. I mean, so these activities which are routines, so which are borrowing, will be made by robots. Many robots will be, lot of robots, plenty of robots. But the humans will be very important because will be this collaboration between the robots and the humans, this concept of the human-robot interaction. So the things will be conceived. The vision is of the humans, and this will be the role of the humans, and the robots will do these activities which are routines, but these routines will be enhanced by automatization. The robots will have this capability to have thinking in the level which is controllable by the people. So it's not to be afraid about the robots will lead us, no. But the robots will be very helpful because this will set free the humans to have very high conceptual activities, which is the best thing for us.
Thank you. So let's hope for a robotized world where humans are still in control. Thank you very much. We move forward. I invite Bogdan Crețu to take over the seat here. Just a moment. Bogdan, it's a CEO from a company called Project X Software. Right. Thank you.
Hello. The structure of my presentation is a statement of the problem, current approaches and their issues, and proposed solutions. What is the tragedy of the commons? The tragedy of the commons is a term introduced by British economist William Foster Lloyd, meaning a situation where we have individual actors with access to a resource where each act independently according to their narrow self-interest without shared social structures or formal rules for access and use, leading to depletion of the resource through their uncoordinated action contrary to the common good of all users. The usual examples given for this are, for example, a pond or a pasture that is accessed by members of the community, where we meet a situation of a race to the bottom. We see that the neighbor is utilizing more and more. We don't want to be left behind, so we enter a situation that ultimately leads to the depletion of the resource. Currently, the biggest tragedy of the commons that we are facing globally is obviously climate change. Next, I propose we evaluate how this metaphor could apply to the area of AI. First, we should look at AI benefits, which would equate to a situation where the tragedy of the commons is avoided or at least properly managed. Some of the benefits would be clinical decision support systems that make medical diagnosis, filtering algorithms that categorize and provide personalized content for users, policing systems that predict the likelihood of criminal activities, increase cost savings and quality of life, meeting labor shortages, tackling aging populations, and strengthening national defense. Next, I propose we look at AI risks, which would equate with a situation where the tragedy of the commons is not properly addressed. Unexpected behaviors that pose safety hazards for users, biases in data and algorithm that can lead to discrimination in credit scoring and criminal sentencing. This is already the case in countries like US and China. Loss of human autonomy and control in caregiving and military combat. Ambiguous responsibility and liability for harms. Displacement of millions of jobs, which is unevenly distributed within and across countries. Privatization of benefits and socialization of costs. Increased peril of surveillance states, loss of democratic freedoms and personal autonomy. Certain critical AI limitations that should be mentioned. We can see a lack of generalizability to different contexts in which they can face unexpected situations, widely referred to as corner cases, that the system has not been trained to properly handle, most usually seen in autonomous driving. Due to the complexity and adaptive nature of machine learning processes, it is difficult for humans to articulate or understand why and how a certain AI decision was made, which hinders the identification of corner cases behaviors in advance. Automation bias, where humans afford more credibility to automated decisions due to the latter's seemingly objective nature, and thus humans grow complacent and display less cautious behaviors while using AI systems. So we can reformulate the initial statement of the problem. We can include all members of economy and society that use all natural resources, social trust, social cohesion, civic liberties. All these will be involved. So if we each would act independently according to only narrow self-interest, without shared social structures or formal rules for access and use, would lead to a depletion of said resources through uncoordinated action contrary to our common good. In the second section of my presentation, I would like us to look over current approaches and their issues. First, we have traditional governance approaches. First, we should realize the need to reassess the efficacy of the main levers of traditional governance approaches: regulation, taxes, and subsidies, which may be insufficient due to the lack of information and constant changes. Regulators are struggling to meet these informational gaps and are lagging behind due to rapid development in the technology, which in turn lead to the formulation of laws that are too general or vague and lack specificity to effectively regulate the technology. Also, lawmakers can be deterred from outlining specific rules and duties for algorithm programmers to allow for future experimentation modifications to code to improve the software, but doing so provides room for programmers to avoid responsibility and accountability for the system's resulting behavior in society. Next, we have hybrid or adaptive governance approaches, which can generally be described as the diminished role of government. We have either iterative adjustments, legal experimentations, ongoing assessment, non-binding norms and techniques. In general, forms described by a more collaborative nature. Some issues with hybrid or adaptive governance approaches. The voluntary nature of self-regulation initiatives cannot assure that the outlined principles will always be adhered to, particularly as they are often not subject to uniform enforcement standards. Another particular challenge is ensuring the consistent application of these guidelines in designing the same AI technology across different sectors if the principles differ across multiple guidelines and are not well coordinated through regulations. Self-regulation alone could be insufficient and even undesirable for AI governance due to their inability to ensure inclusivity and representation of diverse stakeholders. Also, the deep involvement of industry stakeholders in developing ethical principles and regulation for AI raises concerns that corporate interests dominate AI regulations, which has been an ongoing critique of self-regulatory initiatives to govern emerging technologies in general. For a case study, we can look at the ISO for guidance in social responsibility. The standard recognizes distinct categories of responsible organizational behavior, which are based on identifiable corporate practices and subsequent measurable performance. While the guidance in implementation is provided for companies, the standard also recognizes that what social responsibility means ultimately varies from one company to another. Unfortunately, this leaves ambiguity in place regarding, for example, what a socially responsible form is within the same industry, a critical flaw as to what to expect from a company and transparently measure its performance longitudinally over time. Another important aspect is opacity. Algorithms are often kept intentionally opaque by their developers to prevent cyber attacks or to safeguard trade secrets, which is legally justified by intellectual property rights and the complexity of extensive data sets used by machine learning algorithms that make it nearly impossible to identify and remove all variables that are correlated with sensitive categories of personal data. As most individuals lack sufficient technical literacy or the willingness to pay for accessing such expertise to help them to interpret these explanations, requirements by the likes of GDPR for mandated explanations are unlikely to inform and/or empower them. Data fragmentation and lack of interoperability between systems limits an organization's control over data flows throughout its entire life cycle, and shared roles between different parties in data sharing clouds the chain of accountability and causation between AI-driven decisions and events and the parties involved in facilitating that decision. Another line of criticism addresses the very notion of algorithm opacity. That is, these arguments obfuscate that algorithms are fundamentally understandable. And I quote, rather than discounting systems which cause bad outcomes as fundamentally inscrutable and therefore uncontrollable, we should simply label the application of inadequate technology what it is, malpractice committed by a systems controller. Undue corporate influences. Major technologies and AI developers such as Google, Facebook, Microsoft, and Apple possess huge informational and resource advantages over governments in regulating AI, which significantly supersedes government's traditional role in distributing and controlling resources in society. The information asymmetries between technology companies and regulators compound the difficulty for the latter in understanding and applying new or existing legislation to AI applications. The critical inquiry into the relationship of the new technologies like AI with human rights, democracy, and the rule of law must start from a holistic clue on the reality of technology and business models as they exist today, including the accumulation of technological, economical, and political power in the hands of the so-called frightful five, which are at the core of the development and systems integration of AI into commercially viable services. With AI in general, the concern is that if we continue blindly forward, we should expect to see increased inequalities alongside economic disruption, social unrest, and in some cases, political instability, with the technology disadvantaged and underrepresented faring the worst. For the last section of my presentation, I'd like us to review a few of the proposed solutions. In general, these conform to the following: higher public engagement in defining social values, acceptable risks, and distribution of benefits and costs. I would like to start with the need for proper conceptual framing and look at recent cases of regulation regarding innovatory technology. The conceptual framing of AI is a crucial determinant of how the problems introduced by AI are understood, whether they are introduced in policies, and the degree of priority afforded to the problem in public policy formulation. As AI is still developing with the potential to grow more salient and diverse, the complexity of its challenges suggests that decision-making in AI systems need to be carefully conceptualized according to the context of application, and these framing processes should be subject to public debate. The literature on risk amplification points to the need for debates which set a positive and inclusive tone. This is true both for the more general phenomena of risk amplification as well as more discrete phenomena such as dread risk. Risk amplification and fear of the new and emerging technologies is well documented in the literature and suggests the care needed around initial conceptual framing. As a parenthesis, I could refer to the recent problem of COVID and the lack of control of public discourse around it. Without accurate metrics of the social, economic, and legal impact, systems of governance cannot provide the mechanism which balance the need to support innovation with the duty to assess potential risks and protect society from harms. This is particularly emphatic in cases where innovation is maintained to be ethically justifiable. Debates on the risk posed by nanotechnology, for example, demonstrate similar weaknesses in terms of initial conceptual framing, and the results have been regulatory shortcomings and widespread confusion among stakeholders. Fear, ignorance, misplaced concerns, or excessive reaction may lead to underuse of AI technologies below their full potential, heavy-handed or misconceived regulation, underinvestment, or a public backlash akin to that faced by genetically modified crops. I'd like to speak a bit about the efficacy of the ethical approach as opposed to, for example, the force-to-market principle, which is so prevalent in many IT industries. The ethical approach provides a dual advantage. It allows organizations to identify and leverage new opportunities that are socially acceptable or preferable, and allows them to anticipate and avoid or at least minimize costly mistakes. Such ethical benefits require, as a prerequisite, an environment of public trust and clear responsibilities, benefits that are publicly perceived as meaningful, and the risks that are perceived as potential, yet preventable, minimizable, or at least something against which one can be protected through risk management, such as insurance or other mechanism of redressing. In turn, these attitudes depend on public engagement with the development of AI technologies, openness about how they operate, and understandable, widely accessible mechanism of regulation and redress. One such concept is society in the loop. This has been proposed as an extension of the human in the loop approach, meaning society would be first responsible for finding consensus on the values that should shape AI and the distribution of benefits and costs among different stakeholders. The human in the loop approach that I refer to refers to a situation where one or more human operators are intermittently programming and continually receiving information from a computer that itself closes an autonomous control loop. In such a system, centralized sanctioning power would be able to prevent higher order free riding that usually undermines cooperation in larger groups. Experts alone should only influence social values by providing relevant facts. Social values must influence the metrics against which the performance of experts or AI algorithms is measured. Next, I would like to speak to our personal experience, and here I'm speaking as both as CEO of a company that works with cybersecurity solutions for schools, but also as a volunteer for over 20 years in community building. We have been inspired in this particular approach by the Asilomar AI principles, which come from a 2017 conference in California that has proposed a set of AI principles. Our program's objectives: support the creation of educational curricula and public awareness activities around the social, legal, and ethical impact of artificial intelligence. In our current phase, we are developing and implementing curricula for schools, supporting the inclusion of computer science among the basic disciplines to be taught. And in the near future, we are looking to implement initiatives to educate employees in companies and public authorities on the social, legal, and ethical impact of working alongside AI. Other proposals from the Asilomar conference and assimilated: implementation of structured public consultation mechanisms to design policies and rules related to AI, assess which tasks and decision-making functionalities should not be delegated to AI systems, develop agreed-upon metrics for the trustworthiness of AI products and services, and develop a European Observatory for AI. Some other experimental solutions that I would like to look over. An algorithmic news recommender, asking the technology to comply with the structures that are given. That is, you should avoid a situation where Google or Facebook provides us the news that it thinks that we want, but we would select from a certain variety of profiles, and the technology complies to us, instead of controlling what we receive. Reviving online social self-regulation of the early 2000s, as scary as that sounds. Governing AI systems through their design, where social, legal, and ethical rules can be enforced through code to regulate the behavior of AI systems. And last, but by no means least, activism for social rights. And I would like to mention several initiatives that have allowed the public to get involved in the regulation of digital and innovatory technologies. I would mention Privacy International. It has influenced the EU to classify some digital surveillance technologies as dual use for the purpose of exportation. The Stop the Cyborgs initiative. It has contributed to Google's eventual decision to not fully commercialize the Explorer version of the Google Glass. The Access to Information program for Bulgaria has prevented the passive access through a computer terminal by the Ministry of Interior, as well as access without court permission by security services and other law enforcement bodies to all retained data by the internet and mobile communication providers. In Germany, there has been a class action suit by 30,000 citizens that has led to the suspension of a directive that violated citizens' rights to privacy. And in Ireland, Digital Rights Ireland has improved the EU approach to data retention. Thank you.
Thank you, Bogdan. If there are any questions, anybody, please?
I think it was really inspiring, the presentation. Just this society in the loop, how is it envisaged, like in concrete terms, to be in use?
Obviously, the foundation is educational activities first and foremost, so that the government and corporations have an actual partner to talk to, and then obviously we must have structures for mobilizing discussion among the populace, and then between the populace and the other stakeholders.
Any questions? Okay. If there are no questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we move forward to a very important topic for today, which is a well-deserved coffee break.
Yeah, we will return at 12 o'clock here to start the startup session. Okay, thank you.
Thank
Please
you.
enjoy. Bună ziua, domn Păun. Așa, nu știu dacă mă aude. Dreapta. Asta tot nu va... Dar nu prea merge, că, dar dăm, vă ajutăm de aici. Da, nu m-am pus să testăm dacă... Ok. Bun. Așa, e pentru puțin. Da, da. Păi dacă... Vedem. Da, ne adaptăm. Nu. Asta apare? Apare acum. Da. Stai-mă un picuț. Suntem într-un coffee break, domnul Păun. La fix începem. Nu mă auziți? Stai că nu mă aude. Asta...
Acum mă auziți? Mă voi reconecta. Acum vă aud, da. Excelent, super. Am o întrebare. Dumneavoastră mă auziți acum? Perfect. Mulțumesc. Da, da. Vă aud, pentru că mi-am schimbat de pe laptop pe earbuds. Da, e ok. Perfect.
Proba. Good. So, welcome back to our next panel. We will be glad to share with you some ideas, some thoughts and presentation in regards of innovation, entrepreneurship, leadership and development. And I have a very strong panel of speakers here with me today. In a few minutes we will start with the first presentation, but until then, just please let me introduce myself in a few words. I'm working for Continental Automotive Systems Sibiu. My name is Mihai Etscu, Mihai, simply called like this. I'm already in a strong bonding, let's say, with this event. There are at least 3 years since I'm joining this event as a moderator, facilitator, but also as a presenter, speaker in some panels. So today, again, I will be glad to be here with you and try to do my best together with my guests here to offer you all the very challenging information in regards of what's new, what's provocative in this field of technology. So my first speaker here in the panel will be Cătălin Mihancea. He will present some things in regards of key ingredients of entrepreneurs and their stories. So basically, we will deep dive into the entrepreneurship area. And by the way, he's a managing director in a company called Agile Networks Technologies. So welcome and please.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm very glad that I'm able to be here and participate the second time to the conference, to Sibiu Innovation Day 2022. Today I will talk a little bit about some of the key ingredients of entrepreneurs and their stories. And also I would like to share a bit from my experience from the last 3 years as an entrepreneur, and also to go a bit through some ideas, models, and also to get at the end some conclusions. Just few words about me. As experience, I'm one of the alumni from ULBS. I'm one of the founders, initiators, and co-founders and managing director for Agile Network Technologies. I have different experience. Also, I'm in my free time mentor coach, doing classes and trainings. And also, I'm a technical guy, so I'm coming from the technical field. And yeah, today, in terms of some descriptions about myself, I would like to share a few things. I'm a technology passionate. I focus on continuous learning and development. And also, I have a few mantras. I like some topics of people which are entrepreneurs. One of them is Radu Georgescu, and he has a very good say there saying that an entrepreneur is able to sleep well at night before the payday, even if he knows that the bank does not have any money. Actually, this is an important topic when you are starting a business, because all the time you need to manage between revenues, between cash flow, handling different important aspects as a startup, as a company. I would like to deep dive a little bit to the topic of the entrepreneur stories, and I searched a little bit to see what are their stories, and I put just few of them. In terms of the experience, starting a company, starting to become an entrepreneur. Radu Georgescu is saying that failure is great. From success, you will not learn anything. So it's an important topic, but because all the time you are learning from failure. Hasso Plattner says it was not cozy. Jeff Bezos says take the risk. Elon Musk says the first step is to establish that something is possible when probability, and then the probability will occur. Also, one important point is Radu Georgescu is saying the following: focus on what you know best. All the time focus on what you know best. Focus on innovation. Distinguish between a leader and a follower. This is another topic which is required when you are becoming an entrepreneur. And of course, hiring more young people. It is all the time good and right because they have the eager to learn. Some other stories in terms of the entrepreneurs. It's also that we as entrepreneurs, we should learn a lot from our unhappy customers. That's actually one of the biggest sources of learning. And yesterday I was talking with some of the guys to the hackathon, and they were very glad about the solution which they developed, about the software. But when I started to ask questions, okay, do you have the client view? Do you know how the client is going to use your application? Yeah, I understand that you are focusing on having a very good, clean code, but what is going to be the outcome? It was an explicit question, like they came and said, okay, you told us to produce a file, to put some content into a file. What format that file should be? And yeah, the immediate answer was search for a library, import, get all the output in all the potential file type available. But my response was, do you know what you're going to do with that file? What you're going to move forward with the file? That should be the file type that you are selected. Just think a little bit into the future. Other points in terms of other people which say, like Elon Musk, constantly thinks about doing things better. It's all about continuous learning. It's all about learning from your failure. It's all about keep questioning yourselves if you are on the right track, if you are doing the right thing. And another important point which I like from Larry Page is actually that lots of companies don't succeed over time. And the main reason is that they do not realize that they are doing something wrong. And I saw a lot of companies which they're 5 years and they are not able to scale. They were stuck somewhere in the middle. And the question is that usually what they do is they miss the future. They do not focus about the future. They do not learn from the future. They do not use the intuition, and we'll talk a little bit about that. So these are a lot of stories which I search a little bit, and what I realize is that all these stories which are present here, I'm finding myself in. I also was able to realize that we missed the future because we did not take a decision on the right moment. We are not bold enough to take the right decision on the right moment. And that automatically is impacting us in the long term. So to summarize to some of the common stories, what is important is that you should take risk. You should take risk, you should innovate, and never stop thinking about putting today a seed for the future. That's one important point. When you are doing something as an entrepreneur, as a manager, think about how you could put the seed for the future. Also, it's all about working hard. So just as an example for myself, I have around 60 days of vacation. I might not be the best example, but in the last 3 years, potentially I just had 10 days of vacation. But again, the point is to work hard. Put soul in what you get and do not get tired. And you're not going to get tired. You're going to take the energy out from what you are doing, putting the passion. One point important is focus on what you know best. All the time. You know best something, focus on that. Do not go in a direction where you do not know what to do. Embrace the failure because entrepreneurs are problem solvers. They're going to solve different problems each day. And learn each day from your colleagues first, clients, and then shareholders. I was thinking a bit to give also an idea, and of course I'm hoping that this video is going to go also to the young entrepreneurs, to the students, because last year I was talking about how I call them hard skills, you know, how you do strategy, how you do innovation, how you do change management, how you do operations, you know, strategic. But I realized after last year that that's not enough. You also need to focus on soft skills. You need to have a positive mindset. And I saw a lot of entrepreneurs failing because they do not have a positive mindset. They think actually how things could go wrong rather than how things could go well. Active listening. Listen to everyone. Listen to your colleagues. Listen to a networking event like this. Put some thoughts and focus on that. Communicate, negotiate. You also need to have discipline. You need to have a structure. If you have a structure, you're going to make it. Also, transparency is important. Many times on the leadership level, we do not go with the message to the employees saying, well, they should not know. No, be transparent with your team. Be transparent with your leadership team. Be transparent with your colleagues. Integrity, it's another important point. When you said something, I'm going to meet with somebody, you're going to meet. If you're not going to meet, you're going to announce them. And one important topic which I saw, especially into the last 3 years, pandemics, the war, and so forth, is persistence. Persistence. And I have many talks with different people and say, well, we're going to make it. If you are persistent, you're going to make it. Moving a little bit forward, I started to think, what are the values for an entrepreneur? What value should an entrepreneur have? And you're going to see two things. On one side, you see the manager, the intrapreneur, and the entrepreneur. And many times, why? Because many times into our companies, we just think, yeah, I want a manager. No, you want entrepreneurs within your companies. But how? First, you should develop them as an intrapreneur. And then they're going to be able to become entrepreneurs. They're going to be able to start startups for you. They're going to be able to start things for you, right? But it's important to nurture that. And few of the topics which I consider important as values for entrepreneurs are visionary. They need to be visionary. They need to respect first themselves. And many times this is a problem. And then, of course, others. They need to trust themselves. They need to be able to make decisions. And because all the time it's about a different issue each day, they should be problem solvers. I will detail a little bit each one of this area. What does a visionary mean? Well, in terms of the manager, a visionary is just translating the value of the future, which we're going to be bring into the strategy, into the business goals of the organization, aligning, of course, everything together. An entrepreneur, instead, is one which is developing, co-creating the value. And an entrepreneur actually sees past his current position. He's appreciating the potential future. He's all the time with one step in advance. When we are talking about respect for himself and others, we think about three things. As a manager, you need to respect, of course, yourself, but also others, and appreciating especially the value which is brought by the team, by the community. An entrepreneur, you are capable of rebooting all the time to walk another mile, say, okay, I'm tired, but then to restart and go another mile. It's more like a marathon. You know, you are starting with 10 kilometers, 20, 40 kilometers, and so forth. As an entrepreneur, the responsibility here in terms of respect is a little bit different. You need to moderate, guide the interaction between the stakeholders. That's one of the important responsibilities of the entrepreneur. When we're thinking about the trust himself and others, well, clear, as a manager, you need to trust yourself. You need to trust your colleagues. As an entrepreneur, you need to nurture an environment. It's the first step when you are nurturing an environment where people are collaborating, where people are developing, and also beyond organization. As an entrepreneur, you are actually helping other people to grow, but to grow their way, not your way. You need to see the potential and to help them, to more like supporting them. More seeing like you have a curved line and your responsibility is to make the line as smooth as you can, but just going their way. Go from A to B is their way. It's not your path. Moving a little bit more to the make decision value, I heard a lot of discussions of managers saying, well, my management team does not take the responsibility. And this might be a problem where actually we should all work. How we make sure that people are taking the responsibility, are able to take decisions, and are able to accept challenges without giving up. In many times you see managers who say, yeah, I'm going to do that, but yeah, I will not going to be able to make it. No, they should take the responsibility and should take the responsibility to make it. An entrepreneur has more courage to make things happen. Where an entrepreneur all the time is thinking big, getting himself out from the comfort zone, thinking out of the box, but more important, he's staying positive. If you are staying positive, you're going to make it. You're going to find the right people near you in order to make it. When we think about the problem solver and one of the last values, a manager should resolve problems day by day. Why I say should, because not in all the times that's happening, but they should solve problems, right? An entrepreneur, they should develop themselves and their skill. How? By sharing feedback, being eager to learn new things, having a mindset of learning each day, and adapt their behavior. If you are thinking about the last 2 years, I must actually to be able to adapt my behavior each time. Sometimes day by day, depending on the situation, because I had today a problem, tomorrow another problem, it was in people, it was in processes, it was on the client side. It was a must to adapt my behavior. And an important topic for an entrepreneur is actually to follow their intuition. And yeah, many things. Yeah, I sense that something will not going to happen. No, follow your intuition. Get all the information outside of the world in order to learn from the future, to learn what the future is going to bring you. And yeah, sometimes things we're going to get, things we're going to match. Yeah, I was talking with somebody yesterday and say, well, that was the plan, but somehow yesterday on the table, when we meet all and we did some networking, there was the right setup there in order to put some ideas there, to put some seed. You know, but we did not plan it, it happened, because we wanted it to happen that way. And of course, having goals that no one else had before. You know, Elon Musk, he was seeing that he would like to build Tesla. Is he actually want to build the Tesla? I don't think so. He would like to go on the other areas, you know, in the future. But all the time he thinks in the future. Hoping that also there are going to be a lot of students online, and it seems that here the barcode is not present. I will share with everyone a barcode where actually the idea was to see and check if you are an entrepreneur, right? More like a survey where you could identify if you are a manager, if you are an entrepreneur, if you are an entrepreneur. Why? Because irrespective of the area where you are, you should analyze it and take actions in order to develop that, in order to develop yourself. Nobody's perfect. I was working at some point with an architect from IBM, 30 years of experience. His son was doing like this, and I asked, and he was the only one who told me, well, Cătălin, there is no perfect code. After 30 years, he realized that he has a lot of things to learn. And knowing about technology and how he's adapting, I believe that all we have a lot of things to learn. I would like to summarize with some things to keep in mind. So when starting a business, first thing you need to remember that your company is based on your colleagues. It's not shareholder, it's not clients. If you're going to have happy clients, you're going to have if you're going to have happy colleagues, you're going to have happy clients. If you're going to have happy clients, you're going to have happy shareholders. Start from the beginning with the mindset that all your job will going to be to solve problems day by day. This is going to be your main job, solve problems. Do what needs to be done to solve problems, no matter if you like it or not. There might be moments when you do not like to solve a specific problem, but yeah, you are there. You need to be involved. You are the role model there. Learn something new every day, reading books, listening books, participating to conferences. That's an important point. And one of the big things for me was be patient, be persistent, and learn from your failures. Thank you.
Thank you, Cătălin. Thanks so much. So I really like your passion and energy that you put in your presentation. So congrats for that and keep doing. Maybe if there are some questions from the audience. Please.
I believe that what is important for the employees to be happy is to actually, my view is the following. When you are an entrepreneur, you should put yourself into the other situation, in other people's shoes. Ask yourself, if I would be a colleague, how would I be happy? And then the happiness could be interesting projects. For some people, they're going to be interesting projects. For other people, I would like to be involved, to be transparent. I would like to have access to the information. For other people, it could be just good coffee. You know? But it's important that the happiness for your colleagues is not like it is for all of the colleagues. It's for each colleague, one by one. His happiness is going to be different. And of course, if the coffee is good in the office, yeah, I'm just going to the extreme, the client might be happy, right? Especially because we have daily calls in the morning and everyone is, without the coffee, they are just going down. But happiness, I believe that it's important based on, if also you as an entrepreneur you are happy and you have a positive mindset, then you are able to transmit that to your colleagues and the colleagues to the clients. And the clients, how they're going to make the shareholder happy through the growth of the company.
Thanks a lot. So hope that the advice will help you with this pandemic of happiness in your organization. So spread it by people, soul by soul. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will invite now the next one. But big applause for Cătălin for his presentation. Thank you. So our next speaker in the panel will be George Bontaș. He's country leader in Romania. We'll prepare the presentation now for George. And for sure, we will see a view in regards of how real value comes from the development area. So it's a big topic, and let's see how it is.
Yes, yes, thank you. Actually, it's about product development, not only development, because this is another topic. But I was very inspired by you, Catalin, so good job with what you presented. Actually, you already touched some points that I'm going to address later on the panel about work and about how do we remain on the marketplace relevant, because it's about flexibility and learning new things and so on and so forth. Just made this introduction until we have also the presentation that I'm going to have. Thanks everybody for being here, and the people in the room, and also everybody online. It's a real pleasure to be again after 2 years of pandemic, being only online now, to come in a physical format. That's really encouraging going forward. To introduce myself, I'm George Bontas. I am an alumni of ULBS, actually for computer science here in Sibiu. I work at Regnology Romania. I think it's a new brand for everybody because we are a spin-off from Bearing Point. And this spin-off happened only last year. But I'm working with the same direction with products since 2010. So it's unbelievable to think that it's already 12.5 years since I'm doing that. I did some studies also internationally, so even though I did finished the computer science here in Sibiu, I did my diploma work in Munich, and I did some studies also in Yale University in 2014, 2016, mainly on entrepreneurship and management. And with Regnology, I'm the country manager. I'm responsible for the entity here in Romania. But on the other side, this year, I took up the responsibility of our flagship product. It's a banking product that we are developing within Regnology. So I want to challenge everybody a little bit about valuation of software companies, because what I see in Romania, we mainly focus on doing services. So it's either developing different components for other companies, defining services for, I don't know, support and other things, but less on creating ourselves the products, which in the end are the value. And if you go to the next slide, I just had a snapshot that I found on the internet. Actually, I had access to more information that are coming from big companies that are doing the valuations, but this one I just took it from the internet. You can see here a chart on how the revenue multipliers are applied for software companies. So if you see in 2014, the average and the median were about 6.4, 6.8. So it's multiplier of the revenue that you're having. We had a big bang with the pandemic because everybody invested more and more into the products, and the evolution was much faster. So you can see we had a peak around 25 times the revenue that the company has. Of course, it's not the full revenue, because what companies are looking mainly at, or the buyers are mainly looking at, are the recurring revenues. So we're not looking only on the professional services, so especially the consultings or the one-offs. Those are mainly having one time. So in general, the multiplier is just one. But if you go to software products, where you have an asset, you have a recurring, you see, in general, we sell softwares not anymore with license, and we ship the CDs and so on and so forth. We have all the time a subscription on them. So those are the real components where we apply these multipliers. And in this context, you see now we had a drop in the last time, but I think all the markets had a drop in the last months due to the potential recession that it's going in front of us. But nevertheless, you see the multipliers were, I think, 9%, 9.3 and 12.9, so quite huge. So I want to give you an example how the journey for us in Regnology happened to inspire perhaps others following this journey. Why? If we look when we started in 1993, where we were part of KPMG back then, and we had a request from several banks in Germany asking us to support them in digitalizing their reporting requirements. As you might know, financial institutions have to produce different risk indicators that they need to comply with, and also to deliver those informations to the authorities, being here central banks, FSA, so financial institutions that reglement those areas. In Europe, we also have a reglementation at the European level, looking at European Central Bank and European Banking Authority and so on and so forth, but have all over the world these organizations to control the risk and manage the risk. And in this context, we started a nice project as a normal professional services company to support several banks digitalizing their reporting process. But what we learned very fast is that you create a tool that would be able, that multiple other banks are able to reuse and further help them have more value. So in the end, you have also a total cost of ownership. So at that point in time, you see that by implementing once, you can scale to multiple customers. Things evolved, and from a small project, we became a product company inside a bigger consulting group. And in 2002, 2006, we had the next bunch of expansion. Back then, KPMG was also transformed their own business. They had KPMG Consulting created out of the audit team that they were having. Afterwards, the KPMG Consulting actually shake hands with Arthur Andersen, another big consulting company in the world, and Bearing Point was created. And what we did as a product company, you can go a little bit back. What we did as a product company, we realized that there is a huge potential in increasing our software usage at a more broader level. So we started investing more in technology. We started preparing ourselves for the future expansion. And a nice step, so if we can go to the next slide, especially with the crisis that was in 2008. Actually, it was a crisis from financial services perspective. So banks had some big risks in their governance in their portfolio. So the governance was not the appropriate one. So what did central banks did across the world? They said, okay, we want to set more regulation. We want these banks to make sure that the risk in the financial industries is properly looked at. And in this format, we started a bigger expansion. So we developed our tool to be able to be conform with especially European regulation, because it was also a good opportunity for us, because European Central Bank said we want to govern now the full European Union banking area and not anymore country by country, each in a separate silo. And this gave us a huge opportunity to grow further and start our internationalization. What we also realized with the growth, that we cannot accelerate as fast as we would have liked. Yeah, you would say it's the same regulation, it's very easy to sell it to other customers, but without proper investments in your technology, you will not be able to scale. So this was another point where we, as a separate business unit, part of a consulting company, Bearing Point, we started the investments to prepare ourselves technologically in order to accelerate growth. And this led us to the point where we managed to grow very, very well until 2019, acquire quite big customers across Europe, and we became one of the biggest RegTech providers in Europe. And this draw attention towards investors. And this is the point when we, as a business, the RegTech business from Bearing Point, was sold to an investment company, Nordic Capital. And we transformed ourselves into a more product company. Before, we were like a subdivision in a consulting environment, where we all know the consulting environment more looks on a short-term area, so the investments are not that big, because you want to have a fast ROI, return of investment. So the return of investment generally in consulting companies is 1 year and not 3 to 5 years as a software company looks at. So we just moved outside of Bearing Point. We became a new company. At that point in time, we also joined hands with one of our competitors. so that we created a new company. It was called Visor, and we created Regnology in this context. One slide before. The interesting part is by shaking hands with Visor, we managed to have as our customers 50 of the 200 central banks around the world. So at the moment, 1/4 of all the central banks are using our tools to collect all the risks from the markets and help the supervisors manage those risks. But this also prepared us for the next stage, because I showed you the multipliers. When we were sold to Nordic Capital, we were just a subdivision. So here was a huge transformation, because what you have as a software company in the Regnology, in a consulting environment, you're having the business, but the support teams, everything that's related to IT, infrastructure, HR, finance, and everything related to that, you are having it from the group. So this time we had 2 years of transition to really prepare ourselves for what a standalone company is, create the infrastructure in place, go more to things that are required in a product development company, to have more data-driven decisions, to start preparing yourself in where would you do the best investment so that the customers will have the most return from whatever you deliver. And this really changed totally the culture, changed totally the way we work, changed totally the interaction with our customers. Which is very, very interesting, something that as part of the professional service I would never have thought could be such a fast transition as it happened. And as a matter of fact, our CEO was here in Sibiu, so actually the whole management team from Regnology was in Sibiu 3 weeks ago, because we had an offsite here. And our CEO just informed us that based on the values that we achieved in 2022, and also based on the valuations that are out there, so we did not do our evaluation, we just became a unicorn. So we have another unicorn that is a lot supported from Sibiu, Romania, and so on and so forth. So this is all. I just want to leave you with a question for everybody that's online and here in the hall. What are you spending time on? Just think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, George. So I really like your way of embracing challenges and changes. Previous presentation last year was again around change and how to embrace this. So if there are some questions from the audience, please.
Thank you. I would like to know how your tools assess like the pure player investment banking kind of risks, like the CDS, credit default swaps, or this kind of shadow financial system, which is in nature very
complex,
dynamic and dangerous. We saw it in 2008. So to make a distinction in the tool for risk assessment.
Oh yes, that's a very good question, and I can talk days about it. So what we do, we help also banks have from their granular data. So what we do with our tools, we load all the data that the banks are having at the granular level, and then we have a team of around 180 experts in the banking area that look at the legislation, because you know legislation is all the time being updated, and they transform that legislation in a data transformation process. So we all the time keep all the latest calculations for risk valuation, so everything that is required to be reported, and that's being updated by our team all the time. So have a big team all the time looking at the legislation and interpreting it in a digital format, let's put it that way.
Thanks.
More questions?
Some more, yeah. Great. If not, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mihai. Thank you all.
And stay in touch. So, next speaker is Ciprian Gândea. He's CEO of our Sibiu companies, Ropardo, and he will share with us some ideas in regards of how to do the transition in between an EU project to a startup. So will be Horizon
project, yeah, in the loop now, and Ciprian will share with us some ideas in regards of this transition to a startup from a new project. So, but as usual, we have to manage also the technical facilities. Yeah. So we'll do some real facts here in regards of technology, some transition in between emails. So thank God we have technology, otherwise quite difficult. So a simple email solve an issue of today. So thank you guys from technology that you design and create this kind of stuff. So thanks. I don't know if help. Yeah, I will support the presentation here with my fingers. Ciprian, please.
Hello to everybody. Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Ciprian Cândea. I'm born in Sibiu, and I create some startups and companies later in Sibiu too. Now, sorry. We have a freeze. Sorry. Okay. Great. That is fine. No. Okay. Now we have all the technology in place. So. I think we have, probably
it's a
I don't know.
slideshow maybe.
It's a slideshow, sorry.
No
worries. I finished the, no, maybe it's better to have only the screen. I don't know. Is it time or something? I think it's better. Yeah. It's okay. Now it's better. So I will start again. My name is Ciprian Cândea. I'm from Sibiu. I started in the last 25 years different companies in Sibiu as a startup, later on as a full company, mature company. Couple of these companies and investment are on this slide. Regarding the technology, are in different fields. So part of them are in the software engineering field, some are in other industries. But all the time, I start with the same parameters that was presented before by the other presenters. So a little bit of courage, craziness, and a lot of failures. But today I will speak about another way to do it, to create a startup. Maybe you can do it in different way. Of course, probably you will see that to create such, or to follow the path that I will present, you need somehow to already be in control of a company. So that could be interesting also for quite young companies. Yeah, okay. So let's go ahead. Probably most of you know about these possibilities to gather some or to obtain some funds to create products or to validate some ideas, get funds from European Union. I will speak here about the Horizon programs, Horizon 2020 that it's closed, and now we have Horizon Europe. Before it was a framework project 5, 3, 2, 1, I don't know, many, until the Horizon 2020. This kind of, this kind of funding, they respect schema. You have to be compliant with this schema in order to apply for a fund, to get funds. And not always, I mean, probably never you will get funds for to create a startup. But let's see how you can do it still. If you, it's a little bit small, but you can see that European Union for each funding exercise, it's proposing some priorities, and of course you need to apply for these priorities, or you have to come with some requests, funding requests, for projects that are in these boundaries. So if you have very nice or creative ideas that is not somehow in this pattern, probably you are not eligible to get funds. But let's assume, as I mentioned in my opening word, let's assume that you are in the position, you have an entity that it's eligible to ask for funds, and then you have to think a little bit more, because it is Europe, we have a little bit bureaucracy. You have to face this bureaucracy, then you need to create a very good proposal, because to get the money, you need to put something on the table, and if you want to put something on the table, it's not like 3 or a couple of friends discussing, okay, maybe you have a good idea, maybe you have different expertise, let's try to do SpaceX. Yeah? Maybe it's not so easy. This bureaucracy part, sometimes it could be very tough. But we assume that you can do this. Here it is info chart describing many steps that you have to do before submitting a proposal. You have to, it's similar with a startup, but bureaucratic part. You need to have the idea, you need to create a group that probably want to adapt to this idea. This group should be formed by different institutions or companies, no individual, not you as an individual person. And then you have to create a proposal, you have to put, to fill many forms, etc., including a business plan nowadays. In past was a little bit lighter, this part with the business plan, but in Horizon 2020 it's very important to have a business plan and an impact, etc. Okay, this is about the horizon and the journey. Okay, you have to prepare, you have to do it. We assume that you did it. So you have a project. You get some money and you produce whatever it is written in that project. Because in the European project, you have to deliver what you promise, because it is a contract. It's not possible to change. You have some small adjustment, but reasonable. I'm speaking about you can change it a bit, maybe the target, but very, very, very few. Okay, now I have a couple of slides about the startups. What means a startup? Maybe it's clear or not for everybody, but many times the founders are thinking, okay, we believe that it is a demand for something. We don't know for sure, but we have different expertises. We know something to do best, as it was presented before. And some people are very good doing something, and they consider that could be a demand for that thing, or put more expertises together can create something new. Okay, but many times a startup start with a high cost. Yeah, they have a lot of questions, a lot of cost. We need that and that and that, and usually without money, or you are quite limited revenue. So then we have this very interesting picture, but I will not speak too much because already was presented by my fellow partners in this panel, and I think will be addressed also later. You have to do a lot of tasks. You have to do a lot of things. You have to do many things. But I will focus on one point. It is somewhere there that you have to iterate and you have to fail. It's not a must, but probably you are going to fail in many tasks, not as a whole. In many tasks in your journey, but not as a whole. Okay, so it's quite a busy day to be entrepreneur and to start and to incorporate a startup. The essential point from my experience is that during your startup life cycle, to be able to do this task, to do the pivoting. And it's very important not only by the shareholders or by the guys that the founders. It's very important if you can send this message and to manage this process with your team. If you have a team in tech, yeah, you create a software product, as George presented before. Or if you, maybe you have a startup in other type of industries. So you don't have this kind of tech, but you have other skills. Always, it's a very, very difficult to push the pivoting process to these people because they are scared. People usually are scared. Okay, but boss, I did this for last 12 months. You said that this is the path, this is the way to success. And now you come with a plan that we have to pivoting, we have to change many things. I'm not comfortable with this. I'm really comfortable to do the same and to be successful. But as an entrepreneur, as a startup, you have to understand that the pivoting is the essential, is the engine, if I can say, is the engine to exist, to create something successful. So we have to do all these things from idea to fail, but you have to somehow, I think a very good skill is to have a good skill in the change management, to know how to address these changes. And now let's speak about how we put together these two ideas. During these 25 years of doing different activities, we write many proposals, we get some funds, we write many proposals, only few get funded, okay? And somehow we learn in Europe, because the first was very strange for me, in the first projects for me and my team. Okay, but we have this contract with the European Union, we have to deliver this, we have these partners, we have to do that, and etc. So we have a proof of concept maybe. What we do next? Silence. Everybody can incorporate the knowledge, etc., whatever. Do some paper, scientific work. So you can exploit this. But I said, okay, how we put this in a startup? How we move? And it was a learning process together with other partners, saying, okay, we can take some, at each, we can see a very long agile process, and in each sprint we can see that we have get funded for a small part of features from my product. It's very difficult to align this expectation in many years. So here we have 3 projects. Each project takes 3 years to be completed. So it was very difficult to foresee in 10 years ago what probably the market will ask now. But you have to remember the pivoting. Always, as an entrepreneur, you can pivot outside of that contract. You can understand what the market changed, what is the market in that moment, how you can pivot and how you can ask for new funding that it's eligible with the new, probably, framework, that it's also changing in time, and how you can adapt this, let's say, game. Being proactive, being, putting the pivoting at work, finally you can create probably a very successful product at the end. Okay, in the first project, that one, it was, I don't know, 10 years ago or something like that, when we start, we understand that it is a market for a product. in the first project, in fact, it was, we learn by doing the proof of concept, working with the partners and with our users, we learned that the users are looking for something different, not for something that we deliver inside of the European project. We learned that it's something different that they want. Then we take this input and we said, okay, we need money because we understand the market better. So maybe it's a good idea for European Union to give us another, to fund another project to see if we can go ahead. And we did it in this way. Okay. I have a couple of slides about the TeamSpace. TeamSpace is the product that we create during these many years. Always during these many years, we also did the commercial activity. I mean, we sold the product with that version, then after 3 years we get a new version, and etc., etc. So it was an iterative process. Of course, a startup has same recipe. You have some founders, you have a team, you have iterative, you have pivoting. It's always the same in all industries. I tried many of them. Always, always was the same story. I have a couple of key points about. So from my expertise, I can say that the experience is important in what you want to do, but not too much, because when you come to say, okay, I'm super expert in a domain, my feeling is that it is a trap there. Because then you want to band everybody around you. I mean, everybody, not especially your team, but the customers. And customers don't follow you if you come as a dictator and saying, okay, you have to work in this way, or you have to exploit this product in that way. And I have only my unique point of view. That's fine, but I don't know. I don't believe in this. But you have to know what you do. I mean, the knowledge in the domain is very good to be very strong. And then you have to be very serious in each discussion. Because as a startup, as I said before, probably you don't have a lot of money. And if you are not very careful at the details, then probably you fail because of lack of money or lack of management or whatever. But everything goes in the money side. You need budget for whatever you do. And then always it is very interesting. Okay, we go in this new market. Let's go. Okay, but what is the trap there too? Okay. This is already something that was presenting by Catalina. I think all of this you need, and many more things. important thing in this slide is that somehow you have to understand that you are going to fail in all these squares, everywhere. I mean, from administrative point of view, technical point of view, customer relationship, everything. Somehow you are going to fail. But you have to have this power as entrepreneur and to push this energy to your team that failure is not a very disastrous thing if you can manage. If you fail and you have no idea how to manage, then you probably go in the final stage of your adventure. But if you understand that, okay, for everything I mean, everything can be managed, then you fail and manage. That's fine. Sometimes as a startup, maybe you can still put an umbrella and say, okay, are so many negative things around me. Why should I do this? Or how I can still exist as an individual? And I think you need, as a startup, you need some early adopters. You have to focus to have, in fact, under this umbrella, you have some hooks. You as people, I mean, myself, I need hooks to stay alive, let's say, and to stay positive. I need hooks to grab some hooks and say, okay, maybe it's my family or my competence or whatever, but I need hooks. As a startup, you need some hooks that always prove to be good to have it, like early adopters, give you a lot of energy, maybe give you money if they pay for your services or for your product. To understand the market niche, it's very difficult to go in the open large market. Yeah? Maybe it's better to start with this in a niche and then to explore different opportunities. Try always to sell big project. Don't go and sell your product to a small customer. Your time and money that you spend are bigger than if you are trying to sell your project or your product to a large customer. So always try to understand. Many startups that I meet in these 25 years are saying, okay, I have 5 small customers, I take €100 per month from each customer. So I'm very promising. And I say, okay, but what was the acquisition cost of these customers? Oh, huge. We don't know because we never counted. Okay. Then, of course, it's very important to have a startup network or to go where the other people with similar interests are too. Discuss with them, learn, etc. So, if you do a startup in the technical, as a team space is doing, you and your team will have a lot of technical frustration. Also in other industries, you come with a lot of frustration, but maybe are not technical if you do something different, okay? But in IT, you have a lot of technical. Always at the meetings, with customers or not, maybe George can say yes or no, it's working, but this can come from your team or from the customer team. The customer saying, yes, you delivered this feature, let's say a report. It's great. And somehow after 30 minutes, it's coming this one. And then everybody from, my team, let's say the product team, collapse. Yeah, and they start to saying, yes, but you know, if I have a little bit more time, I can put this function here and there. It's not important. Important is that you have to go to the meeting prepared that something like this, working but will come, and it's better to prepare how to address. You don't know what will not work or what the customer will say, but you have to get ready to address this. It always comes. In 25 years, no, it's 100% will come, even if it's a perfect product. Image you as a customer buying whatever software you like. I don't know, you can image complexity, whatever. For sure, if the product team come to you, you can say, yeah, it's perfect, but it's working, but I need this, I don't know, function here or there. So then we have the other things like the idea implemented, but somehow I put here the four, for me at least, the four indicators that always come in a discussion with the customer or with your team. The other one, the very dangerous one, is ready to scale. This is a very expensive situation. If this discussion comes, it's better do not be reactive. Be analytical. Think before or postpone the answer. Because it could be for technical teams or for the technical products, software products, can be really a dead end if you address wrong this. Okay. Then I think I have only one more slide or something like that. Some lesson learned. I think I already push a lot of information to you. Yeah, it's good to, for me, it's very important to address very fast some customers to gather some real money. And when I have this pitch to younger audience, they say, yes, but I have these 5 customers with 100 euro. What you want more? Give me 1 million, because I'm very, 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 very promising company. Yesterday, the keynote speech, the director of Hasso Planner said that after, I don't know, 20 years, 30 years, they have the first unicorn. I think it's a very nice story to understand how this company in 7 years become unicorn. But for sure, me as an investor, because I'm doing also this part, I'm also investing in other companies. Not only mine companies, but completely other companies. As an investor, I say, okay, but why should I pay this or grant you this amount of money if you have small money? You have to play a little bit of the bigger scale. So the money for me, I think, or for everybody, for a startup, it is an important. Many are saying, no, the money will come. Of course, will come, but prove that can come a bigger amount, not a small amount. And yeah, this is something that summarizes all the other three slides. The product that we incorporate in this process or with this process, it's called TeamSpace. It is public available. It was incorporated in 2022, so this year. It is public available at tspace.eu. And of course, it is a startup because we have to cover, or the team have to cover all the aspects that I present here, Cătălin presented before, George presented, so everything is there. Yes, we have some good investors in this project. We have a cash flow. We have, of course, because of the experience, because of the shareholders, etc., we somehow address a lot of aspects. But it's still a startup, so can fail very fast. We don't know. We hope not, but if you are in the position to think at the larger scale, so you have the time, you have the possibility to ask for money at the European Union, and you have this bigger picture, and you are a little bit prepared to do this pivoting, and it's very hard to accept to do these changes. Yeah, it is a path that works. It doesn't work only in Sibiu, it works in many countries. I know many companies or a group of companies that did the same in Italy, Germany, France, etc., everywhere, Holland, it is a recipe. So you can think and try. So thank you very much for time. I usually speak too much.
Thank you so much. So, since Ciprian is a very consistent speaker, as you can see, speed and content, maybe you have some questions for him. this moment? No, good. Just a
So-
simple one from my side, but please, short. What was the main challenge from you in regards of these projects and startups during your huge experience in this field? The main challenge.
If I speak from today's experience,
Yeah.
it was always to understand how to manage the team, to provide these successful products.
So team. Team is
Yeah,
the key.
team is the key for me. Okay.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. So we'll go further. We'll have now an, let's say, a virtual speaker. So it's not virtual as person, but in a virtual environment. We have Dr. Florin Călin Păun, Chief Science and Partnership Officer at RAFOUT Group. I hope I spelled it correctly. So, can you share the screen, please?
Nu aveți prezentarea? Puteți să o puneți dumneavoastră, dacă...
So we'll continue with the innovation, and now we'll have a special topic in regards of how to set up an innovation environment. And let's see some key points in order to succeed in this area.
Excellent.
Merci. So,
Yep.
you're invited, please.
Okay. I wonder what do you have there. Well, not a problem. Hi, hello everybody. I'm Florin, speaking from Paris. I have to really express my profound regrets I'm not there. I salute in the whole friends Mihai Sfințescu, who will follow. Hope to meet you once, but I was captured there with a French-Romanian summit at the Senate, where I'm glad to award an excellence award to the town of Sibiu. And we just received a message from the city mayor, Madam Fodor, related to this. Well, as I spoke with Adrian, he asked me to present about how to set up an innovation ecosystem. And I will try to start with some fundamentals and keys to succeed. So next slide, please.
Yeah, just a second, please.
Wow. Yeah, okay.
It's okay?
Yeah, it's okay, but, well.
Good.
I wonder. Okay, first fundamental, just to eliminate any confusion, innovation means creativity plus value obtained from a new idea. So I had the chance to have Eric von Hippel together with Ralph Katz as professor at MIT Sloan. They use only 4 words to define innovation, which is successful exploitation of a new idea. If you could tap again, it's an animated slide. We have the problem, what means value in socio-economic terms? Economists will tell you value means commercial aspect, capital, access to resources, which provides you capacity, and human capital. The last 3 are building the so-called dynamic capabilities by Amartya Sen. Commercial, it means what do you pay to buy a bread? Capital means what do you pay to buy the bakery which is making the bread? Access to resources, why the bread is good? Because they have access to biological flour and and so on, no chemistry inside. And human capital means the baker recipe here in his head. So just to make it clear, value means also material, but also intangible assets, IP, patents, information, even stress avoidance could be confirmed like being valuable. If you don't believe it, please tell me why you pay 50 euro to a low-cost company in order to be sure that you are sitting close to your friend in the plane and so on. More, please. Okay, we do have here something very clearly other fundamental is the positioning in the business value chain. And the positioning in the business value chain is what we could call as you will see a kind of competition of the vertical, and I will express myself related to the business value chain related to the commercial aviation. You as a passenger, you are paying a price, you pay 100 euro to sit in a chair and to be transported through a plane. I used to be innovation director for the ONERA, which is the Office National d'études de Recherche Aérospatiale, is the kind of French NASA, or Deutsche Luftraumfahrt equivalent in Germany. And as innovation director of this national office, I asked myself how much I value in the business value chain. And we just discovered that from 100 euro paid by somebody to take a seat in an airplane, ONERA is getting back only 2 cents. So this is about business value chain. You need to understand to who you are selling and from whom you are buying, okay? Nowadays, the value chain is not more a value chain. It starts to be like a tree because you have branches that you could serve for, and you have also routes where you could take inputs from and incomes and suppliers, and the supply chain become more and more complex. As an example, I give there the fact that from 7% from 100 euro you buy an aircraft, 4% it's taxes for airport, 2.5% it is for the guy who's selling the ticket, which is Amadeus. It's a digital company who is able to sell you 19 different fares for the same place in a plane. Okay, just to tell you how much it's impacting this kind of dynamic pricing sales. 2.5%, 2.5 euro from 100 euro is going to Amadeus just because we are selling tickets, compared to only 2 cents, which is going to the French NASA, which helped to build such an amazing plane like Airbus. Take into account what means business value. More than 2 euro for the guy who's selling the ticket, less than 2 cents for the guy who is helping to conceive the best plane in the world. This is all about business and business value chain. And if you want to innovate, you need to create value, and you need to gather at the higher level the value. More you are close to the customer, more you will take money, okay? R&D, it's only 3% from Lisbon agenda, as we call, in expenditures from a national GDP, but nobody reached the 3% except some countries. Please, you come back. Yeah, this is a slide just to tell you that from business value chain, you are getting to diffuse value, taking from the client's upper level to all branches, all routes, and these trees, aerospace is linked with automotive, is linked with energy, is linked with financial service, we are not living anymore in business value chain. We are living in a forest which is distributing value. This is amazing. I don't know if you get it, but because of the roots, which is based on digitalization and transformation into digital, these roots completely change in less than 15 years our world. I mean, economically. Everybody could become supplier to everybody. BMW design office is conceiving the cockpit for Falcon Dassault. So there are not more sectors, because all the suppliers from an industry could become suppliers to another industries. The financial services got completely transversal, like the digital routes. Okay, and the impacts on the business model, just to give you an idea, a car is beautiful. It could become a social object. Everybody want to possess a nice car, because this is a social object. When the car will become autonomous, fully autonomous, you don't want to possess anymore the car. It will become an object of utility. Now I'm asking you to put yourself in the mind of Renault or Mercedes. You are car manufacturers. You want to sell car. Nobody wants to buy any more car. So if you will not change yourself in being a fleet manager to offer mobility to the citizens, you will not sell any more car. Just to tell you how the impact could go very far. And if you don't believe me, please ask Volkswagen why they bought Europe Car, which is a leasing company. Okay? Because they think that in the next 10 years, they will go with the car like this. And all these branches and roots in the mango forest, which is distributing value nowadays, are able to move very fast due to what we had in the corner upper in the right. It was the model of open innovation, so-called, by Professor Chesbrough, who publishes in 2003. The funnel to innovate is not more sealed, it's full with holes, and anybody could come in and anybody could get out. So I will not tell you the nightmares of program managers nowadays, which had funnel, and now the funnel it's over perforated. Please, next slide. Another fundamental is the technology readiness level scale, which is measuring the degree of maturity for technology. To make it short, 1, you have fundamental research. 2, you have applied research, TRL2. 3, you have the famous proof of concept. 4, you have the prototyping laboratory. 5, you do the design robust. 6, it's working in operational condition. You imagine it for, okay? 7, you have the industrial prototype, the pilot. 8, you scale up production, you set up the production line. 9, you have the certification, which allows you to sell because you respect the norms. The road is very long. The road is very long. And there, in the middle, you have the graphic, which is telling you how many of the 1,000 initial ideas are reaching the market. So that's why when you are seeing on the right, the investment curve, we call it Death Valley. And that's why the startups, not all of them are succeeding, and not all the programs inside the companies are succeeding, because from 1,000 initial ideas in fundamental research, only 1 statistically is going into the market. The others are dying in the investment curve. This is the famous Death Valley, which is the paradigm of the innovators. Okay? You definitely need the entrepreneurs or intrapreneurs, as Katalin mentioned, okay? And by the way, please tell me how many human research directors are appointing a program manager based on his entrepreneurial skill. Why entrepreneurial skill? It's entrepreneur. It's a French word as origin, which means between parties, parties which collectively create value. And the best definition of the entrepreneur is the guy who knows how to make happy related to a question from the public each of the team member by telling him that he is able to do better than what he thinks as his best. Okay? So being entrepreneur is not to be schmecker, like in Romania. Entrepreneur is the guy, entrepreneur in French, between parties which create collectively value and they are proud about what they did together. Another importance, I putting down the technology readiness level down, and there I select only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 9, which is the critical gate through, as I would say. So fundamental research is public R&D. 2, applied research is public R&D, but also main corporation, strategic, large corporation. Then you have the proof of concept. The large corporations are shaking hands with existing laboratories, okay? And there is the process of technology transfer. Nowadays, they have technology scouters globally, which are looking for tech demonstrators, and they are able, due to the open innovation paradigm and model, to challenge their tech demonstrators with tech demonstrators coming from elsewhere, mainly the one built by startup. And probably Monica, after my talk, she will tell you how Orange is doing with startups. They are looking for tech demonstrators. The startup will go up to the 9, like doing pivoting, as my predecessor explained, on his niche market, or they will be both. They will do a venture on big existing market with big players. Small and medium enterprise, some of them have development offices, and they are very few having R&D capacities. And this is the problem. This is the asymmetry. We have a hole there. Excepting large industrials, the startups which are filling the hole in the TRL from proof of concept to tech demonstrator, they lack money, the graphic down in pink color. They lack money, they lack equity gap there, they lack this. And the small and medium enterprise, they don't have capacities to doing R&D. So this is definitely the job of a tech transfer office, like Adrian is heading for the University of Sibiu, how to fit from TRL 3.4 to TRL 6.7. This is the job of a tech transfer office, which need to have dedicated structures and collaborative tools, instruments like the DRL and TRL. DRL, I authored DRL, demand readiness level. So that's why I publish books about innovation, things like that, because I didn't thought it's very important. But as soon the guys understand that putting together demand readiness level with technology readiness level, you have a method to clearly go to the market by taking into account the technology push, as so the customer voice, the market readiness level. I highlight there some asymmetries. All these actors are different guys. In a way, you speak with the researcher. In other way, you will speak with your chief marketing officer. And this is the job of an entrepreneur minded. Being a manager inside a big corporation is not a fault, but he needs to behave entrepreneurially, because on this journey, he will meet so many various actors thinking completely different. And he needs to take the best of them as entrepreneur, okay? So you have to compensate information asymmetry. Asymmetry, it's a term introduced by another Nobel Prize, Stiglitz, who said that asymmetries are creating value. And in a way, it's very true, because when you think, humans are creating value only when they collaborate. And more different they are and successfully collaborate, more the value will be bigger. So this is the postulate of Stiglitz. The value is based on asymmetry, on differences between parties. But you also have to compensate asymmetry of risk related to finance and cultural. Be serious. A true researcher, he is he is afraid to speak to a commercial. It's saying, no, I will don't do commerce with my R&D. Okay, this is the next slide, and that's good, because I take this back, and from the TRL 9, a startup or a program try to have revenue curves. Okay, so I'm selling my product, because at 9, I'm entitled to sell my product. I'm getting into the market. Okay, I have expenditures, and I'm hoping for cash flow curve, which will bring me in positive, will create a plus, which is bigger than the minus, to get me out from the debt of valley. Okay, and there I'm calculating my return on investment. And this is the promise that a startupper is making to a business angel. If you put the money here, I will bring you money more, and so on. And now it is clear that this is the full ecosystem that you will need to create the plus, to innovate, to create the value. At the beginning, between TRL 3 to TRL 6, first, you need tech transfer offices which have to work with small and medium enterprise. Also, not only with big industrials, have a license with Continental. Look around you, some small and medium enterprise could be a much faster vector to transfer your technology into the market. Of course, you will need incubators for startup. And of course, you will need business angels and eventually public-private partnership to finance TRL 3 to 6. By the way, in Europe, we start to have money for, it is the European Innovation Council program called Transition. They are financing this segment. Transition from European Innovation Council, but Mihai probably will speak a little bit more about, is financing TRL 3.4 to TRL 6.7. Okay, then you will need when you deal with tech demonstrator up to the market, you will need venture capital in Series A. Okay, it's technical, it's a financial slang, but this is venture capital Series A, which also are majority finance, at least a half of the money from public sources in public partnership. Okay, so this is how to industrialize, how to scale up, how to go and sail. Okay, and no, please come back. Please come back with the. So from TRL 6.7 to TRL 9, European Innovation Council has money, and also you have VCs, which has money, and so on. After that, when you launch yourself, you need to control the scale up. And everybody wants a smooth curve like this, but in reality, the curve is doing very fluctuating, and you are pivoting and so on. This is the so-called scalarator. Scalarator nowadays are existing only in Israel and the United States, and the new one in Singapore. Just to tell you, what do you need and how far we are, at least in Romania, in order to set up tech transfer offices, incubators, business angels, venture capital, scalarators, Series B in venture capital. If you don't have all these tools, you don't have an innovation ecosystem. Message eventually for decision maker and political leaders in Romania. You need to have all these tools, and not only to have it, they have to be performant. In tech transfer offices, you need to have good tech transfer officers. When I'm asking them, okay, nice, how many licenses do you have with your tech transfer office in Cluj or in Sibiu or all over, in Bucharest? How many licenses did you sign this year? What? Zero. Okay, this is not a tech transfer office. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, probably I'm too harsh, too rude, but a tech transfer officer, the tech transfer officer is paid on the number of licenses he signed, on the number of startups he launched. Okay? So you need all these tools with good professionals inside, which knows how to do it. Okay, move away. As a method, a tool that I create, and I'm really happy to invent it, the demand readiness level. I'm putting here, we have no time, I will not get into detail, but I'm ready to answer for all the questions, because when you put technology readiness level with demand readiness level in 2 dimensions, next slide please, and again complete it, you will have all the action plans you need to successfully transfer technology and to innovate. And this became, in a way, the innovation readiness diagram, but also some tools in Europe are using it. As European Innovation Council, they are using an innovation radar diagram. Also, some venture capitals are using, and also the Society for Tech Transfer Acceleration in France are using this tool. And I'm happy if somebody in Romania will try to use it too. Why not? Next slide, please. This is more like a funny story. We are, as you mentioned, as I mentioned, it looks like from living in a bamboo forest, each belonging to a value chain, now we are living in a mango forest, very complex. And how to live in a mango forest, you need to be agile. And there, again, please, the activities in the company are production. It's more like a rowing team, very time, very lean, very Six Sigma belt verb. Each money, it's okay, everybody is doing like this. Then you have demonstration activity, what new technology, and then you have exploration activity, what R&D, okay? Just to tell you, the most innovative companies are doing around 80% in production, 15% in demonstration, 5% in exploration. Google is even 70% production, 20 demonstration, 10% exploration. Okay, just to think, if you want to have an innovative company, 10% expenditures in R&D, it's a kind of minimum. 20% in demonstration and 70% in production. Thank you. Go for it. I think it's over. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Florin.
I could take questions now because then I have to move for the Senate, so I could not be able to participate to the discussions.
Thank you so much. Thank you a lot. For sure, you deconstruct the complexity of the things
in a graphic view, so thanks for this. Since you are very busy with some other activities there in Paris, so enjoy the day and thanks a lot for your contribution. Now I will invite Monica Obogianu. She works for Orange and somehow she is the sustainer of all the ideas and
bye-bye, see you.
See you. And the execution of the things that you promoted here. So we'll have Monica that will share with us some ideas in regards of how to do the transfer from technology to user-centric products. So let's see.
Please mind 1 minute. I want to try to be independent as well with the clicker. So while we do this, I'll take the time. Sorry, I have a 5-year-old boy at home, so heels are not in my wardrobe right now. Lower, good. I'll start by thanking Professor Adrian Florea for putting up this amazing event with a very interesting agenda, for offering us at Orange the opportunity to contribute as speakers and as part of the audience. It's been 2 very interesting days for me. I graduated computer science in Sibiu as well. My first job was almost 4 years in the communications department with Professor Remus Brad, which was a great start for a career, offering me the possibility to try out different things. And I'm really, really grateful to you for that. From 2010, I've been working with and for startups. And in startups, I worked in 2 startups projects as well. If you want to join me in feeling a bit old today, 2010 was 12 years ago. For the past years, I've been the startup programs manager for Orange Romania. Let's see if I'm not. So my main job is managing Orange Fab, which is a corporate accelerator, and this is where I tell you about why a multinational company is included in an entrepreneurship panel. So Orange Fab is part of the open innovation ecosystem that we have in Orange Romania. Aside with other projects, let's go back just a second. Yeah, back. I don't have many slides. I'll just stick a bit to them. So we start by supporting education with the Orange Educational Program, which is run since 2007, which offers industry expertise to students in IT and telecommunications departments. We, of course, contribute to this also with entrepreneurial knowledge. I have a course in that. Then comes innovation, so after education, which is the Orange Fab Acceleration Program. We have the Orange 5G Lab that was launched last year, which supports researchers and entrepreneurs to find out more about the 5G technology, about IoT, and everything that comes to support this in terms of technology and equipment. We are also part of research programs in the Horizon 2020 and now Horizon Europe framework. And of course, we have our clients, and this is where we talk about B2C clients, but as well B2B company clients. And you'll see that's where our work with startups fits very well. So we do co-innovation because we understand the needs of our clients. We can address them and create new products inside the company, but open innovation allows us to take value-added services and products from outside the company as well, and that's where we work very well with startups. Now, Orange Fab was not invented in Romania. It is a group-level initiative that was started first in 2013 in the Silicon Valley. You might know Orange or Orange as the former French telecom company, but apart from the telecommunications networks provider that we are in Europe and mostly in Africa, we also have a branch that provides IT&C services towards companies, and this has worldwide spread into 220 countries and territories. So Orange Fab came in Romania in 2017. It is part of the Orange Fab International Network that is now, I think, in 23 countries. I need to update my slides. So what we've done, a few numbers. We've worked with 40 startups since 2017. Again, we just announced the 4 new ones. So again, slide update needed there. During these 5 years, we acquired products and services from startups in Romania in a total value of 2.2 million euros. What this means is, first of all, we bought products from startups that we use inside the company for our processes, from a lot on the technology side, but also, for example, on HR needs. For some of the startups, we have embedded their core offers into our offer in bundles for our company clients. And we have also embedded technology from 4 startups into Orange branded B2B products. We also don't find and raise startups by ourselves. So we invested 630 euros during 630,000 euros during these 5 years to support external educational programs for entrepreneurs. And I will mention here Innovation Labs, which is a pre-accelerator dedicated to technology students. And also, for example, Step Forward, which is also another program that supports entrepreneurs with diverse teams. Now, during these programs, I've had the opportunity to work with much more startups than the 40 ones that we have further accepted into our acceleration program. These are the 40 startups that we're working with. And now getting to my subject today, part of these teams are technology focused, right? So they are entrepreneurs who come from a research area, and they start with the technology in mind. They build some algorithms, they solve some interesting technological problem, and then they need to find their place on the market in order to actually sell that product. So, no, stick there a bit. What product is what you build at the intersection of technology, of users, and of their problem, right? And many times, like we saw in George's presentation, you start with a problem. You notice some customers have some specific problem, and then you start building the technology that responds to that problem. But when it comes to people who are coming from the research side, they start with the technology, and then they need to find who is interested in this, how can this be packaged into a fully fledged product that I can sell and I can make money of. Now, might seem obvious to some of you, but what I've noticed during these years is that for these tech-oriented entrepreneurs or wannabe entrepreneurs, it's not obvious no, stay there. Yeah, yes. So they think that the technology that they've built, sorry, that's my phone. It's okay. They think that the technology they built is a product, and they say, I have a product and I'm trying to sell this. But that's obviously wrong, right? Hence my talk today, from technology to user-centric products. Now, going further, technology is obviously only part of this, of the product. Simplifying, you also need the problem, right? If the technology doesn't solve a problem, it's just a nice technology. We can show it in research conferences, but nobody's going to pay us money for that. It needs customers who have that problem and are willing to pay money for that. It needs pricing and sales channels. Of course, it needs support, and we can go on and on and on. And so I'm oversimplifying here. But the idea is that these entrepreneurs have to have this aha moment that tells them, my technology is just the first step. I managed to build this, but now I have to figure out all these other steps. Now, no, stick there. If you only have the technology, and we have the term MVP, right? Minimum viable product. If you have the technology, you don't have the MVP. If you have the MVP, you have to have at least one, you have to have at least one of the other areas as well. You can, from that, once you find one type of customer who has one problem, who's willing to pay one price for that, then if you are making money out of this and some profit is there, then you have the MVP. And from that, you can further expand and try to solve multiple types of customers. You can try to sell through different distribution channels. You can try to add features to that technology and continue building on the technology, so you solve more problems to your customer, and you can have different pricing areas for each of that, right? So the technology is just the first step. Now, if you have all this, and you have a product that is easily scalable, exponentially scalable, then you are a product company. If what you have is the technology, and you are discussing with multiple potential clients, and they want to integrate that somehow in their processes, and you need to build some more on top of that technology, a new interface, a new, I don't know, connector, API, SDK, something for each customer, then you're a service company. And that is very important for you to realize. Because if you're looking for external funding, for example, if you're a service company, you are you have to look towards different types of investors than if you are a product company. If you are evaluated by, I don't know, venture capitalists, for example, who are in the product business because they are looking for the exponential growth, you are going to be evaluated on very different criteria than if you are a service company. You might end up having conversations with people who tell you that you're crazy asking for those multiples, right? But you're either talking to the right person, or maybe, and then you really are crazy, probably asking for a high valuation, but you might just be talking to the wrong person. So understand in which category you are and do your homework, who is a potential right investor for yourself. Of course, you can grow bootstrapped and just take money off your clients and have a great business out of that. Nothing wrong with that. So moving on, how do you do it? How do you go from technology to product? Now, this is not a subject to address in a 15-minute speech, so I'll just give you 2 hints and leave you with a slide of resources. You need to learn. At least in my days, it wasn't taught in the university. You understand and you learn how to build the technology, and then you have to continue to educate yourself or find other people that you can bring into your team and that you can trust to go through the different areas that they need to. This is a very good example. Keep it there. It's, I think it should be trustworthy for technology people because it is a framework created by the director of the Entrepreneurship Academy at MIT. So this takes you through 24 steps, which is a lot. And add to that as it's signaled here, it's like a game of snakes and ladders. It's not a linear process. You'll find something out in the process and you'll have to go back to the beginning to your first assumptions and then iterate from that. But again, you look a lot of who is your customers, what can you do for your customer, how do you make money of your product, how do you design and build your product. Okay, you need interfaces on top of technology which are useful, and even these interfaces, okay, we talk about user-centered interfaces. They have to match your users' patterns of thinking, not the way your technology would prefer buttons to be on a screen. And then how you scale your business, of course. So there's, Mr. Bill Olet wrote a full book on this. They also have a toolbox, like a workbook for it. It's out there for you to learn. Now this is more well known. This is the business model canvas developed by Alexander Osterwalder. Again, it kind of shows you that the technology part is only on the value propositions side of this, yeah? And everything else you need to think about in order to be able to have a product. All these are iterative. You can download this if you buy the book, and the idea is to work on it with Post-its, because again, you will have to go over and over your assumptions and adjust your plans as you speak to customers and as you have real life feedback. I think there's a nice quote from Muhammad Ali, which says, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. This is what entrepreneurs get when they talk to real customers. This is the slide I promised. You don't have to be scared by all these books. You can just start with one, pick your favorite, and then go through others if you think it's necessary for you. Thank you.
So let's see if there are some questions from you, from the public. Okay. If not, then thanks for supporting the business and supporting us with sharing ideas and inspiration. And let's see, we still have a few other speakers, 3 specifically. So I will kindly invite you, my speakers, to speed up a little bit your presentation since we are in a short delay. And for now, we'll have Andrei Rusu from Entity Data, Institutional Relations Manager, and will share with us a little bit about boosting innovation in a challenging environment, let's say. So.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to, on behalf of our company, Entity Data Romania, to give our special thanks to the University of Sibiu, the Hasso-Plattner Institute, and special thanks to Professor Flora for inviting us today. I know we have 3 speakers at this event, so thank you very much for inviting us. The presentation today will be about a special event that we held in Romania for the first time. It's called the Awards. Very briefly, it's about startups. So I will detail a bit forward what this event was about. About myself, as you can see on the slide, I'm the Institutional Relations Manager. Maybe it's a very long title. In short, what I do in the company, I maintain the relationship that the company has with all of the actors active in research and development. Here, I'm including universities, research institutes, and of course, other companies as well. One of my main priorities in the company is to attract funding for research and development projects. Of course, as you can imagine, as the bureaucracy in Romania is quite significant, we are focusing entirely on Horizon projects. And of course, not only Horizon, I would say, but maybe 90%, and the rest would be funds coming from other European programs like Erasmus Plus or Digital Europe. So I would say that Horizon is our main priority. About myself, so my background is engineering. So I graduated the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca. I'm a control engineer, working in doing administrative stuff. So it might not sound like a very good match, but I enjoy it. You can go to do the second slide. You can go full screen. Okay. About the topic in hand, the awards. So firstly, I will detail a bit about our company, about Entity Data in general, some ideas about Entity Data Foundation, who is behind the awards event. One short slide about our company, Entity Data Romania, and then we will go forward to e-awards and the local event that we held in Romania. Next slide. Regarding Entity Data is part of the Entity Group. It's a major Japanese company with Entity Data, just Entity Data, has more than 150,000 employees all around the world. Most of them, as you can imagine, are in Japan, but quite a significant part, around 25,000 people, are in Europe. In Europe, Entity Data has various offices. One of them is in Romania, but the company also has offices in Italy, in Germany, and lastly in Spain. Spain is the largest, let's say, Entity Data entity in Europe. About Entity Data Romania, the company was actually established in 2000 as EBS Romania, a local Romanian company. And since then, the company has grown significantly. Right now we have over 2,000 people working for the company. And in 2013, the company was acquired by the Entity Group, and it was rebranded as Entity Data Romania. The headquarters of the company is in, can you just mention? The headquarters of the company is in Cluj-Napoca, but we have offices all around Romania. The second largest is here in Sibiu. So as you can imagine, the collaboration with the university is not recommended. It's a must in order to find new talent for the future growth of the company. In terms of offering, so we are a software development company. We have different kinds of services. I will detail just briefly the 4 of them. So we have business consultancy. So we consult different companies in terms of software development, and we actually do software development for them. We have enterprise services and cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a hot topic nowadays. We have seen this also by the needs of our clients coming mainly from German-speaking markets. So they are highly interested in having cybersecurity within their IT systems. We also have our own products. I would mention just the main one, which is ClarVision. ClarVision is an ERP solution for the manufacturing industry. So it basically does enterprise resource planning. This is what ERP stands for. We have more than 300 clients, mostly in Transylvania, that use this solution. And lastly, R&D and innovation. So I'm part of this department, R&D and innovation. What we do here is, like I mentioned, one of the priorities is to attract funding for research and development projects. But also we are working together with our clients. For example, if one of our clients needs, how can I say, a high-level solution with new technologies. So we try to develop this technology and the product together with our clients. Regarding R&D, I'm happy that Monica from Orange mentioned this, the difference between a product and technology. The R&D activity started in 2017, and of course we started saying that if you have the technology, you have the product. And of course we failed miserably. Right now we have a different approach. So in Horizon and mostly in research and development projects, we involve our clients. So the clients are the entities that give us the need. So based on that need, we find the corresponding research topic. Some few words about Entity Data Foundation. So as I mentioned before, Entity Data Foundation is the entity behind E-Awards and the global E-Awards, the global event. Previously, Entity Data was known as Everis Foundation. Everis was a company bought by Entity Data, I think 3 or 4 years ago, a company based in Spain. And of course, they renamed the foundation as Entity Data Foundation. As you can see on the slides, the focus of this foundation is mainly on emerging countries. So Everis, as a Spanish company, has a lot of business in Latin America. In Latin America, countries are not that well digitalized, and they have a problem with this. So this foundation tries to push technology and to try to have young people acquire new skills in terms of technology. So it was very interesting for me because I attended a sync event between various representatives from each country in South America belonging to the Entity Data Foundation, and they talked about various topics in Spanish, but I tried to understand as much as I could. So they are addressing topics like founding new schools, having different types of courses for different technologies for people, for young people, I would say, students, in less developed regions. So it was interesting to see how this works out. I was quite impressed about the positiveness and the willingness to work of these people. And they are part also of the entity group and are behind the E-Awards event. You can go next. About E-Awards, so E stands for the entrepreneurship. So the aim of Global E-Awards is to highlight or sponsor startups which have nice or brilliant, I would say, not nice, brilliant technology contributions. So it's not about making money or having a high market reach or so on. So they are looking for solutions from which the society can benefit. It doesn't matter what type of solution this is. In E-Awards, this initiative has started, I think, 21 years ago, so they have quite a strong background. And this year, it was for the very first time in which this initiative was also running in Romania. So we have our first Romania E-Awards this year. Come on, next. Who can participate to these initiatives? So mainly startups, and we have just 3 criteria. The first one is that they have an MVP. So it's not enough just to have a good idea. You must have a good market a good understanding of the market, some clients or potential clients, some requirements, and so on. The technologies in focus are, as you can see, IoT, AI, big data, or the latest technologies. The second one is the amount of funding. So if they manage to get more than 500,000 euros in different types of funding, we are not going to look into that. Okay, you have enough money, you can manage. So, and the last one, of course, is mainly related to procedural things like don't have employees, entity data employees cannot participate in these calls for obvious reasons. Go next. The event in Romania took place in the 15th of September. And of course, in order to select the most valuable startup, we had to put together a jury. As you can see, for example, on the left-hand side, it's myself on the bottom alongside 3 of my colleagues from sales, marketing, and operations. And on the right side, we had various representatives from major universities in Cluj, also representatives from the Cluj-Napoca City Hall, also from the clusters. And we have at the bottom, you can see 2 of our clients. So we invited our clients to help us select the best startup. What was the evaluation criteria? So it's very simple. The startup must have a solution that solves a problem, because this is what we aim. The aim of the startup is to, in the end, the startup must to develop a product or a solution that could be sellable. The second criteria was market reach. So we had to make sure that these startups did their work and did a brief study of the market in which they are addressing. So it doesn't make sense to develop something that's already on the market. In terms of innovation, so we wanted to make sure that the startups come with a new and innovative idea. So like I said before, if that idea is already on the market, maybe it doesn't make sense to do everything from scratch. And the last ones about impact growth potential, we asked these particular startups to detail the markets they plan to address, the types of customers, and also what they have in mind in terms of future revenues, what are their markets, if it's European or international markets, and so on. And the last criteria was the pitch. You know, it's not enough to have just a good idea, you have to be able to present yourself. So this was one of the criteria. These are our finalists. There are different startups coming from different industries. One of them, Agromonia, is from Sibiu. They established like a portal in which foreigners can look up different types of services available in the rural areas. So like if they want to visit something in the rural area, and old churches and so on, they can see points of contact and everything. We had various startups from the medical industry, of course. Some of them were, of course, AI, which is a hot topic, so AI in medicine, and so on. And the winner that we selected is Manuscrito. You can see on the left-hand side the check that they received, so it's 10,000 euros in Romania. It was handed by our CEO, Maria Metz. Manuscrito was the best startup that attended this event because they had, as you can see on the slide, they had a fully functional product. So what they want to do is to help children learn to write on tablets. So if you write, for example, an A, the application will say how much is correct, like in percentage. So they will help the kids learn to write. So it's a very good idea, and also the application has a background. So you can see in the background, you can see the evolution of that kid, and you can see what are the skills or competencies that kid is lacking. What will happen next? So they received 10,000 euros from Entity Data Romania, and next they will go at the final stage. So every country that's involved in e-awards will have its own finalist. This final will be at Madrid. It's not in the first, it's a mistake. It's in the last week of October. So they will pitch again their solution, and some high-level jury will select the best solution. If they win, they will receive 60,000 euros, and they will go through an acceleration program. So there will be different members of entity data clients, and also partners that will help this startup get their product on the market. Just as a last slide, this was us. So we had a group picture with all of the startups that were involved. We had, as you can imagine, most of them were from Cluj because it was easier to get to our office. But also we had the startup from Constanța, so it's quite a long way from Cluj. It was interesting. We had one from Sibiu, as I mentioned. And most of them, like I said, most of them were from Cluj. So as a brief conclusion for startups, there are a lot of funding opportunities on the market. You just have to look for them. One of them is eAwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So, if there are some curiosities from your side, questions? Thanks a lot. Thanks for supporting the development of new solution for the future with your project. So keep in touch with this. Congrats. Thank you. So our next speaker, which is here, waiting to present us some new European innovation programs in regards of attracting or how to say achieving new found sources in the innovation area. We'll have here Mihai Sfințescu. He is a jury member and ambassador of European Innovation Council. So, please.
Thank you. Hello. So we already seen that in the journey of a startup to become a successful enterprise, if I can say, funding is necessary. So let's see now how the European Commission has some programs that can help you in that area. My name is Mihai Sfințescu, and I'll present you the European Innovation Council programs for startups in member states and associated states. So to start first with why, what we have in Europe, we have very good research, but not so good innovation as compared to US or even China. We also have a lack of breakthrough and disruptive innovation. So a lot of, if you'll see, a lot of innovation is incremental and is sometimes done by big corporates. Then we have, as presented by Florin before, we have two valleys of death and not that much capital available. And finally, it's an incredible fragmentation in Europe, that every country has its own ecosystem, and we don't have hubs. So, you know, as opposed to what they have in US with Silicon Valley, New York, Miami, and Seattle, and some other centers. In Europe, it's still done by each country has its own programs. And not the least, there is also lack of geographical balance and gender balance. So moving on to the impact that our programs had, including the SME instrument, which is the predecessor of the accelerator. So you can see it's been a big number of companies and some unicorns, some centaurs, and also a lot of funding has been deployed so far. The European Innovation Council is one of the pillars alongside the European Innovation Ecosystems and the EIT. And we have a budget of 10 billion euros. We have 3 programs which have a different TRL. So it's a program from idea to market deployment. It starts with Pathfinder, which is TRL 1 to 4. Then it's Transition, which is 3 to 6, and Accelerator, which is 5 to 9. It's 6 there, but we also do 5. I will insist more on the accelerator because it's a topic for startups. I think especially the Pathfinder is more in applied research, and Transition is somewhere in it's technology development rather than product development and go to market. So you see here the description. I'll move on because I think there is a lack of time. On this slide, you see the domains and then the industries and subdomains that have been financed so far. And now moving on to the accelerator, we have our main product is what we call blended finance, which consists of a grant up to 2.5 million euros and equity up to 15 million euros and beyond for duly justified cases. But we also have other programs like grant only and grant first. So on the equity funding, the objective is actually to crowd in private investments. So obviously the Commission doesn't plan to replace the venture capital industry, but actually to work together with it and assume risks, more risks than the commercial VCs, and on that basis to attract also private VCs. The program is available across all technologies and verticals and all EU countries and associated countries. As different from some commercial VCs, the capital is what we call patient capital because it can stay for 7-10 years in the same startup. So they can be technologies that are slower to hit the market, and an example is let's say biotech industry where you have to go to clinical trials, or aerospace industry which requires a lot of trial and error and huge capital. But it also does ICT or any other vertical that is quicker. Okay, on the blended finance, as mentioned before, so it's 2.5 million euros in up to 2.5 million euros in grants. Eligible costs are reimbursed up to a maximum of 70%. The innovation activities are supported for 24 months, so you need to come up with a work plan and detail what those activities would be. And also small mid-caps are not eligible for grants, so this is for SMEs and startups only. The investment component can be from 500,000 to 15 million. Usually it's equity or quasi-equity. Typically the IC fund wants to take a minority position, and quite often it wants to act as a co-investment fund. So we actually want to have some private, at least a private VC also in the transaction. Other funding options are, for instance, this grant first or grant only. Grant first is typically for startups that are in still early stage, so maybe the TRL 5 to 6 or maybe even more advanced, but it needs some iterations. And then we give the grant to allow the startup to make some progress, and then the equity is considered later on. And you can also have grant only for people that already have commercial VCs lined up, and they just want a grant to be able to make it to the next level. Then a few words about the IC fund. So this is fully funded by the European Commission. It's and supervised by the European Commission. It's also it has EIB as an investment advisor, and recently we also have well, actually we're in the process of also recruiting a private investment advisor alongside EIB to do it. Already 141 deals have been approved, and 337 million worth 337 million euros, of which about 392 million have been deployed, and then there are commitments for the rest. The investment process, and this is again, this is just for the equity component, because it's important to realize that there are, although the blended finance includes both of them, they are also a bit separate. So as you go through the application process which is first done remote and then with the jury, you'll be awarded by the jury the grant component up to 2.5 million euros, and also the jury will make an equity recommendation to the fund. But then the fund will also go through its own process of negotiating the deal terms, due diligence, and so on. And therefore, you receive first the grant will be received earlier, and then it will be the equity. And here you see the investment process, and this refers to the equity only, or refers to the equity investment. All right, so I think this is kind of similar to any other VC operator. And now we have, these are the main calls in 2022 for all the programs. So it's the Accelerator, Pathfinder, and Transition, and you see there the dates. On the Accelerator, it's also important to know that the application process is continuous. So we have an online platform. You don't need to sign on every page, as you know. Sometimes people ask me because of some other programs in the past. So it's an online platform, and it has questions. You just have to answer questions. You know, what is my IP? What is my product? What is my team? What is my technology? Where do I want to sell the product, and so on. So you just have to answer questions, and I think that's we're trying to make it as easy as possible for applicants. It has an amount of standardization because it's a huge program, so it cannot be like a garden variety venture capital that deals with has a portfolio of 15, 20 companies. Here we have thousands of companies that receive funding, so it needs a certain procedure. What can I also say? So on the Accelerator, because that's mainly interesting for the startups, the application process is first you submit a brief application online. If that receives a go, then you'll do your fully fledged application online. If that receives a go, then you're invited to have interviews with the jury. During the pandemic, we've done that by video conferencing. We'll see if we go back to real interviews in Brussels, as it has been before. And then if the jury awards you the grant, you will receive the grants after some limited procedure with the agency that implements it. And also the jury can make the equity recommendation, and then you'll also have some further discussions with the fund, because the difference is that for equity you need you need pricing, you need terms and conditions, and so on. So that obviously requires another step. And finally, these are the websites where you can find the information. You can also there is support where you can write your questions or comments. So that was about it. I'm happy to take questions or comments if any. Thank you.
So let's see if there are some questions or comments. Then if not, thanks a lot. Looks like the sustainable environment for startups, it's stable. We can count on money in these days. So just pop up your ideas, guys. Here are some people who can support in regards of developing them and sustain with the money. And no worries, o să-l pui liniștit acolo. We will do now a pivoting thing, something that one of our previous speakers told us in regards of how to do things in life, in business. So we'll go back to business, and now we'll have Julia Ferraru here with us. She's a security manager at Visma, and she will share with us some things in regards of
what is the weakest link in cybersecurity?
Yeah, cybersecurity is some of the hot topic today. So,
and I think you all know the reason. You all know the answer, right? Can I use the pointer? Can I move the slides? Like here. So, the idea that people are the weakest link in the security chain has been advanced by a well-known cybersecurity expert back in 2000. But since then, a lot of debate has been on the table. There are questions like, what are the other links in this chain and how secure are they? Questions like, or starting from this thinking, humans process, store, and transfer information, same as computers and mobile devices do. So what do? Do we perceive humans as another operating system? And if we do this, do we invest enough in protecting this operating system? We've seen on the previous slides as well that creativity plus value is innovation. And this is what people do. People create value. So it's all down to perspective. And leaving emotions aside, let's look at what data is saying. Every year, once a year, every year, the security team at Verizon puts up a fantastic report called Data Breach Incident Report, which is respected to be extremely data-driven. It has findings based on thousands of incidents and security breaches around the world. The last year report from Verizon says that human continues to be not only the #1 driver, but only the fastest growing one. And the reports before 2021, they were showing the same. So
we are constant.
We are constant in this perspective, but again, it's down to perspective. Before we take the easy path and start blaming people for their security failures, I invite you to take a hard and uncomfortable look in the mirror and ask if perhaps we, the security community, are the problem, or maybe we, the management, are the problem, or maybe it's just all of us. Or maybe the answer to what is the weakest link in the security chain is not as simple as people. It's culture. It's more than people. It's not down to individuals. It's about all of us. This quote has been attributed to the management consultant and writer Peter Drucker. I'm not sure it's confirmed it's his, so it's only attributed to his, but to him, sorry. But culture is strategy for breakfast. And what we need, or what we see that we need, is we need a strong security culture. And before we start building this strong security culture, we need to understand the culture of the organization. We need to understand that security is an enabler for the business. And one size will never fit all. So you cannot take one security program and just deploy it everywhere in any organization. If we take the example of a university, because we are now hosted by a university, if we look at, in general, the culture of universities, they have open and collaborative cultures. Everything is about sharing information freely. Now imagine that we try to secure this university through a culture that can be described as authoritarian, restrictive, punitive. The result is fail. It will be a complete fail. If we want to look at a company that is producing weapons, well, it might work, but it's not working everywhere. So having a strong culture and measuring a strong culture is extremely difficult. What is it that we measure? Do we measure what leadership is saying? And this can be considered the words, or do we measure what people are thinking and doing, which is the music? When the music and the words do not align, then we have conflicts, we have confusion, and we have a lot of security incidents. When the two align, then we have a very nice song and hopefully a protected organization. So, how are we building a strong security culture in Visma? So, Visma is the company I'm working for. We start from the values, and that's why we are on this panel, because our first value as a company is we want to be entrepreneurial. We want to be responsible, dedicated, and inclusive. So trying to build a security culture and a security program in Visma has to start from the values and from understanding who we are, and I hope the movie will work now. Can I will just click it. So this is Visma in 1 minute. Leave it like that. So the challenges we have, as you saw in the video, we have more than 170 companies. We as a group, I mean Visma Group, has acquired more than 24 companies last year. Change is our new norm. So what exists today, it's going to be different tomorrow. We also have, this is also high complexity, as I say, a lot of software companies in the group. And we focus on value creation. So how can we make sure that we all sing the same song? We came up with this philosophy for the Visma security program, which is an ambidextrous governance. Ambidexterity is the ability to use both the left and the right hand equally well. And when it comes to security, organizations traditionally go for a top-down approach. You know, the approach where you have a set of security policies written with must, because otherwise it's not a policy. Then you try to enforce those policies within the business, and then you collect evidence because you have the policies and you will have an audit and you need to make sure that you prove the policy is followed by. This is the top-down approach, but in an ambidextrous governance model, or this governance model is adapted from the healthcare industry, which combines a top-down with a bottom-up approach. We combine setting standards and penalties with engaging teams in our companies to adhere to this program. So we give them the means and we enable and empower them to manage the security for their own assets, for their own companies. Remember, we are a group of more than 170 companies. And yeah, make them feel engaged and into the program. So we want them to be willing to join the program instead of us pushing down policies towards them. So if we take each quadrant one by one, ensuring means the adoption of evidence-based practices. And this is where we build requirements. But when we build requirements, we look at our customer needs, we look at best practices in security, and We look at privacy laws and regulations because that's a field where we know there is regulation. But if there is no law law and regulation, then we look at customer needs and best practices. If we talk about enabling, and this is a bottom-up, part of the bottom-up approach, then as I said, we need to give people the means to do something. We help them do security for their own. Embedding is as well part of the top-down approach, and this is about embedding the culture of security into the day-to-day business. And empowering, the last one, and again, very important and adapted to the panel today, we need empowerment to get innovations. We need people to be creative. We need people to love what they do. There was a question before, is how do we measure happiness? We measure happiness in a company when both the employees and the organizational values align, when people are happy to come to work, when people are creative and innovative. So this is a snapshot, let's call it Visma Security Program at a glance. When we say Visma Security Program, we actually say at this point in time 4 asset-specific protection programs. We, in general, we have a security program because we have a threat. Otherwise, we don't need the security program. That threat is actually addressing an asset. And we look at it as a risk. And what we try to do through a security program is to mitigate the risk, to manage and to mitigate the risk, to reduce it. In Visma, we defined these 4 asset-specific programs, each one of them trying to reduce a specific risk addressed to the asset. As you see, we have one for applications, one for infrastructure, one for solutions, and one for people. People are, well, debatable, the weakest link, no? We see that we need to increase the security awareness and to help people become resilient and prepared for the social engineering attacks. So the way we describe our programs is we start from, every security program starts from the risk. So we start from the risk, and we know that we want to protect our people and our business. And we deliver a list of services. We call them services, not controls. They are services that are delivered to the people, and then we help people become engaged with these services. This is the bottom up. We do this by using the index. This is what we call it. Is at the end of each program, we need to show metrics and KPIs, and we need to show data, and transparency is also part of what we deliver. So what security tier, and this is where we describe the tiers. So this embedded, empowering, and enabling part, this is actually part of the embedding. This is where we embed culture, we embed the security culture in the day-to-day business. We ask the local MDs to make the decision. We don't tell them. We just give them the means to reach whatever level of security they want. If they want their level of security to be platinum, it means they are not really accepting a business risk. They don't want their business to go down. So they want their security to be as high as possible. When they say, I want to be on platinum, then they are aware that they need to implement all the services in the program. If they are happy with a bronze level, let's say, which is the last one, we encourage them not to be happy with that. But if they want that, then, well, that's it. They are making a conscious decision that they can live with a higher business risk. So the local MD is the one accountable for selecting this, not the group. So we do not have any must. You must not be on a certain level. It's your choice. So this is a snapshot of the index I was talking about, and this is actually a key deliverable in our program, because this is a management it's a management tool or a tool built for management. It's very easy to make decisions just looking at this. It shows you, and this is a screenshot from the application index. The one for the people security program is work in progress now. It shows you the target tier, the one that you selected, and it shows you the tier you perform on at this point. It also shows you where you need to improve. So what is it that you are doing well, or what is it that you need to improve? And then you, as a managing director, as the entrepreneur in your own business, you know what decisions you need to make. When it comes to enabling, and this is again part of the bottom-up, remember, we want our colleagues in Visma, we are more than 15,000 employees. It's hard, it's hard to make everybody happy, but we want them to feel happy, and we want them to have this usability, and we want them to have support from our side, and we enable this by internal communication channels, open, wide support at almost 24/7, and simplicity. And the screenshots that you see there are actually tools that we developed internally. We have a tool for security automation. It's designed and developed by us in Visma, and that's where everything happens. And it's, we try to keep it as user-friendly as possible. We listen to people, we listen to what they want in that tool. The Visma Learning Zone is also a platform that is free of charge for the Visma employees, and that's where we consolidate a lot of the external trainings, opportunities to be trained, and so on, not just for security. So Visma Learning Zone is for all the disciplines that we have in Visma. Empowering, well, let's remember that security is done through people. So we try to engage everybody when we do security events. We try to keep all these events as fun as possible. Transparency, as I say, it's one of our core values, because transparency leads to trust. And one extremely important thing when it comes to people, we focus on rewarding the positive behavior, and we focus on not pointing fingers. And one example, you might have heard about the phishing simulation tests. These are tests that we run in companies. We try to be as creative as possible when we create the email, so that we trick users into clicking the links. But what we do is we anonymize data. We do not point fingers. We do not follow on those that clicked the link. Instead, we measure how many of them spotted that was a phishing email, and how many reported it, either in Google, because we use Google, or to our Security Operations Center. So how many of them exhibited this positive behavior? Okay, you spotted it, but did you do something with that information, or were you just looking at it? So this is one thing that we do when it comes to people. So always recognize the good work, and always focus on the good behavior, on the positive behavior. So the takeaway is, I would say, when it comes to security, the most difficult thing is to get out of your comfort zone, get out of the traditional way of thinking, where you need the policies, and then you need to enforce them. And then it's extremely important to secure funds. Securing funds means that you have the top management on your side. So if you have the top management on your side, then you can create the program that you think is fitting your organization. And then the third thing is empower others. It's important. It's important to get their buy-in, independently of what you are doing, security or any other discipline. It's important to get the people's buy-in, because people are the value creators in the end. So that was all from my side. I'm not sure if I managed to do it in 15 minutes.
Thanks a lot, Ilya.
And yeah, that was all.
Thank you. So let's see, maybe there are some questions in regards of your presentation. It is.
You mentioned that the program mainly looks at managing director level, so they define its goal, role, planning, and so on and so forth. What about services and products if they are delivered by cross countries, cross-country teams? How are you solving that? Because you might have a company goals and company planning.
Yeah, it's not a problem if they are cross-country. I think the problem is of ownership. Who is owning the asset? And that's accountability in the end. So who is taking the accountability for that application? Let's say we develop software products in Visma. So who is owning the software and who is accountable if something is happening to that product? And whoever is accountable, that person will make the decision of the security level he or she wants to have in place. So it's down to accountability.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question I propose to put on the lunch? It's a little bit late, but we will have around 50 minutes at least the speaker to the next session. The rest could enjoy more, but together with the next speaker, we'll meet here at 3:45 to the AI session. All of the people from the room are invited to the lunch at the same hotel like yesterday at my Continental, former Ibis. Okay, please.
Thank you so much.
că și ăsta.
Okay. So, hello. Let's start the panel number 5 about artificial intelligence. My name is Ovidiu Epure. I'm working at Continental Sibiu since 2005, so 17 years. My current position there is head of equipment tools organization. Basically, we're developing tools for testing, including also some based on the AI. So I'm a little bit familiar with the topic. In general, when we talk about AI, most of us are thinking on something like this, what we have in our hand, because we are thinking about camera improvements based on the AI, search algorithms based on the AI, and so on. But we will see today that AI is much more. We heard already this morning about AI when Professor Paulina Mitra talked about the robots in the morning. We have seen a lot of AI there. Also for the cybersecurity, we have heard about AI, but let's see a little bit other domains. So for the first speaker, it's for the second time at this event. Also last year participated to the AI panel, but somehow teleported us in a different universe called the metaverse, also dealing with AI, but today we will see something different. And we will see how AI can help us designing 3D assets useful for a human being. So moving back to our reality. Now I'll move to Mr. Radu Orgidan, Vice President of Endava, and a lot of activities in the domain.
Thank you. Do I have to talk in the microphone? Yeah, okay. So, last year I discussed the metaverse. Now we are going to see how we populate the metaverse. So that you don't get bored, I prepared a short agenda. You can see it's not so long. I'll show you what generative search engines mean, what a business challenge we chose to solve using those tools, what was our approach, and finally some interesting conclusions. Actually, not conclusion. So, okay. The landscape of generative search engines is really broad. I don't know if you've ever seen the whole list in one place, but more and more such engines appear. Basically, what is such an engine? It's a program, AI model, which is able to translate text into images. So you say, I want to see a dog playing baseball, and you'll see a dog playing baseball. Or you can see, I would like to see an astronaut on a horse, and you can see an astronaut on a horse right there. What's impressive, and I was shocked when I first saw DALL-E, one of the first models from OpenAI, is how good these images are. So if you take a look at the image with the swimming pool, you can see that there are many reflections, many colors that can that look really realistic. On the other hand, the star of the moment is Stable Diffusion. This is another model. It's a competitor of DALL-E, let's say. But this was, the main characteristic is that it's free. It's open source. So you can basically take it and run it on your computer. And another interesting characteristic of Stable Diffusion is that it has been trained on some more aesthetic images. Therefore, the results that it provides are much more beautiful. And in order not to bore you too much with details and lists, I can show you some interesting images. These, for example, have been produced by using Midjourney. It's another tool by a friend of mine. Then another interesting idea is that being open source, this Stable Diffusion in concrete benefits from the input of the whole open community. So, for example, models have been developed or tools have been developed so that you can put a well-known figure into a series of images like this example with Oprah. Or you can create a collage from different images. So all these are not functionalities developed by the Stable Diffusion team, but by the community. Another slide about this is that things happen so fast that I was surprised to see that now the Stable Diffusion model was optimized to run on a single GPU on a Mac, or the images grew from 512 to huge resolutions. So everything is happening fast and nice. Now we decided to show our customers that we can solve problems using these models. And we had to identify a business need because the business needs that we solved for real customers were not easy to disclose. So we looked inside in our teams and we asked ourselves, okay, how can we help in designing assets for games? And one of our colleagues, actually it was a team from Germany, they came up with the need that they would really like to have a tool which lets them interact with a sculpture, with a mesh, without doing it the traditional way. So how about doing something like a magic tool in which you take a statue and you say, I want to grow some wings, or let me see how it looks like with horns. Okay, so we thought this was a good use case, and we started to work on it. What was our approach? So we basically got funding from the company, and we started in November 2021, and we finished in February. So there were the winter holidays in the middle and so on. So we are very proud that we did this in only 2.5 months. We started by discovering how to approach this problem. Then we also read a bunch of articles, and we built the proof of concept. So in one slide, what did we do? So we start from a 3D mesh. There is an iterative process that goes on once you say what you want. So in this case, we said, I want to see a hiking boot. So from the original mesh, the 3D object grew, and then we got what you see in the middle. And the last image is showing what we got after the post-processing from our colleague. So we basically involved an artist in the last part of the process. I'll show you some examples of the work that we've done. This is a horse mesh, starting from a horse mesh, and with some imaginative, creative prompts, we were able to obtain these nice horses. My daughter likes the strawberry horse, especially. And if you look at an elf, that's also interesting because depending on how many iterations you allow the machine to go, you can get interesting models or monstrous results. So we noticed that the model is also pretty interestingly, it is able to understand the object. So if you take the silhouette of a human and you say, I want to see a fox, then the legs are differently textured than the body and so on. And this happens with many other characters. But what we noticed is that the head was not very nice. So even if the body was okay, the head looks pretty awful. So we had the idea to chop the head and make it more beautiful on itself and transform the body separately. So the result was pretty nice. I didn't show you the whole image, but it looks much better if you just focus on one part of the body. In this case, I tried to grow a beard and a mustache to a man, and this was also possible because the model understands the significance of the parts of the head. Other interesting things are the mesh structures that, depending on what mesh you give the model, you can get better contrast, more rich textures, and so on. And we developed a method in which I forgot to remove the animation, but the idea was instead of waiting, so it takes about 20 minutes to go from the mesh to the final object. Instead of waiting each time, we developed a tool that lets us slide between different stages of the iterations. So that was an improvement. And I'm happy to show you some results. So also in full transparency, after our method produced the result, we needed our colleague to work for 4 hours to get the mesh, and then 5 more hours to get the final object. This is a total of 9 hours of work, and we asked an artist how much work he estimates, and usually it was the double. So basically we helped them cutting in half the workload. That's another nice example of the head of the fox. So this is on the right. On the right. You can see the result of the method, and then the artist, with his creativity and input, he produced that other nicer object. And that's the same thing for the horse. You can imagine it was a very nice project. I enjoyed a lot. As a conclusion, we have some high-level findings for our approach. Basically, we noticed that, first of all, it can provide an inspiration to the artists. Then it can be a foundation to accelerate the asset production. As I told you, instead of starting from scratch, you start from something, which is helpful. And finally, the hope is to be able to create real assets in real games. Now, some questions, some interesting questions are like, what are the next steps? So if you use the cognitive AI, meaning that takes into account the context, now we could think about style transfer and personalized models. So instead of generating a randomly dressed horse, it can be a horse that adapts exactly to your game or to your house or to your model. Then, the context-aware models is actually this, what I just explained. So everything is about being aware of the context. But there are many questions around this. Of course, everybody's talking about the copyright of these models. Then another, where you see that bicycle, it's another experiment that researcher did. Instead of saying, draw me or produce an image of a bicycle, he said, produce an image of a bicycle and label the parts that roll on the ground. And the model is not able to do that because it doesn't understand the significance of the components. It just produces a bike, but it doesn't know where the parts are on the bike. And many interesting questions like who pays for the development of these methods, who owns the rights, as I said, do we need something like a blockchain to persist the trail of specific pieces of art? Can artists decide not to be included in the training? There is a guy, Greg Rutkowski, who is quite famous currently because he's very good designer, but everybody in this stable diffusion community is saying, I want to see an image in the style of Greg Rutkowski or of Van Gogh. Well, Van Gogh doesn't really care about this, but this guy that's alive, he is quite, I think, concerned about people producing art in his own style. Then what else? Inspiration versus piracy. So how much inspiration can we get from real manufacturers? Bias versus well-balanced AI. That's a very interesting thing. I don't know if I'm still in time. For example, the AI was asked to produce the image of a CEO. Guess what we saw? We saw a white man in a suit, like this. That's annoying because everybody, I mean, it's clearly a bias. So there can be CEOs ladies, there can be CEOs in other races, and so on. So they're trying to balance this bias. And then if AI understands art is an experiment that I just explained. Oh, and that's it. I rushed through the presentation. I have.
Okay, perfect. So we still have 2 minutes for the questions from the 15 minutes. So we have questions.
Actually, this automated post-processing is, I think, a strong requirement because I met many teams working on really assets creation, including some colleagues. And yeah, it's so variance against sophisticated bias thing, and I think it's promising because it takes a lot of time to polish your meshes.
Yeah. Yeah, and these methods improve all the time. I mean, it's amazing. When I built the presentation a few days ago, I was not aware about the work that appeared 20 hours ago from Facebook. They are able to produce videos. So not only images, but videos on demand. Yes. Oh, so printing 3D these assets. Yeah, that's a really nice idea. It's doable. I mean, we could do that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, now for the next presentation, we will move to a different domain. So not these computer games, 3D models, and so on, but we will see that AI is very helpful also there. So for the next presentation, okay, we are discussing about fairness and bias consideration for AI in the healthcare. So we can see how AI can improve actually, or can, let's say, fix some of our medical issues, let's say like this. For this, we have on the stage Florentin, sorry. Florentin, I hope I'm saying it correctly. So it's
Florentin Androshka.
Okay, because shu as in English.
Yeah, it's shu.
It's shu. Oh, okay. Okay, Mr. Androshka, yeah, a little bit of history. In 2014, moved to London to have some studies in the medical engineering and Queen Mary University. And since then, worked in different companies, somehow the same domain. Currently, Mr. Androshka is working for Entity Data. So.
Mm-hmm. Yep, just a second. Yeah, it's visible. Okay. Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much, Ovidio, for the introduction and the organizer for the invite to the event. Yes, I'll spend the next few minutes to discuss about fairness and why you should care about it in the context of AI. So if I go to next slide, just 1 second. stop presenting and then share again. Share screen, with this one. Okay, let's see if it's moving now. Nope. Okay, rest of the rest. Okay, yeah, now it's working. Yeah, so just a bit of an introduction about myself. So I work currently as a data scientist. And my most recent experience was in the pharma and healthcare sectors. And currently I'm part of Entity Data Romania. Yeah, so this would be the agenda. So first I'll discuss why you should care about fairness and why it matters in the context of AI. Then I'll describe the types of biases that happen in AI. Then I'll move on to discussing how you can mitigate the biases, how you can reduce them. And lastly, I'll finish with describing the most recent project we did at Entity Data regarding computer vision with a medical application, but more on this later. I don't want to spoil it for you. Yeah, so first of all, before we move into the agenda, so what's fairness? Let's start by defining fairness. So simply put, fairness can be defined as consistent decisions that you make across protected groups independent of their characteristics. And what I mean by protected groups, these are things like age, gender, ethnicity, just what Radu mentioned a few minutes ago. So when you have an AI system, the decisions you make based on the predictions from the AI system, from your model, they should not be based on these protected characteristics like gender, sex, ethnicity, or age. And here at the bottom, you can see the cursor, but at the bottom there's quite a popular joke. Also one of my favorites that describes the current status of the models, the machine learning models, which are currently deployed and in production. And essentially what it says is, it summarizes how companies at the moment, I mean, some of them, maybe most, build their AI system. They just have some data, throw a model to that data, and just see what comes out, and maybe that seems fair. If not, they just tweak some parameters and iterate. And we'll see in a second why this is not the best practice from a fairness perspective. Yep, so first of all, why fairness? Why I should care about it? So as we've seen, AI faced a significant hype over the past few years. So everybody nowadays discusses about AI. We should do AI on this, AI on that. But this is not always the solution. And the hype that we see nowadays, I believe at some point would be reduced by some regulatory needs that need to be imposed in order to regulate and mitigate risks associated with decisions made based on AI. Yeah, so the second point I make is AI fairness should not be only the concern of data scientists or auditors. It has cross-functional impact. So it affects, let's say, customer service. If you have a complaint, let's say you have a credit scoring system that's based on machine learning, and you have some complaints, then your customer service team needs to be able to answer that complaint. So for this, you need interpretable models. It also affects IT operations, monitoring, sales and marketing, why not? So if they want to sell an AI-based product, they need to be able to explain and sell this to the customers. And yeah, and fairness, if you make decisions based on a machine learning model that's not fair, and your customers see that. I mean, we've seen the recent news and from the big models, open source like Google or others, where there have been quite obnoxious biases. It has direct impact on credibility and trust, and it affects your product and your company. Yeah, so now I'll move to types of biases that are present in AI systems. And for this, I'll just start with a quote from quite a popular book from Daniel Kahneman. So I'll introduce Steve. So Steve is a very shy and withdrawn person, has very little interest in people, in the world of reality. He's very tidy, quiet, and has a need for order and structure. So the question would be, is Steve a librarian or a farmer? Yeah, so as at the first impression, you might say Steve is a librarian. I mean, it fits your description of how a librarian would look nowadays. But what most of us miss is that the number of librarians and the number of farmers in Romania or any other country is very different. I mean, you have a lot more farmers than you have librarians. And taking this into account increases the probability for Steve to be a farmer. So if you calculate the probability of this using, let's say, the Bayes rule, but I won't go into technical details, you get a higher probability for Steve to be a farmer. But most people would say, as a biased opinion, would say that Steve is a librarian, but that's not correct. Yeah, so types of biases. Yeah, so biases in AI, they are varied and present across the full life cycle. So from the inception, from the beginning of your AI life cycle, let's say you start with data collection on the left side, so you have data. So with your data, you can have groups which are not equally represented. And when I say that, you can have, let's say, a different number of males or females in your data set, or some ethnic groups not being equally represented. And this, if you move to the next step, where you do the modeling and develop your machine learning model, this would be learned by the model from your imbalanced data set. But let's say you solved the imbalances in terms of representation issues, so you have equally represented groups in your data set. You can have biases in the modeling process, like algorithmic biases, evaluation biases, and how you develop the model can be biased as well. Let's say you solve this again. You have a balanced data set with equally represented groups. Your machine learning model is interpretable. Then you move to the deployment or human review side where you present your results. Again, this can be biased. So you can have behavioral biases or presentation biases. For example, one pet peeve of mine is those bar plots that don't start at 0. They start at 90 and go up to 100. But when you present your results, this can be biased as well. So my main point from this slide is that biases can happen at every point in the AI lifecycle, and monitoring should be put in place again at every step. Now, if we move to types of biases, to how to mitigate these types of biases, how you can reduce them. So the good news is, again, you can mitigate them at every step of the AI life cycle. So from data collection, from model development, and up to the point where you do the deployment. So on the data collection on the left side, we're starting from the left to the right. What you can do there, as simple as when you collect your data set, create your data set that you use for training, have equally distributed the number of, let's say, patients that from each individual ethnic group you have in your use case, or equal number of patients who are from different genders, age groups, and so on. Again, depends on the use case, but the gist of it is have equal number of patients representing each of the protected groups. Next, on the, let's say you can't solve the issue on your data set. You have unequal number of patients who are females and males. What you can do on the model side is you can weight those groups differently. So you can assign a higher weight to females compared to males. So you again balance the groups algorithmically. Then if you move to evaluation or deployments on this stage, I won't go into too many technical details, but when you have your prediction from the model, let's say you have a probability of whatever number for a particular patient to be assigned to whatever group, and you have two, let's say, two of these predictions from two particular types of groups, you can calibrate a threshold and assign a different decision based on that threshold that's specific to the protected group. Again, this is quite technical, but the gist of it is you can mitigate biases. So you have biases at every stage of the AI lifecycle, but you can also mitigate the biases at every point of the AI lifecycle. So one other point I want to make on this, how you do that is you need to establish monitoring at every step. So the way you collect your data sets, you should monitor that. The way you develop the model up to the prediction, so you deploy the model into production. Again, you should establish monitoring to see how the model is performing in production. Yep, and there's here written at the bottom, under model evaluation, use interpretable models. And again, this comes to the point of you have a simple problem. Do you solve it with a very fancy deep neural network that has 100,000 layers or whatever? Or do you just use the simplest tool that does the job? And for the sake of maintainability and interpretability, usually best practice is just to stick to the simplest solution that fixes your problem. There's no point in over-engineering things just for the sake of saying you did deep learning. Yep, so this is my final point on the agenda. So I'll describe what we did at Entity Data. Yes, this was a project where the aim was to detect infarcts in brain MRI scans using deep learning. So we had data from patients suffering of cerebral infarcts. So we had 780,000 images of brains from different patients. And those images were labeled with a square of where the infarct was occurring in the brain. And the task was to standardize. Again, the data was quite messy. It was to standardize the different types of scans and build an object detection model to detect infarcts. So essentially, when the physician, the radiologist, does a scan, the model will predict, and the whole system will predict with a square on top of the brain of the MRI scan where the infarct is detected or not. Yeah, so this was the data and this was the task. And from a fairness perspective, what we were struggling with, or was an open question, is how do we ensure consistent model performance across various groups? So what I mean by that is how do you ensure that the model has the same performance, the same accuracy for male patients, female patients, and patients from different ethnic groups. So you can see here on the right side, these are some predictions generated by the model. You can see the differences. Again, I won't go into technical details, but you can see the curves with the predictions. They're different in shape from the patients at the bottom with their scans. So those are two different types of scans and two different patients, and you see the model behaving differently. So what we did on this was on the data collection side. We ensured that the data set contains an equal amount of patients by demographics, so by sex, ethnicity, and age. So we analyzed those at the stage of constructing the data set. And the team also had partnerships with different clinics across Europe, Japan. So we got data covering various demographics, so patients from various countries like Spain, Japan. Yeah, so this is what we did. This was on the data collection side. So from the earliest stage on the AI lifecycle, we started with the data. If you fix the data, everything downstream would be easier. Yeah, and this would conclude my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to take any. Yeah. Yeah, so the DICOM files, so this is the format that the medical images are stored. So These have been got by partner clinics and healthcare units or hospitals. So they're not open source. It's something that entity data received from partners. Yes, there are hospitals and clinics. Yeah, some hospitals in Japan, Spain, and there are a few other countries which I don't remember from the top of my head.
I'm curious about model drift. In this case, did you notice, or in general, because data are changing, and at some point you have to change the model?
Yes, on model drift. I mean, the deployment of the model. This was done when I wasn't in the team, but there's monitoring in place to capture model drift, and the plan is to retrain when you see model drift occurring. But to be honest, I wasn't involved into that aspect of the project.
Okay. If there are no many other questions, thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So, as I presented at the beginning, we are moving from one area to another area, from one domain to another one. Now we'll see an interesting presentation from our professor here from Cluj University. Second time on this stage. Yeah. First was in the morning regarding robotics. Dr. Paulina Mitra, it's not only professor, it's also leading different research activities in Cluj, CEO for the software ITC in Cluj, also mentioned also in the morning the Brain City activities, and a lot of activities in this domain.
Just Florentine, please stop the sharing. Yes, but just presentation from mine. Okay, now.
Thank you.
You want to get closer?
You can stay there and open the microphone, please.
Yeah, and
then better to come here, to stay in.
okay.
Because you don't have the.
I know. This was the question because I know.
I don't have the PowerPoint from you, only the PDF. For this reason, it's better to scroll.
To scroll. Let's verify.
Yeah.
In this way? Okay. Is PDF?
It's okay.
Is a PDF? The last version was not PDF. Sent. Yeah, I sent a PowerPoint as last version. Perhaps it's not the last one.
It's okay. I will. Just to take.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for introducing me. What I have to add here is, as information about me, is that I activate from 10 years in the Cluj IT cluster, which is 10 years old, actually. In this year, we have 10 years of existence of the Cluj IT cluster, and this cluster is something very, very impressive because in the context of this cluster, we have a lot of interactions, collaborations, and they are more direct than in other situations. So this approach focused on the impact of AI on the efficiency of fair distribution in insurance and the importance of data sources for customized solutions is collaborative work between the team from our university led by me and the company named Life is Hard, which is also a cluster member, gold member of the cluster. And all this work is, and the collaboration is under the umbrella of Cluj IT cluster. So let's see just a little the actual scientific business context related to this domain and this industry of the insurance. So let's see how we use AI, not only in the industry or other domain like the medicine and so on. Let's see how we use the AI in the business domain, like this domain of the insurance. In today's highly diverse insurance marketplace, consumers are looking for more personalized offerings for their insurance needs. Broad generic marketing campaigns are no longer effective. Predictive analytics for insurance can help insurers tailor their product offerings to fit the needs of specific customers segments. Predictive analytics for insurance entail the use of special technology, so to sift through and analyze historical data and consumer trends in effort to project future behavior by studying the behavioral tendencies of various demographics under different sets of environmental circumstances. Companies can learn what products those people might be inclined to buy and how best to help them. The technological choice in this domain, from our point of view and in our work, are listed here on this slide. So predictive analytics for insurance involve the use of spatial technology to analyze historical data and predict consumer trends in an effort to project their future behavior. By studying the behavioral trends of different demographic categories in different environmental situations, companies can find out which products would best fit existing and future needs. It is a desire to create predictive analysis model which, using new deep learning computational module, data modeling and predictive analysis algorithm will offer the possibility to the final client, the insurance broker or the insurer, to receive information that will help him to make a correct business forecast. So this approach is in the context of smartness of all. So our belief is in the smart city, in the smart communities. Also the businesses must be pushed at the advanced level of smartness. And this is what we do in this project. So it's one of the very, very large amount of projects which we have in this context of the development of the smart city ecosystems. And the main thing here is that at this level, we put at the basis of our approach is a lot of AI. So let's focus now on the AI involved here in this domain, and is the moment to show the predictive customer intelligence features as functionalities and computational models in this context. So one of them is the segmentation model. This means customers are segmented based on their financial sophistication. This model enabled the insurer to sell insurance policy that are appropriate to the customer. So here the proposed technology and the technology which we started to use are clustering, grouping methods, conjunctive roles. Other feature is this churn prediction model. This means to predict customers' propensity to churn by using information about the customers such as household and financial data, transactional data, and behavioral data. And the proposed technology and involved technology here is based on linear regression, supervised classification methods, including deep learning techniques. Other feature, the customer lifetime value model, CLTV, predicts customer lifetime value. CLTV is based on the revenue that the customer brings into the company, the cost of maintaining the policy, the cost of retention, and the likelihood of the customer surrounding the policy soon. The technology which we involve here are supervised classification methods, including deep learning techniques. Campaign response model predicts the probability that customers will respond to targeted offers so that you send out offers only to the customers whose propensity to respond is above a particular threshold. The technology involved here fuzzy techniques, supervised classification methods. Other features, there are many of them. Auto churn model predicts the customer likely to churn from the current list of active customers. This model considers the auto policy customers only. So we involve here linear regression, supervised classification methods. The life stage segmentation model groups customers based on their current life stage, which would help in recommending the right insurance policy to the customers based on their current life stage segment. So here we work with clustering, grouping methods, and the buying propensity model identify the policy that are mostly bought by customers belonging to each life stage segment, as defined in the life stage segment model. Here we use association rules, feature selection, and very important in all this context is the data processing stream. Obviously, this transforms and aggregates data obtained from the customer's visit to the insurance website so that it can be used to define rules for recommending the right insurance policy to each customer. The technology is data warehousing, data transformation, multidimensional structures as data cubes, aggregate functions, statistical methods. And we finished the list of the features with this slide. So we have also as feature, very important feature, insurance policy recommendation model. This recommends the correct insurance policy by considering information such as customers' web activity data and also the life insurance policy buying propensity for the given customer's life stage segment based on historical data. The technology is based on inference rules, Bayesian belief networks. Social media analytics, also very important in our approach. This SMA model extracts customer life stage event information from customer social media posts. The basic technology here, the technology which is at the basis of our approach here is natural language processing, the NLP, ontologies, reasoning, and one of the very interesting features of us is the sentiment scoring model. Extracts the sentiment score from customer comments that are captured while recording customer complaint. The technology which is at the basis of our approach here is also NLP, natural language processing, text analysis, ontologies, reasoning, biometrics. Okay, and also we work with the telemetric data because we develop a proprietary hardware and software solution named 24 Safe Drive. I said we focus in our context also the insurance for the auto policy. So last but not less important is the development of the chatbot, which is a software robot with an AI component that now from the dialogue it has with the client to extract and ask the necessary question to obtain the information in order to issue a travel insurance policy, for example, but not only this. So they are the functionalities which extend the basic core of a platform which is already done. So we start from this level, and basic functionalities of this platform are here listed on the slide: offering quoting and issuing insurance policy in real time, management of sales teams, dealing with insurers and insurance agents, collecting money and reconciling with agents and insurers, reporting the financial supervisory authority, client portfolio management, management of the policy portfolio, economic financial reports and analysis. And they are the features of the existing 24broker.ro platform, which represent the backbone of any insurance brokerage business, actually. Without such an application, it is impossible to manage business processes that have hundreds and even thousands of sales agents. And the next step is to extend the functionality of this basic platform. The platform is to be extended with predictive computational module based on AI technologies. These modules I already presented, aimed at ensuring the fairness and equity in the insurance industry, which can only be achieved by focusing on data and processing massive data with advanced AI technologies. So the architecture is shown on this slide. We can see at the left side of the slide the core, which is composed by the data layer and the business tier. At the top of the structure is the web UI component and logic, and on the top we have the this UI of the 24broker.ro platform. The technology, the software and programming technology is JavaScript, HTML, CSS, cascading sheets. And connected to these layers, you can see the devices, the devices and the servers which are used for storing data, and the appropriate APIs. You know these boxes with all the kind of APIs they are needed, and very important are here the web services for insurers. Sure, this architecture is microservices oriented. As details, each client has its own insurance instance of the application. This means that each client has its own database and its own version of the application. It has decided to separate the database in order to generate a high level of security. As such, the compromise of a customer's database in the event of a cyber security incident will not affect the rest of the customers. The fact that each client has their own version of the application allow a high level of customization of the application for each individual client, actually. For scalability and redundancy, the application runs on a cluster of 10 servers. In the figure above, they appear with notation server 1 to server n, with replication between two data centers, the main one located in Cluj-Napoca and the secondary one located in Bucharest in the implementation in Romania, actual implementation, to ensure an additional level of redundancy. Periodic backups of the server images are made in a third location is normal. The number of servers serving the application can be increased depending on the processing needs. Each client has its own instance of the application. This means that each client has its own database and its own version. I said already that. The AI modules are grouped in three main blocks. One of them is the business intelligence, which through predictive analysis, computational models allow a better profiling of clients and their needs in order to be able to offer customized services and products targeted at their needs. The telematics, which allow the collection of data in real time about the behavior of drivers in traffic, which will allow the development of personalized insurance product for each user. AI chatbot, a software robot with artificial intelligence, I say, that will allow issuing a travel insurance by having a simple dialogue with a customer. It is an important step in the automation of the insurance distribution, actually. And as details for the business intelligence block, it can be used by brokers or insurers to segment customers and to obtain predictive analysis regarding the intention to purchase insurance products. It is a new and innovative approach. Until now, the models of predictive analysis and deep learning have not been used in Romania, neither in Europe, in the behavioral analysis of customers in the insurance industry. I refer that. The functionality of the module can be accessed from a dedicated dashboard. I figured how it's done. The business intelligence block has as main functionalities the analysis of the client portfolio, the evolution of the client portfolio, the turning points, forecast renewals, forecast churn, sales forecast, prediction for the evolution of RCA policy sales, sales prediction. And let's discuss just a little about the telematics block. This is a module which will be used for a new innovative way of offering insurance services based on the number of kilometers per time in traffic or driving behavior. This module will change the current traditional model of how car insurance is sold, generating a new digital business model with immediate effect of reducing the cost for the customers and increasing the degree of insurance coverage for the insurance companies that implement this new model of business. The solution will use hardware devices that will be connected to the OBD2 port of the cars to transmit data, this OBD being the onboard diagnostic system that provide access to car owners and technicians to diagnostic data. As very shortly, from the mobile application, the insurer see how many kilometers he has consumed from the chosen subscription and how much he has to pay additionally if he has deposited the number of kilometers included in the subscription. And the insurer, through the management application, has access to real-time information on active policies that have more kilometers than what was provided for in the subscription, traffic behavior, and so on, very fast and very efficiently. And the AI chatbot, I say, this software robot with artificial intelligence that allow the insurer to issue travel and or home insurance by having a simple dialogue with the customer. The solution will be able to be implemented in mobile application, Facebook, and on website of insurers or brokers. And naturally, is based on the NLP technologies. The main features of this chatbot being this 24/7 days availability. The chatbot will work non-stop and will be able to issue insurance policy at any time. The immediate accessibility can, this means that can have a conversation with an unlimited number of potential clients simultaneously. The chatbot will learn by itself from accumulated experience, from the discussions held. The system will learn to ask the most relevant questions in order to reach an understanding of the client's need as quickly as possible, so as to provide him with the policy he needs as quickly as possible. Deliver personalized experience to the client. Initially, the chatbot type solution will be used for underwriting the following types of insurance: travel insurance, compulsory home insurance. Later, the solution will be able to be extended to issue other types of insurance, much more complex. And thank you very much. This was my presentation.
Thank you. So, interesting topic. Let's see if we have questions, because everybody has an insurance. So personally, I think my insurer stops at CLVT and that's it. Takes care only about the value which I bring to the company.
And the need to have insurance is more and more increasing, so it's very important to have insurance which is made fairly and customized very well on our needs. So this is a role of AI here, and is crucial. So.
Okay, so questions? Yeah, Radu, please.
How about data privacy? How does Blacksmart deal with GDPR and data privacy?
Is compulsory. Data privacy, yeah. We protect all the data, and here we must. So, is a business model? Is not the software? Is a good question, because we will be. Is necessary to make with the provider of the data, the providers of the data, protocols, very, very serious protocols in order to.
What I don't understand is how is the university building models using personal data from a company? Is it transferred or encrypted or?
How we will use the data in order to process them. Yes. So they will be protected from this point of so the individualization of the data. So they are protected. They are not transparent in this direction to be able to identify the persons. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, so our next speaker comes from France. He's currently a digital advisor for the University of Burgundy. A lot of studies in the, let's say, not maybe an AI-related domain, but politics I have seen, and conflicts, even a PhD in this. And actually what he will try to do today is to answer to a question. If, let me read that. Okay, if the bias mitigation and data-centric AI can overweight the binary thinking. So I will invite to start the presentation, Mr. Frederic.
Mulțumesc. Bună ziua, bonjour, Cześć. I try to be quick because we are already kind of late. So this is a buzzword title, actually. So disclaimer, this is not a scientific communication, just open thoughts on a very, very broad topic. So in my university, we tried to do many innovative things related to AI or data. But my main question here is, automated decision making is like a tendency, a huge, massive stuff coming, and maybe it is not so natural, to let computer decide for us. So if you Google AI, you just basically get high expectation. This is a strong narrative we have, about robot intelligence and so on. But you can see in many important people quotes like, machines will do what human beings are incapable of doing, or robots will be able to do everything better than us, from Elon Musk. So to say the least, it comes with very high expectations. And it reminds me of Plato's cave allegory. Like you would have like the biased words as opposed to this technology truth, the sun we were talking about earlier, and artificial intelligence being the way for post-humans. Like this is a very transhumanist or post-human thinking about the topic. So this is actually a very strong narrative, which is very common. We hear that a lot when you step back. And this is true that AI works beyond expectation. I met, for instance, a radiology engineer. He told me how much his whole branch was disrupted by the capabilities of the models. You know, it's like really moving the sector completely. And so eventually, the main idea in this narrative being there is no limit to what machines can achieve. And this is very common debates we can find, like, for instance, full automation of labor. This is a very common argument we hear about. Also, singularity or superintelligence. And this is from Recursoll, so maybe we won't be ruled by the machine, but we will just get funnier, better at music and sexier. Who knows? I don't know. And you get another way to think about it, which is, there's no limit to what machine can achieve, but we should set some limits, you know? And this is the whole debate about regulations, monitoring and auditing. And for instance, for social control by technologies, which is a very passionate debate. And I just quote this professional auditor, Matt Kelly, who say, "I hate to be the one who sets a fart in church, but we don't yet have sufficient audit skills and procedures to govern sophisticated technology." Basically, it's very hard to ensure that, you know, we understand all the model from an audit perspective. And so, yeah, this is another way to think about it. Or also to just assess the current limits in AI. And you can see all these biased examples. For instance, Steve Wozniak and his wife have the same exact assets, you know, in the bank. But like Apple, Goldman Sachs model gave Steve Wozniak 10 times more credits than his wife could, you know. Or you have the very famous Compass algorithm, which is in use in the US to say, okay, this person is gonna recidivate for something, and so they could see that it like underestimate white people abilities to reoffend again as opposed to black people, or this very funny translation, automatic translation examples about gender stereotypes, you know. Yeah, so basically the idea would be, yeah, we are already facing some limits to what AI can achieve currently. And so this is a very simplistic or oversimplistic summary, but basically bias mitigation and data-centric AI are trying to overcome these limits in a way. With the idea of getting models fair, of reaching artificial intelligence fairness, which is maybe in another word like social justice in automated decision making, you know. So this is not a small one, because when you do some social sciences, you get very different definitions of social justice. For instance, in India, they have a Ministry of Social Justice. And the main idea is to keep people separate in their categories. No, it's not to break the barriers like we have here in the West. It's mostly to keep people in their labels. You are this or that, you know. So, and data-centric AI being like, you can see its practical difficulties in providing a quality data set. What was asked the people was like, tag the iguanas. And you've got 3 different ways of tagging the iguanas. They are all true, but you know, they are all different. And so, yeah. So our colleague showed how sophisticated those bias mitigation techniques are, and there is a vivid efforts to try to make things right. like this is, for instance, IBM AI Fairness Framework. And data-centric actually tries to overcome, for instance, the individual and collective identities, differences in labeling things to build data sets, which is something they face all the time, you know, so in practice. So yeah, both these approaches, or maybe all we try to do is a huge topic, is like sampling the world, which is going from particular or specific to general. And so with machines, what's being done is basically having data and having automated inferences to try to build models. And then with automated decision making, you are using these models to judge individuals. Yeah. And so this is basically maybe the whole point of sciences, arts, religions, or blah, blah, you know. So in practice, this is very hard to be objective. Like, just look at the snowflakes. They are all different. They can be duplicated in a lab, but not in nature. They all have 6 branches, but how do you make categories for them? You know, there were several attempts, and you got 10 types, 80 types. Yeah, it's a very hard brain thing to do, to label and to have like categories. So yeah, how do we do this in practice with our mind? I would say we have 2 ways to do it. One being downsampling the world, because this is very important. That's the Thinking Fast Brain by Daniel Kahneman. There is a tiger, I should run, this is bad. There is food, I should eat it, this is good, you know. So that's a strong binary, and this is very useful for many aspects of life. And actually, this is a core structure in language, in anthropology, and also in politics. Like Carl Schmitt, the Nazi philosopher, defined politics as defining who's the friend, who's the enemy, you know. So you need to be very clear and to have very strong binary opposition to act fast, sorry. And so, yeah, when you see these pictures of those 2 women, you have like thousands of pixels with millions of colors for each pixel. So in information theory, this is like huge sophisticated work, sorry. But when you look at our human categories, like for instance in the US Census, they have like Hispanic, Caucasian. They used to have only 3 stuff at the beginning: free white, free non-white, and slave. You know, this was the first US Census. And so then it evolved over time, and we had all these fancy things. So this is strong downsampling, in my opinion. Same goes for sentiment analysis. What does it mean I'm 1 or I'm 0 for my feelings, you know? So can I go up? Can I go down? What's 0? Is it I'm pissed off, I'm sad? I don't know, you know? So, on the other hand, you've got upsampling the world, or at least trying, like with critical thinking, the slow thinking brain, spectrum thinking, system thinking, or cognitive bias, you know? So this is an attempt to be rational, and this is actually 2% of what we do according to Daniel Kahneman. So the fast thinking brain being 98%. And so this is also a political statement. When you see what happened with autism, for instance, it used to be abnormal versus normal. I'm autistic, or I'm not, you know. And now there is a political movement to make it like a full spectrum in color. Like same goes for gender, you know, man versus woman. And now you have, you know, trying to upsample things to make it more, you know, important. So can we sample everything with consistent accuracy? I would say for this light bulb, okay, let's picture 0 to 1 is fine. But what about identities or ideas or emotions? So for identities, we had to do this exercise to have a picture of ourselves, to have a title, description. And so where's the ground truth here? And it's very difficult to be accurate here. And actually my PhD master, Xavier Chrétier, was a terrorist movement specialist, and he defined violence as assigning identity, which means downsampling who you are on purpose. You're a rat, you're an animal, you're a bug, whatever, you know. So So yeah, can we sample everything? Hardly reply complex thinking or critique. In social sciences, critique is very important. So yeah, they say that we cannot be fully objective with the world. And there's also this very interesting approach of inaction, which is to embody the mind in the world, and avoid like the Descartes thinking. And perhaps also quantum mechanics, you know, with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Sorry, it's hard to say. I know it in sound and sound design because I'm a huge sound design addict. And so basically, if you want to be accurate in time of a sound, in the timing of a sound, you lose the frequency accuracy, and the other way around. If you try to be precise for frequency measurements, you lose the timing information. Same goes for photons, position and momentum. You know, is it a wave? Is it a particle, a small dot? You know, and so these are trade-offs, like the bias variance trade-offs, like many other trade-offs. You know, you cannot be 100% accurate all the time. So yeah, those limits that AI is facing, to sum them up, you know, on the one hand, like with the Microsoft chatbots who got racist in 10 minutes, you can see that AI can generalize way too well and way too fast. And on the other hand, to be able to recognize cats, like a 4-year-old kid would do with two examples, you need hundreds of thousands of samples, you know, to train your model to be quite accurate. So yeah, here we can see like Larsen or feedback loops going on, you know. So, and actually, I think it comes from a strong binary, which is like the computationalist approach of the mind, which is the main philosophical foundation of modern AI, which has a strong binary, which is cognition is not part of the world. So there are two different things; they don't overlap. And this is a very strong statement, because what it means or implies is there are no black boxes in the world. You know, everything is clear and transparent. And so this raises a big question: can AI be a doctor? You know, can you infer unbalanced inputs and create balanced or identically distributed outcomes? So this is an example at the bottom of a South American frog. When there is acoustic pollution by human, it sings or communicates differently than when there is just nature around. And so this is not only removing the bias to get the fairness, but also it changes, you know, it evolves. It's a complex system. And so, yeah, from the first studies, there is no silver bullet method. You have to be a case-by-case approach to be able to adapt, and this is what our human brains are good at. You know, it's adapting. You know, that's actually a good definition of intelligence, in my opinion. And so, even when you mitigate, you still have those strong statements, because human behaviors are huge systems. And so, I think, yeah, we need not to take automated decision making for granted, and have a system around. So yeah. Mulțumesc frumos, merci frumos, thank you, and so this was my presentation.
Thank you very much, Fred. So, as always, any question? I have one, but yeah, I'm waiting also for someone from the public.
Yeah, I don't need question. You know.
You should give him a prize for that. Yeah. Okay, so my question, okay, is this what you presented us only in theory, or in your university you have also implemented such decision-making algorithms?
Yeah, we have some decision-making algorithm, for instance, in medical schools, like for choices of internship place, we use a Moncrief algorithm. And also next year we're going to have, like, this is France-wide, but for where future doctors are going to, what they are going to do, like what specialty, it's going to be an algorithm. And actually the two doctors told me, two professors, they told me, we were told, don't ask how it works, because we will never tell you, you know. So this is actually a strong statement again.
Okay.
Mulțumesc.
Thank you.
Okay, now I invite you for a short coffee break. Let's do in 10 minutes, then to start the next session. Then please, 10 minutes outside to refresh, but then you can take the coffee or water. There are full of kids around. It is started the research night and they are very hungry. So at least the coffee and the water, please take inside. Rezolvat? Nu, nu. Păi lasă premiul 1, premiul 3, premiul 2.
Numai alia și după aceea, sau nu încep cu diplomele de participare? Da.
Și nu se vede bine. Se vede, nu, am văzut un E. Se vede că lucra pe Mac, dar lăsăm în pace. Foarte bine. E așa cum e.
Ce răspunde așa de greu? Ok.
Da, foarte bine. Ai ceva de cap, un medicament? Please take a seat. Herr Professor. Și ai pus-o? Lasă, nu mai am la let's don't delay. We start with the last panel. I think has the same weighted like the other panel, the education. And not only the education or simply by education, but also upskilling, reskilling, long life learning, and also our future of work, how is influenced by risks and other crises that happen in nearby. So I start with our partner, also friend, Gabriela Cândia, who works in a company but also sometimes also teach, and also are involved in a lot of informatic contests to the high school. So Gabriela, please, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the invitation. Like the previous presenter said, I would like to say about me that I'm born, raised, and educated in Sibiu until all the level of education was done in Sibiu. And because in the other panels we discuss about
just some technical questions
okay.
from Professor Brown.
We discuss about Industry 4.0, 5.0, entrepreneurs and AI, sorry, and a lot of things. All of these are done in teams. Nobody works alone in these days. Nobody. Thank you. So I would like to talk today about the work-life balance applied to the new hybrid workplace reality. This is a use case from our company, Propardo. It's a software development company from Sibiu. What is work-life balance? It means different things for each and every one of us. And it's not a target, it's not just a thing, it's a cycle. And we need to be engaged in this because the context and our priorities changes all the time or evolve. I don't know exactly what happened with the arrows and the fonts, but it still can be read. When we work on site, this means that we have face-to-face communication. We can build relationship between team members. And this on-site working supports productivity. When we work remote, doesn't matter that it's home office or Starbucks, doesn't matter. We have flexibility. Let's hope that we have a better work-life balance and autonomy. What we discover in the last 2.5 years, that we have hybrid work, and this means that we have structure and sociability from the on-site work, and independence and flexibility from the remote work. How Propardo navigate through the pandemic times? If you ask me if Propardo was ready from the beginning, of course not. I don't think that somebody was ready for that. But we are an agile company, and adapting is one of our strengths, so we put it to work. This means at the end of the pandemic time, we can say that sustainability and inclusion are no longer a nice to have in the company, that it's a must. Okay. what exactly did we do? Flexible schedule, it was not a new thing for us. It was implemented in our company long before the pandemic time. But we had hybrid work model. This hybrid work model started and was obtained naturally. We said that we have 33% model. This means that 1/3 of our colleagues work only from home, 1/3 of our colleagues work only in the office, and 1/3 come and go how it's best for them. Best means in terms of the meetings with the other colleagues, or in terms to prepare some presentation, or in terms to different discussion, and also if they have some life-related issues that they need to solve it in the city, and how this is how they come also in the office. We stay true to our rule, people come first. We done weekly meeting during the pandemic time, weekly meeting with all the colleagues. We had Wednesday meetings, and we discuss with all the colleagues online. Doesn't matter if they were home or in the office, but we put it, all of them together in different groups, not all of them in one group, but we try to keep a little bit of social and a little bit of checking, because I understand that nobody likes to be checked if it's okay or it's not okay. But from my point of view, I wanted to be sure that our colleagues, not just my colleagues, our colleagues are okay at home. Of course, we move all our workshops online. It doesn't matter they were technical or soft skills workshop. We move everything. And we try to keep well-being as a top priority for our team. And of course, forward is the only way to go. And we stay true to that. Now, we can say the hybrid work, it's here to stay. It's a balanced way to have, how I said at the beginning, structure, sociability, and also independence and flexibility. And now we can say that we still need to keep this and to supporting the wellness. It doesn't matter if the pandemic is over or not. I don't know exactly how to say that, to say if it's over or not. But for sure, in the future, we will have other problems, other issues, other unexpected events that we need to face. So we have to balance collaborative work and also quiet work. For sure, not everyone works in the same hour and in the same piece. Some of our colleagues appreciate a fixed routine. They are not comfortable to work also at home with some settings, also in the office with other settings, and not move ping-pong between this. And for sure, we need to keep a mix of synchronization and asynchronous communication method. How is the future of work and how we see it? I don't have a magic something, anything. What is new norm? If we will have a new norm, I don't know exactly. What will the work environment look like? How about working from anywhere? And when we speak about future of work, we don't discuss just in regards with well-being of our colleague. We need to respect also the law. And at this point, the legislation is not the same level with what is happening now, so it still needs to be adapted. In what direction the full-time employment will go, I don't know. Would hybrid working be better for organization? And what will make people happier at work? We had, I think, a question yesterday about this, or today. Today. Sorry. Now, what we learn after 2.5 years? That we need to build a resilient work environment. To be prepared, we need to be prepared for future unexpected challenges. A flexible work systems are a must, but we need to keep in mind that this doesn't mean that it's more productive, but it's a must for sure from the people point of view. And we need to, the employee expertise must be prioritized, because the employee well-being starts at work. How I said, from my point of view, or from our point of view, there is no new normal or normal, and each individual has to find what works for them, what are the conditions and what is well-being for them, and what is the balance. And we know that flexibility empowers us as an individual to be productive, but it's not always the case. At the end, for sure, pandemic times transform the workplace overnight, but the good news is that we learn few things during these last 2 days. I hope that I was quick. Thank you very much.
If you allow me, I will start with a question. It's not only for Gabriela. A lot of the panelists are from this panel of education are company leaders. The question could be also for you. How do you observe a change to the new entry in the company, the employing graduates of UL, not only ULBS, but students that finish the school, employed to you, but these students make the last years online. And how do you feel it's affected something, the productivity, or how do you feel these students comparing with before period? Or maybe you didn't employ in the last time this kind of students, but definitely will appear in time.
In the last 2 years, we had new colleagues, graduates or fresh graduates from Lucian Blaga, and all of them want to work in the office. There was not one that said, I want to work at home or in other part. And because of that, we were very happy, because they are able to steal the job, or not the job, the skill from the seniors that are still in the office. Because one of the disadvantage, or the main disadvantage that I see in this hybrid work, is that the young colleague don't have from who to steal the skills. It's complicated in online. You can ask for sure, but the answer it will come, I don't know when. That's it.
Thank you very much. We are here for a long time, so we are like in family. We know each other. I present George Bontas, who has also presentation to this panel. He presented to the startups, but now is a different vision.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Adrian. And first of all, I want to thank you again for the great organization that we had this year again at Sibiu Innovation Days. You and also Mr. Rod had an excellent organization again, and for everybody that was involved in this, because it's I know it's more people behind it. For today, I thought about coming also with some thoughts about how can we remain relevant on the marketplace, and let me jump directly into the topic. So I presented myself already. I'm George Bontas. I'm a director of the Regnology Romania company. I'm also head of software development for our flagship product for almost 13 years in that company. I'm an alumni of the University of Sibiu, and I'm very passionate about what we do, and especially also developing people. I just put here some challenges of the future of work, because we see that in the future people need to be more flexible. So I think also in the panel before, Mihai was also saying, George, you're talking so much about change. I think that's a reality. In order to progress, in order to evolve, we need to embrace change. We need to embrace new things. Of course, we need also to dig down and to create more strengthness of our ideas, but we also need to be in a moving area. So that's why we also see that in the future, people need to evolve and learn new skills. And for the key here to ensuring that people are educated, we need to have the relevant digital skills in order to drive the future economy. And of course, we were talking about AI. AI will definitely disrupt a lot of what each individual will do. I saw from Aline today the presentation of that robot that was taking care of so many other things. Of course, they will be more clear of what they will execute compared to a person who, of course, the intensity and precision is not compared to a robot. So the digital maturity needs to be cultivated. So we as companies, but also people, need to think about upskilling, reskilling, and have internal programs around that. Talking about this, I always like to come with examples. So not that I come only with the theoretical part. So that's why I talk about the company being there 13 years almost. It's easier to make an example. Our vision is connecting regulators and the industry to drive financial stability, tax transparency, and sustainable future. So we worked a lot, and I had a presentation about our evolution as a product company for the last 30 years. What do you think changed from the way people worked there? So at the beginning, of course, you were having more Excel skills and more topics about looking into the data in Excel. But in time, you need to do the automations. You need to create the tools. At the beginning was the normal 3-tier architectures that we are having with database and then application and then web application. But what do we have today? We, of course, move towards the cloud. So we need to think about containerization. We need to think of how we do parallel processing, how to get the same results in this environment definitely needs and requires different skills. And this is not only for the persons who do the development of these tools, but also the people that work on the applications themselves. Think about how you would work in an Excel, and think about how the future might look like if you start working on the application itself. What do we have today as applications? We have still applications where you do a lot of configurations and people can write SQL scripts to interrogate data, to get more information about their data. But more and more, we get no-code applications where based on a good user interface, you can start linking your information and not anymore that much going into the code and having these deep technological skills, as I would say. I will just jump over that slide because I think it's too much. And here, I just give you an example how we sell our products today. So we sell the products still on premise. There are, if we work with the banks and international banks, they still want to get control of their data and everything that it's stored. So they want to install the applications on their premises, on their infrastructure. But we also give the opportunity to the customers to use regulatory as a service, so to use the application as a service itself. But since 2013, we even invented kind of a factory because we see the potential of a market to aggregate themselves, to start collaborating and not to be in a kind of competition and collaborate on a single platform to get the best outcome for what it is required in the area. So, in this context, I want to pitch a topic that I think is really important, is that people have to think about the guiding principles for themselves. What is guiding me as a person? Which are my personal values? Which is my personal mission, vision, in order to have the success in the future as well, and not to think about only the technology or the activities that I'm working on. You see, also finance, also IT, and everything it's developing. So, but the principles can remain the same. And for this, I just selected 12 principles of Agile, which I find very, very inspiring and help us to move towards changing and challenging times. And here we have, measure of progress through working projects, satisfy the customer, promote sustainable development, continuous attention to technical excellence, simplicity is essential, self-organizing teams, regularly reflect on continuous improvements, welcome changing requirements, deliver working software frequently, collaborate daily, motivate individuals, and face-to-face conversations. Here is also linked a little bit. I think we need to have these face-to-face conversations and not only in a digital format, because there are so many things that we can express by being also in a face-to-face environment. Look at this conference, how it was online, and how do we feel now being here in the room, having the direct feedback from you. It really helps be better at what we do. So I just leave you again with the question of the day. Unfortunately, I have here something. Oh, I'm having here something. Which are your principles? So which are yours? And that's it.
Thank you very much, George. Please ask some question, because also the conference is not a monologue from the speaker. It's for debate, because
of course, yeah.
Not necessary to be on the same opinion, but probably we think the same, act differently, but think the same. Or so. Please, Fred.
Just another question. Sorry.
Yeah, please.
So actually, I use no code a lot, and I actually think it's gonna be a revolution. And I actually tried to automate my job, my previous job, because it was very boring. So, and for me,
Indeed, it is a challenge, but I think this is what it already happened. We see this in the factories. We see this also in the software industry. What people did in the past, they're not doing. We're not writing assembly anymore. We already have the new languages to be on top of it and to be more efficient at what we do. And the evolution is there. We just need to embrace the change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I invite now Mr. Viorel Bota to join with us. Just a moment to stop share. It's okay? Yes, just okay, start It works? Yes. Viorel was also, beside his job, he's very passionate and work with a lot of kids as a, let's say, additional, not a job because it's a pleasure probably, involve a lot of volunteers in his activity for training small children in IT secrets. No?
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So, my name is Viorel Bota, and I'm trying to figure how this is working. Okay. So a little bit about me. I'm a techie guy. I was a test engineer. I'm now a software developer. I'm also passionate about learning, and yeah, I'm involved on all sorts of learning activities. I'm teaching adults about programming and helping them learn the basics of programming and entering this programming field within Școala Informală de IT. I'm also helping kids to learn basic concepts. So we start working with kids from 7 years of age and onward, and we're working with these block programs, and they are learning basic programming concepts. And yeah, it's really nice to see them enjoying to learn programming. And I'm also a volunteer at NGO called Asociația Pasionați de Tehnologie. It's a new NGO which just founded this year. And as part of this NGO, we've started this activity called Back to Tech Study Group. And Back to Tech Study Group is based on some principles, and those principles are defining this concept of crowdsourced learning. So you maybe know of many of the things I'm going to talk about today, but at the end I'll have some information of how we are applying this principle. So bear with me if it seems boring. Okay, so what is the main idea? So the main idea is that we as adults don't stop learning when we finish schools. And I think you all know this when you are in this room. And maybe some of you are here because of this. So we need to have this concept of continuous learning as a process, and don't just stop. So also professionals, especially in IT, know this because there are new technologies that appear, new requirements, like, for example, low-code solutions are coming to market, so you have to be in touch how you can use them to satisfy the customer's needs and so on. And also some data that are coming from this Stack Overflow study. So Stack Overflow is doing a study each year with people registered there, and one of the findings from the study shows that 38% of those learning to code already have a degree. So they already are mastering something, specialized in some domain, and now they're trying to learn to code, either to change fields, but not only to change fields, maybe they want to improve their work by using coding within their work. I think it's also a nice concept. And also this study revealed that most of the people who consider themselves developers are not focused on a single technology. So I'm not a developer and I know only Java or only Python. So they need to know multiple technologies in order to do their work. And I feel like this is a more requirement that is more in tune with the times that we are living and with the current market needs. So how do you keep up with this learning need? And of course, there's this idea of learning on the job. But learning on the job, as it turns out, it only takes you so far. And I have looked at some research papers looking at how you could become an expert on a field that you are trying to master. And you can do the things that you want to learn, and this will only take you so far. And a very nice example would be that we all drive maybe to work each day. That doesn't make us professional drivers. So if you go on the racetrack with a professional driver, you would lose. And the same principles apply to medicine, where doctors need to first practice the surgical operations before they are allowed to do it on live operating rooms, and maybe also chess players. I saw examples with tennis players. So there comes this idea that in order to master your domain, you need to get involved in deliberate practice. It's not sufficient to just go to work and do your job, and that's it. Clock in at 9 and clock out at 5, and that's it. This will not help you on the long term. It will only take you so far. Because apparently, we as humans only learn until we can do our task that is needed. I mean, you tie your shoelace every morning, but how many knots can you tie? One is enough in order to tie your shoelace. So you need this idea of deliberate practice. And this idea is also transparent in other concepts like coding katas. Coding katas, kata comes from karate, and it's a practice which means to repeat certain moves in order to develop muscle memory, so you can have very fast reactions when you go on the stage and are required to fight. So coding katas are the same. Basically, you take good coding practices and you practice them, that in order when you work on the project, you already have this idea of how you can apply it right there on the spot. And you have this in mind. And this is coding kata. So this is one of the first idea. Then, where do you get this information? So where do you learn? Because, again, looking at the Stack Overflow study, 50% of the participants say that they are impacted by knowledge silos. So we are all working within knowledge silos. And sometimes the information that is required for you to do your job might not be even available in your organization or in your circle of people that you know. So you need to go out of this circle. You need to break this silo. And you might say, okay, I'll just search Google. But yeah, search engines like Google and also others, they are built in that way that they supply you with information based on previous information that you searched. So I always like to think of the search engines like something I want to train. So if I want certain information, I can just search for something and I'll train it so it would give me more of that information. And it works. But this brings me to this problem that I had this knowledge silo. How do you get new information, new ideas? And in order to get new ideas, we need collaboration. And because collaboration brings new perspectives. So what type of collaboration techniques we could use to get these new ideas? So I listed a couple of here. So we can attend conferences like this one, because you can get multiple speakers and they can bring you multiple ideas and different ideas, which are very valuable. You can read a book, or even better, you can join a book club. Because when you join a book club, not only that you get information from the book, but you can get all other perspectives on the information by debating that information with other persons from the book club. You can get involved in open source projects, or you can just send your project to someone and just ask, okay, can I get your point of view on this? Can I get a review on this? And I think organizations like the Linux kernel are basically growing out of this. They are having this all infusions of multiple type of ideas, and in the end, the best of them make it in the build that we are all using. You can also discuss your problems in what is called a brown bag session. So brown bag session means that I have a problem, I'm just exposing the problem, and people are contributing to ideas of how can you fix that problem? And there can be multiple approaches. And this could be a technique that you can use to just break out of that knowledge silo. And of course, you can join a learning community. And that brings me to the idea of crowdsourced learning, this learning community. Okay, and I like to always present crowdsourced learning as the following idea. How much time can you allocate in a week for learning? You might have a 9 to 5 job, you might have kids, maybe you don't, maybe you can do 4 hours of learning a day. Maybe you can only do 2 hours of learning per week. But what if you could share that effort with someone else? And that's what is the core principle of crowdsourced learning, sharing the effort for acquiring information. Because I can study for 2 hours this week because I have a need for that, either at my job, or I have a personal interest, or I'm just reading a book over the weekend. But then I can take that information, I can share it to someone else. When I share it to someone else, they will gain from the time that I invested in getting that information. And I will, in return, gain from their perspectives. So I'm breaking out of that knowledge silos, and they could do themselves the same thing. They could learn something and share it with me. So it's a mutual beneficial thing for all parties involved. And also, with crowdsourced learning, you can leverage other powerful learning techniques, like I already mentioned programming katas, but you could do pair programming, for example. And with pair programming, there are a lot of studies with pair programming, and the ones that focus on productivities, they're not really concluded. I mean, there are that show that, okay, there's a productivity increase, but there are also a lot of studies that show there's no productivity increase. There's actually a penalty for doing pair programming. So you don't get, with 2 people working on the same code, you don't get double the speed. But I think what pair programming undoubtedly brings to the table is the ability to increase the learning speed. So it's a powerful learning tool. And if we don't focus on productivity, if we focus on learning, I think pair programming is just perfect tool for this. And then there is the prodigy effect. So the prodigy effect is basically saying that people are learning more when they are teaching rather than when they are learning to take an exam. And this is proven again and again by several studies. And what I discovered interesting in those studies that people are also learning more if they're preparing to teach, but then never teach. And they have not exactly the same benefits, but they have benefits compared to when they are learning just to take an exam or to take a grade or just to do a job or something like that. And there are all sorts of theories why this is happening, but some main ideas that I took from the studies that I read is that when you are preparing to teach or preparing to transfer knowledge to someone else, you are forced to take the essence out of that subject and to understand it so you can explain it. And you feel this need because you don't want to get embarrassed when you present the concept. And this is a powerful technique that is forced upon you when you are preparing to teach. Also, there is this idea about exploratory questioning. So when you are preparing to teach or when you are actually teaching and the public asks you questions, you are again preparing to have those answers. So you might dig in deeper in the information in order to have that information prepared. And some studies have shown that when people learn because they prepare to teach, they are actually allocating more time to learning just because of that. And of course, with crowdsourced learning, you can carve your own learning path, which is an important thing for adults learning. And I'll get back to this a little bit later. So the next thing I would like to tie to this crowdsourced learning is that the crowdsourced learning map very well with andragogy principles, which basically is the study of adults' education. So there are 7 principles. One is voluntary participation. So motivation for adults in order to learn efficiently has to be internal. It doesn't have to be external pressure or something else. And this brings efficient learning. And you have to have this possibility of choosing what you learn and when you learn it, because you need to tie it to your needs directly. And you need also a lot of practice opportunities. And you want to focus on solving problems, because it turns out that the adults like to learn by focusing on problem and trying to find a solution. And in the search for the solution, that's where the learning happens. And also, there's this idea about having impact from previous experience. With adults, this is more significant because adults have richer experience, and this could be helpful or not, depending on it. But it would be very nice if you could find a way to leverage that experience in order to actually assist your learning. And also, adults favor informal collaborative networking environments. So they prefer to have informal study environments, not maybe like in school, sitting desk and things like that. And also what is important for them to select the way that they are learning. And I think this is important because each one of us has their own learning techniques. And they prefer to learn in some way. Some prefer to read books, some prefer to watch videos, some prefer to have discussions, some prefer to have exercises. And it is important for adults to know what is the best way that they can leverage learning and to apply those techniques in the learning process. So based on these crowdsourced learning concepts and the others that I presented earlier, this year in February, we started working on this study group that I mentioned in the start. And the idea is that you can share your research effort within the study group. We have a Slack channel, and you can just post the things that you are studying, links to articles and things like that. People can debate on it and exchange ideas on the Slack channel. And you can also gain experience by participating in coding kata session or even preparing coding kata sessions. And when you are preparing coding kata session, you are also leveraging that other part with the protege effect because you are preparing to teach others. So it's a double gain here. And you can, of course, share experience within these programming sessions, because what happens when we organize these coding kata sessions, we just meet on Zoom, and some of the people like to code, but some of the people just like to observe and give input. And you also have this pair programming as the technique for learning new information. And of course, you can easily gain new perspectives. This month, we also started a book club, so there are a couple of colleagues who are actually practicing to take a certification, and they just divided the material into several sections, and they're just studying one section at a time, and then they meet to exchange ideas. you can also prepare GitHub projects, or you can prepare blog articles. And I feel that like writing an article has the same effect as preparing to teach, because you have to have a deep understanding of what you are writing on, because you want it to be a good article. And also you can have this effect with protege, you have the results of the protege effect if you are preparing somehow a talk on a subject for others. And there's a link there about more on the protege effect and how it helps improve the learning process, if you would like more details. And in the end, I would like just to talk about the organization. So, as I mentioned in the beginning, the Back to Tech Study Group is an initiative started by this NGO, Asociația Pasionat de Tehnologie. We are just some IT enthusiasts who want to help a better future for us and the communities that we are working on. And we think that we can do that in the best way possible by improving working together with others. And yeah, that's our mission. And I'll leave you with some links if you would like to get more details. Yeah, thank you.
I invite to put some question to Viorel. Please.
Thank you very much. Actually, I've never heard the expression protégé effect. It sounds kind of French, by the way.
Yeah.
But it's in news in what they call inverted classes. I know some teachers who use this at the University of Burgundy. And the main aspect being, okay, the student needs to produce teaching materials. So the person starts with a few videos or questions, and then after a few sessions, they become teachers in a way. I think this is, I think this is very powerful. Have you considered using this kind of inverted classes in your actions?
We use this in the community to have these inverted classes, but there it's more of a community of people sharing information, so anyone can be a teacher at any time. I mean, teacher, you're sharing experience. It's not like you have 20 years of experience on something and you teach that. But yeah, I'm thinking of doing some exercises within Școala Informală de IT, where I'm teaching adults, and just preparing some exercises where I could use this inverted teaching experience. The thing that I discovered is that people learning have an expectation for them to be more passive. And you have to encourage them, you have to help them gain trust in themselves in order to have that courage to express themselves. So yeah, that might be a bit of a hassle. All the studies that I've searched are just like with students and, okay, we have an assignment this year, you have to teach this class, and it's working fine because there's an assignment. But yeah, when you're working with volunteers, yeah, let's see what happens. Yeah.
I will leave, Don Professor, your question, but just to say, everybody from this room is happy because Fred asked and the rest stay passive. Please, Professor Volovic.
I think it needs to be an active involvement. So coding katas only work if it's a deliberate intent on learning something. If it's not, and there were some results I saw in a study where katas don't work if people don't put in the effort. So if it's forced upon them, just do this kata, just do the kata, they might retain the information for 2 weeks or something, and then in a month or two, it's all gone. So poof. So they need to get involved. They need to work on the materials.
Do you have a question?
Yes. So
So within, to your first question, within this study group, yeah, we actually practice that. So also me and also the other people involved in the community, when we're starting something, we just take some notes. Maybe you create a small exercise for you to just practice that information, and then you just save that in a GitHub. And after you have the GitHub, you just share the GitHub and you do a Zoom call. And by the way, the community is all online. So all our meetings are on Zoom, online. And what we do, we just meet on the Zoom and we do the GitHub exercise together. And it's basically practicing to teach, and learning to teach. That's the protege effect. We also did specialized exercises like coding katas, but those you can just find a lot of on the internet. Interestingly enough, we didn't find any testing kata, and we're actually working on a project to prepare a testing kata for the testing community. And about applying to math, no, I didn't try so far these ideas. I think they would work because the studies that I've read proven that this is working in medicine, it's working in computer science, of course, in literature, in history learning, so all sorts of fields, not only programming. But I like programming. I'm a techie, like I said, so yeah.
Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker was also participate today at the startup panel is Cătălin Mihacea, and I'm happy to introduce him to explain also his vision regarding education and the feedback in education. Please.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Thank you, all of you. Actually, this is more like a personal experience, and this is something which I would like to share. Because into the last 2 years, I was able to learn a lot, especially how important is the feedback, and also how important is the feedback in education through the programs which I was attending, through the mentorship programs which I was participating, even through the trainings which we had within the company were also around the feedback overall. Just a little bit about me. So Cătălin Mihacea, now I'm one of the mentors and coach, so I'm putting a different hat. Normally when I'm starting to work on something or thinking about a certain topic I'm using Wikipedia. And I was searching a little bit on Wikipedia to understand what actually feedback is. And what Wikipedia says is that feedback occurs when outputs of a system are routed back through his input. So as you can see, you have some input, there is an output, and there is a process there. And of course, you have all this time, this feedback loop, which should come with the only purpose to actually make us better. From this, I wanted to give a little bit about some statements in terms of what others think about what is the feedback in education. So some statements are feedback is information given to the learner about the learner's performance relative to the learning goals and outcomes. It has the aim to improve the student learning. Other statements are saying that feedback is one of the most powerful influencing in learning and development, in achievement, right? So exactly what Vio was talking about the continuous learning to the community. Also, the feedback when we are talking about the feedback, sometimes we do not realize the feedback could be verbal, could be written, could be given through tests. Lately, what we saw into the education, to the primary schools, to the university, there are these tests from 1 to 5, and the students are coming, everyone is coming and gives a grade from 1 to 5, and then we saw that everything is perfect, but our students are not performing. And all these things were some things where I started to ask myself, why is feedback important? And it's important, what I saw is important, and when I'm doing teaching classes also myself, and also with kids, and also with adults, is actually I'm starting to explain to them why is feedback important, why at the end of each session they should provide me feedback, not just grading me 1 to 5, but also to come up with comments, with the inputs, because you do not realize what exactly how they are thinking, what was their view on a specific topic. So it's clear that feedback is important because it allows us to grow, but also to see a different perspective, to motivate ourselves to be better, to also focus all the time on what we know best, in improving that, to be excellent of what we are doing, but also to embrace the future and also to learn something each day, learn something from others when people are providing us feedback. Now, is that enough? And how this is linked with the importance of feedback in education? Well, the importance of feedback should be both ways. It should be from teachers to students, from students to the teachers, from the students to the mentors, from the mentors to the students. Why? Because it allows everyone to acquire new skills, and this way everyone is going to start to learn. Also, it opens a new territory for question and openness. You know, when we are receiving feedback as tutors or as mentors, I'm more open to also provide feedback, and also the students are open to provide me feedback in order to develop myself. Also, bridging a little bit the gap between the assessment of the learning, assessment and learning, providing mainly the focus to improvement. It allows us also a way of implementing new ways or new standards in the ways of teaching. Crowdsourced learning is also one of these directions of the future, but also it improves the quality of the teaching. How? By reaching more effectively to the students, more directly to the students, not just receiving some grading, having a real conversation, a real personal relation through the feedback. Now, going a little bit in detail, in many situations, what you observe also within the company which I'm working on currently is that everyone sees feedback like, yeah, you did not do, you are wrong there, or you are not better there, or you should improve your skills there. But what is also important is how we give feedback, what the types of the feedback when you are giving feedback. When you give feedback, when is the moment when you give feedback? You give the feedback or you receive the feedback at the end of the semester, or you receive the feedback at the moment, or you are gathering more feedback and then you go to that person and have a talk with them, you know, into the career development or what you are doing. But also it's important that to understand how to receive feedback, because in many situations, you know, people are coming with the feedback, but nobody is listening. You know, you are not listening, you are not there. But you should understand how you receive the feedback. And one last important point is, what actions do you do with that feedback? What you take from the feedback which you receive? Are you taking some actions? Are you taking some improvements? What are you going to do with that? And I would like to go through each one of these stages. So what type of feedbacks are there? In many situations, we consider, yeah, somehow naturally we are going and provide negative feedback, but that's not enough. We should think all the time about providing positive, but also constructive feedback. Why? Because only this way we could develop ourselves. But also one important topic is that the feedback should be objective, should not be subjective, you know? Think about the situation, think about what happened, and we're going to talk a little bit about, you know, the structure of the feedback. So the focus is give positive feedback, be constructive feedback, but the more important point is have objective feedback provided. Objective on a specific situation, because otherwise they are just feelings, they are just emotions. When to give feedback? Well, in the majority of situations, my experience was, and I'm receiving feedback each day after my sessions, my teaching sessions is my example. That is helping me a lot of time. I also provide feedback after the session to the students. That's also very important. Also, it's important to select the location. Is it a public feedback? Or should be a private feedback? Because all the time when you are talking between each other, you need to understand, you need to put your head, as I mentioned previously, on the person which is in front of you. Is it that person capable of accepting a feedback publicly? If not, should I take it personally and have one-to-one conversation? But one important topic is, besides the location, is do the feedback once you are prepared. If you do not think that you are prepared, do not give the feedback in the same day, because you're going to give actually emotions. It's not going to be an objective feedback. And that's very important. How to give feedback? Well, the first point is that many times is we are just giving feedback. And there are people who say, well, feedback is a gift. But why not asking for permission to provide feedback? First, ask for permission to provide feedback, and then if the person is open to do, this means that you could already establish a relation. Consider that feedback is, you know, the impact of the feedback when you are giving it to the people, you know. There is feedback which is written in stone, you know. People are not going to forget what you say. There is feedback which is written in sand, you know. It might change for a while. The feedback might be, you know, if it was something subjective, people will forget it at some point. But it's feedback which is written in water, you know. It will gonna go. Why? Because it's helping me to develop myself. But also follow a structured approach for feedback. First, explain the context. Why you are giving the feedback? What were the actions which happened due to the context? But also, what was the impact on me, the impact on others, about the context and the actions which happened? And finally, provide solutions. Provide solutions when you are giving a feedback. Not just give a feedback. You give a feedback, the feedback was there, but was there any learning? No, because there was also no solution coming. If we are following a structured approach, then clearly what we're going to see is that people, or the people which want to develop themselves, they're going to change because they're going to improve themselves. Because we follow a structured approach. They understand the context. There is no subjectivity. There is objectivity. There is an action. It's clear they understand the impact, and there is also a solution. You are helping them. Also, it's important for the other side, or the recipient, is how to receive the feedback. Request the feedback first, listen it, and appreciate it. But most important is to create a set of actions. Consolidate the actions, then validate it with others. Validate it with others, and improve yourself. And one final point is to adapt yourself based on the feedback. Finally, I just want to put some things down in terms of what to do with the feedback. Is do not stop this process. Feedback can and shall be given at any time. Improve yourself as a student. Improve yourself. We should improve ourselves as tutors. You know, in order to be better. Improves the ways how you respond to assignments. Take it, understand it, and repeat the process. There is a process which there on Wikipedia it was not clear. I was just going through a clear process in terms of providing feedback. Also, improve methods, how you reach to your audience at different levels. And improve yourself also as a teacher in order to improve your outputs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cătălin. I must say that a lot of things in my mind, based also on what you said before, but also Cătălin, just few things to speak from my side. First of all, it's a fault of myself that this room should be full of the student. This is a fault, because this message, I think everybody agree with it, but that means we are old. This message is for younger population. This message, I think, should reach to the audience, but maybe we know that it's true now, but we have an age. So this needs to be a little bit generational shift to reach to the target, in my opinion. Second, regarding, just to finish, Professor, and I leave. Second, in the first year of teaching at my students, on the exam, I put a motto. I printed the exam, I put a motto. And that motto is not from myself, but I like very much. It said, the professor is one who talk in someone else's sleep. Of course, you can receive a feedback, but not from somebody who sleep or don't pay attention what you say. And third, it's in room, my colleague here, Arpad Geller, in 2004, 21st of May, was celebrated Constantin și Elena, religious ceremony. We came from a football game, and together with Professor Vincent, stay and analyze the feedback from two of our papers. One of that was rejected without any other session. And second was major revision with a lot of questions, but I was very, very upset. And after that, I understood, and with this feedback, we reached to publish the first very important paper from our beginning of the researcher and PhD, and learn. These days, I also ask my children, my family, regarding my slides or regarding some of my work. And of course, for the first moment, I don't like their feedback. But listening carefully or waiting a little bit, I understand that something could be better, or I can explain more because the message wasn't clear from me, not necessarily he didn't understand. So it's very, very important what Cătălin said, but I think we need to transmit this to a younger age. Please, Professor Volkovic. Please.
I'd like to also stress something that is a generational shift, and I think it's a cultural shift for us, that feedback is not only negative. It's really important in order to get that audience really open to listening, to start with the positive feedback, because there's always positive things that have gone through, and this way then you can start with a constructive sort of negative feedback. And I think this is something that we must encompass in all aspects of our lives, to get accustomed to giving positive feedback and then
Yes, we see the empty part of the glass, not the full part.
so you're scared.
If there are any questions. Otherwise, I propose to sing to the question for the dinner. So thank you very much, Cătălin. It's late and I'm getting older. I present Mihai. We are here for a long time.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mihai.
So, welcome and thank you for inviting me here and being here with you at this early hour. I will, since we discuss a lot about concepts, techniques, methods, I would like to come to the ground with a very specific business case, let's call it like that. It's a dual school system, so basically it's one of our continental projects that we have in the company. And with this kind of projects, we want to have an impact in the community and into the education system also. So it's not rocket science, it's just simple things that all the company can do, and we assume this challenge 5 years ago in a context in which we were into a German association. Of course, since Continental Automotive System, it's a German company into the automotive system, for sure. And we would like to, at that moment, we joined this experience of sustaining some pupils in the high school in regards of learning an qualification in electronics. So we had 2 students at that moment, and we have at one time an awareness, I don't know, call, in which we said that, okay, if we want to do something in regards of this kind of system, we should do something. So 2 people means nothing for this kind of educational system. So in Romania, by the way, we have this educational type of system called dual system implemented into the high schools level. And it's established in 2012, started 2015, take an official statement in regards of educational approach, was something that disappeared for around 10 years from our educational system due to some political changes and strategies, let's call it, and was a really, 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 how to say, no, it was something that affects a lot the industry due to the fact that at one moment when we search in the market for specialists, for people who can do things, for sure it's very, very difficult to find. And all of you, I'm pretty sure that you experience the same thing. So in this War for the Talent, or War for Talent, we were in this battle, but for sure we don't have to be into a battle in this market. So we should have a shift in our mind in regards of how to approach the challenges to attract people and to contribute to their growth as future professional. So for sure you know that I quoted there some observation in the market. So identify quality talent is not difficult, but requires a considerable amount of time, money, and effort. So our question was, okay, how can we shift this? How to put effort, money, and time in some other direction, not in competing, not in battles, but in more creative and constructive approaches. And due to this, we think that the dual school system can be a place in which we can put the effort. And like that, we started two ways of collaborative approaches, one with the university and the other one with the high school. So in 2017, we were involved together with Lucian Blaga University from Sibiu in a partnership to an European Funds project, dynamic project, in which we had 15 students in robotic and mechanics. We worked with them and prepared them in this field, and was very, very successful project from our side. And for sure, the University Lucian Blaga, I hope that will consider this as opportunity of learning and a new approach of the university system in regards of prepare the future generation of specialists in our country. On the other hand, we have this high school, as I mentioned. We started in 2018 with the first class, and by the way, we gain in this moment more than 130 pupils. So basically what we have done with these youngsters is to help them to learn and to gain competencies in two specialties, electronic and electromechanic. They are high school pupils. And during their studies, we also support them with a scholarship, and we cover their cost in regards of transportation, all the stuff. So after these years of investments, let's say, our gain as company was to have 77 graduates employed in our company. So basically, in this war of talents, in which you have to find the right technicians with the right skills at the right time, with the proper attitude, we gain, after 3-4 years, 77 technicians that were prepared, ready, connected with the company. Since their experience in the school, 3 years of schools, they came in our company and worked together in a practical approach with mentoring techniques, with transferring knowledge from the seniors, from the professionals, engineers and other technicians. And like that, we can achieve and we can cover our needs for headcount in the company. So the process is quite simple, 3 steps: onboarding, training, and employment. So what you have to do, in case you are curious to do this, just prepare yourself to support this kind of future colleagues, so the pupils. Prepare to have a marketing approach, because you need, and we are doing this. We want to do a mind shift in regards of professional learning and professional education. So first we have to promote and create an awareness in the educational community, meaning teachers first, then pupil and parents second, and create a lot of events like educational fairs and presentation in the high school. So basically what we are doing each year, we visit around 80 schools in the county. So basically we, I don't know, scan the entire county and present the system. And then train these guys, train these pupils during 3 years, adapt the curricula with the high school. Basically, this is what we struggle to do with the teachers in the high school, adapt everything in regards of our technology, and to offer to these kids the proper knowledge and the adapted knowledge to the real time. So we need to learn about today, not about 10 years ago. And afterwards, be prepared to employ these guys, because they represent your investment, and for sure, this is the scope of your efforts. So for us, this was our story. You can see here some pictures. They are quite amazed to see, because we also invite them to visit our factory before they decided to jump in this kind of system. And they can imagine that the factory can be as clean as they can see with their eyes, their eyes when they came in the organization. So basically, this it is. It's not simple for sure. I try to simplify a little bit the process, but it's worth it at the end of the day. So the same approach we have also with the students in the university. We attract as much as possible in our practical activities together with the Lucian Blaga University. We have internship programs, and not only with the University Blaga, we try to put these guys into the ground, connect them with the ground, with the technology, and what they should have to do as professionals in the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mihai. A question from my side, and I will leave Viorel. Do you stimulate or do you help these graduates of dual school to continue with the university study program?
And by the way, this is how we sell basically this project. When we present the learning path, because it's different from the high school. They learn only 3 years compared with the others, 4 years in the high school. So when we present the learning paths, we always mention that they will receive support afterwards to learn in the Seral, I don't know, night shift high school, let's call it like this. So basically some of them at this hour, they are learning in a high school. So, and yeah, afterwards, for sure, they will receive our support only continuing the university. For now, after those 2 generations that we have currently, half of these kids, so you saw 77, so around 40, they continue in this moment learning into high school and prepare themselves to graduate the high school and go further to the university. So it's very good. Yeah.
Please.
Very good question. No, it's this is how it's is the setup of the educational system. So basically, this dual system approach, meaning that half of the learning, formal educational time means practice. So they go around 18 weeks in the school, and another 18 weeks are for practice. We alternate practice with the theoretical preparation in the high school, and basically, yeah, half of the learning time they are spending in practical activities. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So regarding the statistics, I don't have it, but I have the observation. So what we can see is the fact that a kid that finishes this kind of system with our approach, it's learning much more faster what he or she needs to do in regards to special qualification that they follow. So basically, in the contests, for example, they learn, they win, so they are positioned in the first place is every time in each of these technical competitions. On the other hand, when they when they come to the interviews and selection, because they are following the same path as all the other candidates, they are by the start far from the other candidates. They are just graduate in high school and they want to I don't know, find a job. Because they were there, they were cared, let's say, by our professionals. They learn by doing and by observing. And yeah, this time that you mentioned, 50% of their learning time, meaning practical activities, helps a lot. But I don't have any statistics in regards of this. But yeah, can be a consideration for the Ministry of Education to create this kind of study. Thank you, Viorel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mihai. And just a few seconds. Somebody could call me magician, but I'm not. Just God loved me all the time. And what I want to say that usually going late, becoming late, the room is empty or became too much with few people. But now comes many inside. So God loves me. For somebody also could say that I put in purpose my presentation the last, but I wanted to avoid but Fred make a picture from the speakers and I can go back. Definitely I need to say something. Yes, allow me to share few of my things. I want to say that all panel I like very much. But probably I'm much connected with this panel and was my idea to introduce or to keep it because we have it in the last year because it's very, very important in my opinion. And everybody, like Viorel said, in a crowdsourced learning, because we didn't think that is, but this is a crowdsourced learning in my opinion. We learn from each from another and conversely. So there are some ideas, reading some important articles, but also from the experience. So what is, in my opinion, is necessary to rethink or to rethink the education from the beginning, from the basis, and also with the effort of everybody, not only from the government, because if we stay until something will change from the government, could be only takes time. Also, not all the time the changes bring a good wind for changing. Could be worse, no matter, but it's important to improve the things. So don't speak too much besides, because you know I'm a teacher and I like to speak more. I start, why this is happened, because at home nobody leave me to speak. We are a large family and I'm the last who can say something. Okay. I start with some mottos, because this motto I think was very important for everybody. And one, it belongs to Nelson Mandela, who said that education is the most powerful weapon through we can change the world. Nobody could stop to educate us or others. As Viorel said, or others, we can read books. I remember that a former colleague of us, Professor Boldur Bărbat, I provide him a book that I won in 2003 Romanian Academy Award with Professor Vințan, and I said, I give him with dedication, and I said, I'm sorry, but probably there are some mistakes of language or others, but when I was young, I work a lot of mathematics. I still work in mathematics because I liked. But he said, no matter, when you became old, you have time to read. No, it's better to do mathematics when you are young. But of course, we need to educate ourselves. Also, Albert Einstein has a good things, thinking also to the crisis, thinking to the pandemic. Sometimes it's important to change. Also this conference, also the format of this conference, probably in the future we need to change something to improve. But doing the same thing all the time, you won't grow, actually. You won't bring progress. But also another quote that I liked from Professor David Patterson from computer architecture, who said, research shapes the teaching process. So it's very important also to do research, how we can do everybody. Okay, I put here a short, let's say, a timeline with the education. Started a long time ago, of course, but the sources where I read was started with From Religion and Reason. Martin Luther in the 16th century, at least in Europe, let's say, wanted that the people to read the Bible. So involve people to study. First appear in Prussia in the 18th century, the compulsory educational system. Then the flourishing of German university start because the professor could do also research, not only teaching. Of course, the industrial revolution need more educated people. So also this process continue. After the Second World War, many students started higher education because they feel are not enough prepared or they could do more. So started a lot of master and PhD degrees for many of us. And we are in the new age. We need to change, and the future of education will represent a mix between a formal, an informal, but also a vocational education. So let's see, there are only my thought, not necessary to be, you agree with them, but what I want to say that until now the school has the monopoly of the education, but we are in the technological age where we can find resources for education in many other places. First, of course, the internet, but it's very important that learning, and also Viorel said, couldn't stop with the graduation of the faculty. We need to long life learning because it's very important to obtain, to obtain or to be up to date, yes, to be up to date with our profession, but also with the rest. So, keeping up to date actually will unlock further opportunities in our lives. So the school are no longer option for the education. I keep only from, I'm also senior member of ACM, and there is a weekly, 2-week appear ACM career news. All the time I'm reading a little about what happened with the market, because the students will be the next employer. So only some let's say, jobs that will increase, the requirement for this job will increase in the future. But could be another ranked, and you can find in different other places. But what is important that education should prepare people for the future of work, no matter the domain. So we need to take care of this. What I want to say that also from our experience, or also from our experience here in Lucian Blaga and Knowledge Transfer Center Hasu-Pladner, there are alternative sources of education. And I put it here, sources that I found from myself, but also I found from our partners regarding massive open online courses, regarding webinars, regarding a lot of YouTube examples. But other countries use specialized tools like MATLAB in the mathematical curriculum for equip students with engineering or industry skills. We did, at least in the pandemic time, as Mihai said, yes, we have a strong collaboration, not only with Continental, but with many industrial partners from Sibiu, or IT partners from Sibiu, and that help also our students to make practical application internships in the company. But of course, was the pandemic time, and every company limited or reduced it at zero the number of students that make internships. So other company or other training company provide us solution like certification for our students for free, yes? And we provide not only to computer science faculties, but also to economic faculties from university, certification regarding Azure, regarding AI, regarding RPA, and other. But, or make courses, training courses, or internships, using mentors and multidisciplinary teams from university from all Romania. But also could be example from Regnology said, together, and George left before, made a program together with Fundația Comunitară to increase the human capital from this region. Also, back to tech, Școala Informală de IT, there are solutions, but also you can find from Intel, you can find from other supplier of education webinars. We, together with my colleagues from ULBS, a lot of them are here, Professor Remus Brad, Daniel Morariu, Professor Volovic, and others, we have and develop a lot of webinars regarding modeling, regarding IoT, computer vision applied in industry, and robot modeling in digital design skills for Factory of the Future project, where we work together with Continental before. More than that, together with Professor Lasse Berntsen, we were participate in some webinars or panels to important conference on Internet of Things. And this is only that I know from me or from my colleagues, but I know definitely that many of us do something. Also, the student could learn, and I think could learn more than we teach in summer school. Summer school are the camps that I had when I was young in mathematics, in Păltiniș, in Cisnădioara. There are nice places where I stay for a week, where I learn mathematics in the morning. Afternoon, I play football with my teachers. I was very happy when I play football with my teacher. Something happened. The relation was became closer. The respect remains, but we were different people then. So we learn. There are high peak, high performance embedded architecture and compilation that creates such summer school. Colleagues of mine were there, and also our PhD students. NEMO summer school together with OMILAB from Wien. MAP IoT, that means modernizing agriculture practice using Internet of Things. Professor Lasse Berntsen is our partner, and also some of our students are here. Daniel Morariu was there, and a lot of our colleagues. So I think the students reach more from these such events. And also, of course, learn a little bit of their culture, see different places, and I think they could learn. But also some things change from the large company. Of course, there are brands that everybody know, Oracle, Apple, Google, IBM. Such company not necessarily to all their job need a degree, a bachelor degree, but 90%, 80%, they still need to have a degree to such a, to apply to their company. And more than that, having a degree, as I said, open you many doors, learn a lot of things. Then, as I said, school is not enough, or is not enough for a long life career. Also, I want to mention here some important things, and we discussed also with Ropardo a lot of time regarding open data. And I asked also today Florentina Androshka about medical data, and all things are closed. Yes, our partners from hospital provide us, but this is not research that we could apply in university. Only, you are my friend, please give me some data sets to try something. We cannot do this. Or of course, we cannot pay for much money for data sets, but we have good students that could apply or could be trained to work, and we have future in this domain. They are inside of this room. But what I want to say, that education became globally, international level, together with my colleague who asked a lot of questions. I'm joking, Fred here. We will work toward a higher education area that need to cover many universities. Different universities have different challenges. We need to uniform this in order to our students or our colleagues to can apply to some courses in other country remotely, or can go there to obtain the credits or other to come to study here by virtual mobility or replacing paper from many of, let's say, bureaucratical things like Erasmus application or others. Okay, we felt a generational shift because, as I know from Vio, from Cătălin, and from my children that are volunteering sometimes, there are different solutions to teach, like Coder Dojo, like teaching pupils that didn't know to write or to read better, but are keen to learn to program. Also, the curricula need to be updated, to be changed, because from few years ago, from the 5th class on the high school, they start to learn algorithmic and programming. So, of course, in our university comes pupils with different background. Some they made programming, some they don't. It's difficult to reach to uniform, but it's important to make something to update. Also, Romania is part of, not Sibiu, but a university from Cluj, apart from a strategy that want to add also artificial intelligence classes at the high school. So, and there are different solutions or problems. And one idea that, in my opinion, needs to be applied. You know about skills. What are the skills? About the skills in the educational system is talk about 2009. I was in some program, it was a project that wanted to define the professional skills, 6 professional skills at each study program, competențe, it calls in Romania, but also the soft skills, let's say, the transversal skills. And on the back of each diploma of our students, there are written 6 professional skills, another 3 transversal. But unfortunately, we need to be complete. We need to have, or to transit from specialist or E-shaped competencies to a T-shape at least, from having not only specialty or some professional skills, but also general knowledge. Because in the company, your people, your employer, are not only from Romania. Now, a lot of them are working remote. Also, you employ other people from different other countries. In order to, how to say, to speak with each other or to collaborate, it's better to know also the culture of everybody. And this was learned also by me with my partners who are friends and were friends, but never know how difficult it is or the history. I don't know exactly Romanian history. I cannot say what happened there or there. So the way continued to be shaped competencies and also combining shaped. And the last slide, I have more, but I will stop. This is a brief from a European Parliament decision, let's say. Every student, every graduator of university need to have 8 important skills, because probably not with the same weight, because somebody are like mathematics, like me, somebody are very skilled to program, somebody like to learn or to read many books. But from each of these, it's important because will help you in different way from your side. So STEM means science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We love our wife, our girls, our women beside us, but there are very few in this technical domain. Everybody put money in this and also want to increase this segment. We can say that in Sibiu it's relatively nice. We have a lot of girls that graduate computer science, but generally the percent is very low. So STEM and digital skills are necessary for all citizens. More than that, to become competitive, and as we try to do with this conference, is to increase the personal skills, but also to, let's say, create the mindset for entrepreneurship, for develop something, to be creative, to create, to innovate, and together, after that, will bring two forces combined, or many other forces combined, could obtain much more than individual parts. As Ramona said, we have innovation, but we have dispersed, not coagulated. So also, it's very important because we need into a society where we need to respect each other. So the value like democracy, globalization, multiculturalism is very important for all European, but for all people. And also, as I said before, regarding communicating, it's very important to communicate each other and learning about the language, foreign language, but also learning about culture and literature from other countries help you to feel like an individual, not to stay, oh, I'm ashamed to say something because probably I will speak wrong, I stay. No, it's important to be live, because everybody in our classroom, I encourage, please ask. Yes, but probably they will laugh. We laugh about you, the people who don't know like you, but you are courage. You have courage that this is important because you will learn more. So there are few things that I think that we need to change the educational system. Also, I will have, because I will finish, but starting from tomorrow, I wait everybody to work together, to meet together again, to think what we can do together further, not only with me, with my colleague, with the university, but it's an invitation, and some of you knows this. You are free to come to my courses, to courses of my colleagues, even with technical webinar, even with short lecture about personal development. What do you want to do in your life? Why do you choose computer science? Why do you choose other things, other specialty? Okay, which is your long-term vision about this domain or about? So probably I'm getting old, and I'm quite old, but you or colleague of you who are younger could speak the same language for our students, for our children. So for this reason, I like to have Melissa here and other girls who are more passionate and discuss with the students. Everybody, ciao, ciao, what, nice, and oh, Floria. For this reason, we need to encourage this transfer of good behavior and also lesson from each other. So, this was my last speech regarding the conference. Thank you very much that you joined. It's not finished. We need to celebrate our future, our very good students who are here in the room. And I will commute just 2 minutes on the PowerPoint with some reward for them, just to maybe if you want to the end to make a picture together will be nice, but to the end is not the end. What I want to say, and I'm happy that colleagues from other department or our other places from Romania especially, also from foreign countries, but what the message is first from Romania, colleagues from university and from other company from Romania. This contest was for our students, for Romanian students, but we want to encourage them, and of course, if it is possible, to return their knowledge that they obtain here or in other place, to come back to increase the human capital from Sibiu, from Lucian Blaga University, and from this company that surround us. So, what I want to say that I was very disappointed 1 week and a half. We had only 3 or 4 teams that was, let's say, enrolled to the hackathon. And there are large awards and very good, let's say, paid awards, not only from Lucian Blaga University, but also from company. And I didn't understand. As I discussed yesterday, I feel some inertial things, very difficult to exit from your comfort zone for what? For a night, for a day, to work to a project together with your mates and learn from specialists, from colleagues from companies that could ask you some important things that, as we discussed about feedback, could help you with your product or what you develop. So that happened 10 days ago, but with the help of Digitalio and the podcast and with the help of promoting activities also that we have, and also from each person who were member of the hackathon jury, we obtained to have finally 12 teams, 12 enrolled teams. I was very happy that we have a team from Târgu Mureș, we have a team from Alba Iulia, we have a team from Suceava, and more than that, we have team from Academia Trupelor de Uscat, but unfortunately I understood that they cannot join today, but probably in the future. But we had pupils from Gheorghe Lazar High School, from Brukenthal, or former pupils from Brukenthal College, and also students or further students or master students. So we, and also not only from computer science, And I congratulate also the colleagues from electronics who want something to say, and it's important to keep each other very close. So we had 12 teams, and probably only 11 we will have here. I don't read every team, but only to see that this is true. And yes, the 11 because the 12 renounce. And we have, as I said, a lot of awards, prizes from Lucian Blaga, from Entity Data, from Elrond, from Continental, from Visma, and from Vitesco. And I don't know, it's time to go further. Maria, it starts after this slide. Maria is the, I didn't have any contribution to this maneuver. Yes, the first place is obtained by pupils from Gheorghe Lazar, Marin Matei Ioan, Buta Pavel, and Hambășan Vlad. Are somebody? If you are here, we will provide you today only the diplomas, and from Monday morning, no, Maria, or tomorrow. Okay, then this is for all your colleagues, but you need to come to the, crossing the street. Yes, you ask to the doorman to go to Knowledge Transfer Center, Hasoplatna. And Mr. Florian, yes, but look, Mr. Floria also is a driver in university, so no, it's not a joke, I didn't know. And to Hasoplatna, this is the key, yeah? Congratulations and keep going. Okay, I want to show the second place. It doesn't work. The 3D printer goes to a team from Răzvan Filia, Andrei Pătrăușanu, Oprișiu Bogdan, Răuțoiu Mircea, Eșan. We have a diploma. If you want to... What I want to say, because some of them was my student at the bachelor, I asked if they want to participate. No. When they found about prizes, oh, yes. Okay, this is for all yours. Congratulations. Okay. On the third place, it's a team from UTCN, from Alba Iulia actually, but they are part from University Technical from Cluj-Napoca, Voica Andrei Florin, Baciu Maria și Baciu Ana. So, as I understood, they are not here because turn back, but we will send the prizes by courierat or from traveling service, post mail service. And what I want to say, unfortunately, there are prizes very important, but there are also other prizes like kit with microcontrollers and other nice things from company. Also an umbrella, very useful in this Sibiu, very rainy. But what I want to say that the rest of the team, the battle was very, or for the jury, was difficult to classify. But this was the first very good project. So this is not a moment to be discouraged. This is the moment that you need to see the feedback or to think a little bit what the jury said, that, okay, this was good or not enough, to try further. So I have the diploma for all of you, then if you can come only to give, and as I said, from Monday morning, is better from Monday morning, you will come at Hasso-Platter Institute and you will take also a bag, because there are many plase, I don't know, many bags you need to go. But we are waiting for them. Please come to take your diploma, and I invite you all to make a picture here, and then we will retire the conference team to the same location where we were this day. Thank you very much. Please come. Please, lor, da, și după aia da. Hai, să vă fac o poză. Hai. Hai aici, haideți. Haideți, să vă fac o... sau sus, da. Da, toată lumea care a participat are un kit și niște căști. Da? Și mai am multe alte plăsuțe, dar nu știu să vă spun că companie... și încă ceva ce am uitat, asta trebuie spus. Toată lumea să transmită adresa RD-ul pentru transferul goldenilor, da? Deci firma Elrond transferă fiecare echipă... Cipi, noi am spus aici în sală, suntem în vârstă, deci copiii ăștia. Deci o să trimit un mail, eventual spre Ionela, și Ionela le trimiți tu tuturor, pentru că trebuie să aveți portofelul electronic în care veți primi banii, virtuali, of course, 4 Elrond Golds de echipă. Da? E ceva, m-am uitat un pic la cursul de schimbă. Da. Bine. Acum scade, dar mâine poate crește. Cel puțin viitorul Sibiului, dacă nu al României. Bravo! Felicitări! Și încă un lucru pentru conferință, vom pune pe site, voi transmite în zilele următoare, să vă puteți descărca prezentările aproape ale tuturor, cu o singură excepție, nu au vrut să divulge slide-urile, dar din păcate au fost înregistrate pe cameră. Dar pentru cei care sunt interesați, deci everybody who is interested could download the slides in the next days. So, yes, please come, my colleagues, come here to make a picture together. All of you. Yes. Come. Professor Volovic, please come. Cătălin, Mr. Brumar, you came to the picture, it's very good. It's very important. Yes. Please. Colleagues from... Alin, please. We want to make a picture. Domnul Bulcu. Hai că... Haideți să facem o poză.